Traveling through the realms, elements combine. Together we are strong, destinies align. Mountains to the deep, forests to the skies. Unite with our hearts, truth in our eyes. Searching for the truth in the archipelago. Monarchy and queen, where do we go? Phoenix boy of fire, blazing through the night. Jade girl of earth, strength in her sight.
A vision in the sky, feathers pure and white. Kelly in the sea, mystery in her light.
Searching for the truth in the archipelago. Monarchy and queen, where do we go? Traveling through the realms, elements combine. Together we are strong, destinies align. Mountains to the deep, forests to the skies. Unite with our hearts, truth in our eyes. Searching for the truth in the archipelago. Monarchy and queen, where do we go? Where do we go?
Searching for the Truth. A fantasy. Written by Krista Faye. Featuring the voice of Krista Faye as Kaylee. Chapter 1. Introduction. Concealed within the shadows, Kaylee tiptoes through the eroding cabin, her fingers quivering as they glide along the coarse wooden wall. With bated breath, she locates the door latch, cracking open the ancient portal. Pausing to listen for the squeaking hinge over the pounding rhythm of her drumming heart, she lets out a sigh of relief when, for the first time since coming to stay with her aunt and uncle, it doesn't make a sound. In a blinding flash, the rays of the morning sun flood into the chamber before Kaylee can even blink, robbing her of sight. The dazzling radiance envelops her in silhouette as she rubs her lids, waiting for her eyes to adjust to the brightness. Within seconds of regaining her vision, she lifts a bulging pillowcase onto her shoulder. With nerves fluttering, her damp hand grazes the rough wooden door as she cautiously pushes it wider. The preteen's anxiety deepens as the door hinges, corroded and worn, emit a loud, protesting squeak. Engulfed within this new wave of fear, she strains her ears, listening for any indication her two so-called guardians might be waking. Her throat tightens in alarm as she inwardly pleads with the fates.
Please, don't let them wake. Not yet.
Rustling blankets from the next room force her hand, which tosses the pillowcase outside. In a clumsy spin, the tied sack passes between the thick foliage of leaves and lands with a light thud behind an overgrown bush, just out of sight. Spinning about, her back to the open door, she searches the shadows lurking near their bedroom, expecting one of them to appear and question her. Her mouth opens in a fake yawn, knuckles rubbing non-existent sleep from her eyes. A lie prepares itself.
I was just on my way to the outhouse.
But neither her aunt nor uncle stumble into the room. No angry voice calls out to question her. Surprise stays her feet, and she pricks her ears once more. The snores of undisturbed slumber drift back through the dark shadows, still clinging about their room. Her breath escapes through parted lips. Rolling her shoulders, offers only a hint of relief, as her nerves send tingling sensations throughout her slender frame.
I can do this,
she thinks as she crosses the threshold and sets foot on the dirt path, leaving the dilapidated cabin behind. The chill of the ground sends shivers coursing through her bare feet, prompting her toes to curl. Taking deliberate, soothing breaths soon relaxes them.
I have to do this.
Leaving the door ajar, cautious of it making another squeak, she tiptoes away from the house, picking up her pillowcase from the bush. Once distance has shrunk the shack cabin, her flying feet race as quickly as her thoughts.
1 hour. I've 1 precious hour to gain as much distance as I can before they wake and discover my absence. To be caught.
As the thought of being caught takes hold, she shudders, realizing the cabin she once thought was a refuge is nothing more than a prison. Within its walls, she faced constant criticism from her aunt for her perceived shortcomings. Whereas the uncle's brutal assaults not only shattered her dreams of escape, but also broke her will to resist. Worse still, she knows their plans. She overheard their hushed conversation of selling her to the mysterious man dressed in black.
I can't help but think.
She ponders, her voice carrying through the air, startling a bluebird nesting on 3 delicate eggs. The bird flutters its wings, and its distressed chirps harmonize with her words.
In just an hour they'll wake, consumed with thoughts of how they'll enjoy the wealth they hope to gain. Assuming I'm outside, tending to my morning chores, they'll eagerly await the man who will bring them their payment. Once he comes, they'll suspect that I'm purposely avoiding the stranger as a precautionary measure.
A shiver of disgust runs down her spine, causing her to grimace.
After a quick search, they'll realize not only have I disappeared, but the promise of their precious gold has vanished as well.
Over the past week, Kaylee dedicated herself to gathering the few necessities she'll need. Under the cover of night, with stealth and secrecy, she'd hidden fruits and leftover heels of bread into her concealed cache. Securing them within a pillowcase, she'd stowed away beneath her cot. Now, there's nothing left to do but hope she doesn't run into the man swathed in black on the road. To avoid the possibility, she swerves across the grassy field, only half aware of the dew-soaked blades clinging to her bare legs. Her desperate bid for freedom compels her to sprint, despite her bare feet struggling to gain traction, causing them to slip and slide across the damp turf and soil. She's running for her freedom and life, not daring to look back. The people back in the little house are best left forgotten. The absence of seagulls and crashing waves strengthens her belief she's far removed from her beloved coastal homeland. Working up a layer of sweat as she runs, the sharp pain of saline sweat drops trailing down her brow splash into her eyes, triggering a surge of memories, reminding her of the chaotic days leading up to her arrival. She recalls the fear and anxiety that consumed her parents when the elven healer assigned to Edgewater failed to determine the cause of her illness. Both physically and mentally, she suffered from pain and confusion as her fever continued to rise, and her breathing became labored. Finally, after the course of a year, she's restored to full vitality. She knows for a fact she first arrived at the cabin just after her 12th birthday, but what about the rest? The illness, grief, and abuse often left her in delirium, continually drifting in and out of consciousness. How much of what she remembers of her former life is accurate? She can't say. Yet, it's all she has to hold on to. One by one, each disjointed memory comes back like a hazy dream. The simple task of opening her eyes has become a Herculean effort, making it impossible, as Kaylee awakens into a world of darkness. Still burning from within, she thrashes, fighting with a tight cocoon that clings to her. The suffocating wrap doesn't budge. An icy sting on her face silences her cry. Her body contorts in pain, her voice reduced to feeble gasps, as she longs to push the icy offender away, but her arms betray her weakness.
Mother, why is she fighting us?
Juniper.
Kaylee's maid and dearest friend. In her soothing presence, the ice-cold touch reveals its true nature, a gentle caress of a moist cloth brushing over her forehead. The towel dips lower, wiping cooling damp streaks along either side of her neck.
She doesn't understand we're trying to save her.
Kaylee recognizes Jane's voice. The captain of the guard and Juniper's mother, stationed here at home in Edgewater.
Kaylee, stop struggling. You have to come with us for your own safety.
Trust slows her struggles. The blankets are no longer restraints, but a warm embrace, and Kaylee sinks back into her fevered unconsciousness. She must have slept, because when she wakes, the gentle rise and fall of a boat rocks her cramping, sore body. Unsure how much time has passed, she scrapes her rough tongue against the roof of her mouth. It feels like days since she's had anything to drink.
Water.
She whispers through dry, parched lips. Someone lifts her head, sliding a sliver of dripping ice into her mouth.
Here, it's all we have at the moment.
Juniper's voice coos in her ear.
Let it melt on your tongue.
Kaylee feels the vibrations in Juniper's chest, and the comforting support of her friend's arm looped under her head. Once the liquid is swallowed, she asks,
Why can't I open my eyes?
It's just a cold compress. Try to rest now, we're not due to land for another few hours.
Juniper helps to lower her head, back to a pillow on the firm wooden planks. And the sway of the boat, as it crests over each wave, soon sends Kaylee drifting off again. Emerging from a void of unconsciousness, Kaylee's eyes flutter open, greeted by Jane's concerned expression. She finds herself still wrapped like a shrouded corpse, being carried in the captain's arms. As Jane walks down the dock, Kaylee watches the small fishing boat fade away over her shoulder. Juniper, walking beside her mother, lifts the hood of her traveling cloak to cover her hair. Kaylee shifts her gaze, hoping to see two more familiar figures, but they walk alone into a small coastal town. The distant sound of a bell resonates, tolling a somber death knell. With each clang, Kaylee's heart quickens, filled with an urgent question.
Where are my parents?
They're missing.
Jane says as they approach a modest stable in the center of the unfamiliar town. A young stable boy hurries out to greet them, and Jane orders a pair of saddled horses for the day. The moment the stable boy disappears among the hay-filled stalls, Jane continues, her tone infused with a subtle hint of worry.
You'd best ride with me.
As the second toll of the town bell rings out, a horse responds with a gentle nicker. The mournful sound sends shivers down Kaylee's spine, prompting her to seek solace by leaning into Jane's shoulder. Meanwhile, Juniper shields her own unease by pressing against her mother's leg, finding comfort in the physical connection.
Where are we going?
Kaylee asks, her voice weakening as a wave of dizziness returns to claim her.
Somewhere you'll be safe.
Oh, how Jane and Juniper clung to Kaylee. Their eyes welled up with tears. Each hugged her, as they begged her to stay with the people they kept calling her aunt and uncle. She made a vow to remain until the mother and daughter returned for her, solidifying her commitment before their departure. They promised it wouldn't take long, but Kaylee lost faith in them a few months ago. Now, a month shy of her 13th year, she's certain they're never coming back. She can't sit around, enduring abuse and waiting for someone else to save her.
Once I reach the forest, I can hide among the trees while searching for the sea. Then I'll begin looking for mother and father.
With a mere 5 yards separating her from the forest, her foot gives way, causing her to collapse onto the ground. The contents of the pillowcase spill everywhere. Quickly crawling to the full water skin and scattered pieces of clothing, she stuffs them back in. The small morsels of food she hid away over the past week, she places on top. From the corner of her eye, she spots her worn-out shoes and crawls to them. With a smile, she tugs them on and springs back to her feet. They're her only pair, with soles worn thin and straps holding by threads, but still better than nothing. Her hands slide over newly acquired mud and grass stains as she smooths the threadbare nightgown down to her knees. With a steadying breath, she swings the bulk of the pillowcase back over her shoulder and sprints for her destination, making up the lost seconds. The vigorous bounces of the bulging sack propel her onward, reminiscent of the rushing undercurrents of the tide. Hope swells within her like a songbird's first chirp to the sunrise as the tree line draws closer, and the air becomes dense with sharp woody aromas cutting through the abundant moss. The moment she crosses into the canopy's shade and disappears into the cover of the forest, she notices a different, crackling quality in the air.
Is this? It must be. I'm in wild woods.
She'd always believed that the rumors of magic in wild woods were only stories told by grandmothers to prevent young children from wandering off into them. True or not, at least she now knows where in Archipelago she is. Out of breath, a few yards into the woods, she dares to pause. Savoring the refreshing cool water, she sips from the waterskin. A rustling in the leaves to her left sets her heart racing again. Her head whips around, eyes squinting through the shadowed recesses between thick tree trunks. Her imagination conjures the swish of a black cloak, the tip of a black cowl.
The man in black has come to collect.
A scream forms in her throat, but before it's released, relief steals it away, replacing it with a quick gasp of awe. Through the lush foliage, the head of a doe emerges, adorned with velvety brown fur. Its soft black eyes, shimmering with curiosity, lock onto Kaylee's gaze. The doe blinks, studying her intently, before giving the air a quick sniff, to ensure its safety. Kaylee's trembling hands gradually still, and she takes another sip of water, feeling the cool liquid refresh her parched throat. As she corks the bag and slips it back into the pillowcase, she watches the doe wander off. All the while, pondering the single question that continues to haunt her mind.
What if Jane and Juniper sent the two men dressed all in black? Should I go back?
Leaning against a thick tree trunk, she takes a moment to let her thoughts drift back to the week before, hoping to dig through every detail and pluck out the truth. With the shack cabin hidden deep within the wilderness, the distant sound of horses traveling in her direction surprises Kaylee. She tries to blink away the mirage of silhouettes on the road, but they remain. The seclusion of the cabin, coupled with a constant reminder to avoid detection, prompts Kaylee to take refuge behind the stone base of the wood-roofed water well. The bucket she intended for the chicken's trough overturns at her side, sloshing cold liquid over her feet. She peeks over the well's lip and looks down the road, curious about the pair of men on horseback, clip-clopping up to the shack's front door. Shifting her position to avoid detection, Kaylee watches one man dismount and wrap his riding crop on its weather-worn frame. When her aunt and uncle emerge, they throw the door wide for him to step inside. Bewildered by their open invitation, Kaylee crawls behind the line of some overgrown hedges, to inch up to the side window, while avoiding the second mounted man's attention. Low, secretive tones of a conversation can be heard as she approaches the cracked window, and she listens closely. In alarm, Kaylee sucks in a deep breath, as the murmurs coalesce into clearly discernible whispers. Her fate would change in 1 week, when the man returns with a large sum of gold in exchange for her purchase. He vows to remove the child, giving the aunt and uncle every assurance they'll have no further contact with her. Shaken, Kaylee gulps for breath on hands and knees, as her uncle seals the arrangement with a coarse laugh and a handshake at the door. The man turns from them with a satisfied nod, and rejoins his companion waiting with the horses. Pushing a branch aside for closer observation, Kaylee takes in every detail of both men as they talk. They're human, she realizes, with sun-kissed complexions. Both dressed all in black, from cowl-hooded cloaks to black riding pants, tucked into a pair of polished black boots.
It's done,
Says the dealmaker to his friend.
Are the 2 crates ready, Malos?
The second man's discomfort is betrayed by the sound of his gulp. His fingers nervously twitch as he manipulates the horse's reins, all the while avoiding his companion's gaze.
Yes, Narchus.
Good. Collis will be pleased.
Their names are as foreign to her as their faces, and neither speak of Jane or Juniper, so they didn't send the men. Cold panic sets deep in Kaylee's bones at the thought of being bought. Her heart canters in chorus to the speed of their horses as the 2 men ride off. As they become dots on the horizon, her fretting mind finally has space to think. An idea forms quickly. She'll have an entire week to prepare. The moment the coast is clear, she returns to her chores, working out the finer details of her plan in silence and toil. She won't be here when the men dressed in black return. Nor will she remain in the clutches of her cruel, money-hungry aunt and uncle any longer. Chapter 2. Guardian of the woods. Resolved in her decision, Kaylee squares her shoulders and continues deeper into the forest, ignoring the snags of branches at her nightgown and hair. The coarser twigs she pushes through are harder to ignore, leaving painful cuts on her exposed arms and legs each time they swing back.
Ow! This one stings.
She pauses to gaze at a reddening welt forming on her arm, wincing as her fingers brush against the inflamed skin, causing another surge of pain.
I can't keep wandering through thick underbrush like this. I need to find a path.
As she looks around, her eyes widen in astonishment. The forest's towering trees stretch ever skyward, their branches intertwining to create a natural canopy that filters the sunlight. Despite their majestic appearance, an eerie stillness hangs in the air, enveloping the tree trunks covered in ivy and moss, creating a disquieting atmosphere. Occasionally broken by a soft ghostly hoo of an owl. Amidst the muted silence, the only sounds that persist are the insistent buzzing of winged insects, their incessant hum resonating in her ears. The relentless chorus adds to her unease, intensifying the growing sense of fear that rises in her throat. She takes a deep breath, trying to steady herself, but a wave of disorientation washes over her, making her knees weak. With cautious steps, she maneuvers through the dense forest, her senses on high alert. The ground beneath her feet feels soft and damp, the earth giving a slight squelching sensation with each step. Her fingertips, grazing against the rough bark of the towering tree trunks, provide a fleeting sense of security. Navigating through the trees, she gradually comes to a halt, positioned between a pair of colossal trunks at the threshold of an animal trail. A surge of delight courses through her, as she observes the multitude of tracks and fresh droppings, scattered across the flattened underbrush. The musky odor of wet earth and decaying foliage, intermixing with the aroma from a fresh pile of dung, floats up to meet her nasal receptors. She scrunches up her nose and lets out a sneeze.
Excuse me. Once I'm out of these blasted woods, I can swim to safety. If I'm careful, I can even return home and look for clues on the whereabouts of Mom and Dad.
Taking in the scene, she gathers her courage, passing the next hour as she continues along the trail, alternating between a light jog and weary walking. Trusting the moss-covered bark on the trees to guide her in a southern direction, towards the shimmering sea that should lie beyond the forest. Fatigue slows her pace as she arrives at a fork in the trail, causing uncertainty to cloud her thoughts. Contemplating her next move, she studies the right-hand path, overgrown with thick underbrush. It offers the promise of hiding from prying eyes. However, this idea is quelled as she sidesteps for a better view around a dense thicket, partially obscuring her way. Despair grips her when she notices an old woman seated on a worn-out boulder in the small clearing beyond. The soft rustling of the elder's weathered satchel fills the otherwise muted surroundings. Quickly hiding behind the nearest tree trunk, she holds her breath as she scans the clearing, fixating on the stranger, silently praying the old woman will soon depart.
Where is it?
The woman asks the trees, her rasping voice dry with age. Kaylee exhales, with an overwhelming sense of dismay. The old woman's persistence is palpable, as she refuses to budge until she lays hands on the elusive item. Memories from the past echo in Kaylee's mind. The first, admonishments from her parents about the rudeness of ignoring an elder in need, and the second from Juniper.
Remember to call her grandmother. Mother always says, it's a sign of respect we should give to all our elders.
Taking a calming breath and a moment to try and smooth her knotted hair, Kaylee hesitantly takes a few steps toward the woman.
Where is what, grandmother?
She calls softly. The elder woman's startled eyes lift from her satchel, brows knitted in surprise.
My.
Seeming not to trust her own eyesight, she blinks repeatedly.
And who may you be? It's not often I'm visited by the forest spirits wandering these woods.
Kaylee stops, frozen by the intense scrutiny of the woman's squinted gaze. Nervously intertwining her fingers, she looks down at her disheveled form. She knows her hair to be a mess of twigs, mud, and leaves, by her futile attempt to finger comb it moments ago. It seems the state of her nightgown hasn't fared much better. Her white cotton night shift, now stained collar to skirt hem with smeared soil and remnants of wet grass, still hangs limply down to her knees, barely offering any protection to cover the old, dark bruising and new welts on her limbs. Though she's prepared for this question, she hesitates. Last night, as she lay on her cot, puzzling over what name to use, should anyone ever question her, the answer came instantly. 8 years ago, she met the other elemental children from the neighboring realms. She was 5 years old, that summer vacation that gave birth to countless more, each filled with cherished memories. That first year, they all became part of the children's code in Edgewater, with each elemental adopting fragments of the other's names to create secret identities. Kaylee, who took on the name June, responded readily. Similarly, Juniper was quick to answer to the name Lee. Jade, a native of Earth Gorge, embraced the alias Fenny, while Phoenix, originating from Fire Heights, jumped at the chance to adopt the name Jaden. A sad sigh escapes her as she raises her gaze to meet the piercing stare of the elder. Her heart, still breaking with remorse over the postponement of last summer's reunion, caused by her illness and the cost of her parents' solo journey without her. A cost she is still paying.
I'm Juniper,
she answers,
though I prefer June.
As soon as the name is spoken, Kaylee knows it's the only moniker she should use as she continues her escape and search. It's time for the name Kaylee to disappear. She only hopes the childhood codename will be enough to save her life and reunite her with her loved ones. Taking a step closer, she adds,
I mean you no harm. Can I help you find what you're looking for?
She hopes the elder will refuse her offer, letting her continue on her urgent quest. Stopping to help the old woman will only detain her, posing an alarming risk of being found, or worse, captured and stopped short in her bid to finally take her future into her own hands. With a shake of her silver-haired head, the elder declines.
No, child, I've no need of your help. You, on the other hand, look as though you may be in need of mine. Come, join me and sit a spell. Tell me what brings you to Wildwoods.
An inward groan of disappointment escapes her, as June looks over her shoulder, listening for any sounds of pursuers crashing through the foliage in search of her. Her anxious imagination whispers that at any moment, someone may jump out from behind a tree to drag her back to the shack prison, but she doesn't hear anything.
Nobody has come by looking for you yet,
the woman says with a warm smile.
You have time enough to sit and tell me your story.
June startles, eyeing the old woman with trepidation.
Is she reading my thoughts?
Aside from that question, June decides the frail lady, dressed in a brush-brown velvet travel smock that reaches her feet, poses no threat. The elder's silver hair, elegantly arranged in a tidy bun atop her head, enhances her grandmother-like demeanor. Closing the distance with a reluctant nod, June takes a seat on the opposite rock and carefully lowers the pillowcase to the ground at her feet. Her tense and sore shoulders, glad to be free of the weight. Opening the pillowcase, she pulls out a heel of bread and breaks it in two, before leaning forward to offer the elder a half. In murmured tones, June reveals her reason for being there.
I'm searching for my parents. They disappeared a year ago without a trace while traveling. When the news reached my home, sudden arrangements were made for me to stay with some relatives. However, they're poor, and I suspect they're now seeking some kind of payment. They've taken me in much longer than they expected.
Your relations, are they the folks that built the poor excuse for a farm on the north side of Wildwoods about a year ago now?
The woman asks, interrupting June with a knowing smile.
Yes, but no real relatives of mine would ever live so far from the water. Though I suppose the distance from everyone and everything does prevent anybody from eavesdropping on the beatings. Of course, one would guess it might make a plot to sell me quite difficult too, but they still managed to do so.
She doesn't realize she's spoken aloud until the elder woman interjects.
Now I see. That makes you Princess Kaylee from Edgewater. Yes, your parents are King Darrell Sunnies and Queen Vera Gacy's.
Stunned to hear her parents' names, June stuffs a piece of bread into her mouth to muffle an outburst. The moment she regains composure, she asks,
Grandmother?
Don't look so shocked, child.
The woman says through a chuckle.
News of such events travels far even out here. You were wise to give a false name. Henceforth you will be known as June Forrester, granddaughter to Dame Forrester.
Who's Dame Forrester, Grandmother?
'Tis I, child. Should anyone question you, you must tell them you're on an errand for your grandmother in Wildwoods, and never tell anyone your true identity.
Why not?
June asks, curious whether the elder's reasons for coming to that conclusion match her own. The old woman sighs, her face somber. From the opposite rock, June watches the slow progress of the woman's weathered hand sampling the bread, seeming to stall her explanation.
Child, do you not know? It was decreed that you vanished, along with the king and queen that day. The kingdom of Edgewater is now without an heir, and must remain so for your own protection, for now.
Lowering her gaze to the half-eaten bread she holds, June slowly shakes her head. Her lifting eyes catch the way Dame Forrester wrings her hands, then land on her uneasy expression.
There's more you're not telling me, isn't there?
Yes, child, there is.
Dame Forrester's shoulders slump under the heavy weight of bad tidings, making June's stomach clench.
Your parents were just the first. 6 months ago, the royal family of Airedale, king, queen, and prince, were attacked and found dead in this very forest. There's an evil afoot, casting dark shadows across the kingdoms one by one. If the pattern proves correct, I fear another will happen any day now.
Dead? The Airedale royals found dead? Could my parents be?
No. She refuses to believe it and chokes down her building urge to scream. Wouldn't she have felt it somehow, deep down inside? Perhaps not, with the vast void that has surrounded her heart these past long months. The dampness of her tears, falling freely, leave her cheeks tacky when she wipes the droplets away. The two finish their meager morsels in silence. June takes this time to consider Dame Forrester's revelations. Brushing crumbs from her fingers, she readies herself to ask further questions that may summon unpleasant answers, but the words die on her tongue. The snap of twigs, the crunch of heavy footfalls, and the rustle of branches in the far distance turn her head. Then come the voices, breaking the serene silence of the forest. The supposed aunt and uncle call out Kaylee's name, chilling her blood. Jumping to her feet in alarm, June glances across to Dame Forrester, to find her calmly standing and gathering her satchel, before lifting her walking stick high overhead. Spellbound, June blinks rapidly, as Dame Forrester utters a string of words she doesn't understand. With groans like old floorboards, the trees begin to shift and move. Their roots lift from the soil and drape across the traveled path, burying the tips again, as they haul their trunks over the grass to burrow anew, into the earth. As the trees trade homes, the path vanishes beneath them, without any sign of its existence. The branches bend, swaying gently, as they tip forward to sweep the ground, covering up any and all tracks the girl may have left behind, before standing tall and proud once more. Both the aunt and uncle's frightened screams split the tranquility, rousing birds from their nests. The sounds of trampling retreat as June's pursuers flee the forest. Marveling at the magic, June whispers,
Grandmother, are you a witch?
I'm the guardian of this forest, child. Any soul within its shade that I find and deem worthy is under my protection. Now come, let's get you dressed and properly prepared for your quest.
The two depart, leaving the disturbing cries to fade far behind them. After another hour of walking through the trees, a tired and relieved June catches her first glimpse of Dame Forrester's ivy-covered, 2-story stone cottage in the distance. As they step out of the forest and onto a hardened, earth-packed lane, she admires the sun-bleached rocks and blooming wildflowers that trim the sides of the walkway as it winds between the main road and the cottage. Taking in the sweet fragrance of the flowers gives her the boost of courage she needs to ask.
Grandmother, why are you helping me?
Pausing by a manicured herb and vegetable garden to the right of the cottage, Dame Forrester rests her hand on the wrought iron gate. June notices the new stiffness in the old woman's narrow shoulders as the elder turns, glancing back at her.
I'm only helping myself, child. 'Twas my land where the royal family of the mountains were found. 'Tis my forest where a vanished princess turns up. 'Tis I that they will blame and burn as a witch for treason against multiple crowns and kingdoms. Is that not reason enough, my child?
A blush heats June's cheeks as she studies her threadbare shoes.
Forgive me, grandmother. I hadn't thought of that.
When she peeks up, Dame Forrester bestows a soft smile on her, before continuing to the arched wooden door of the cottage. There, she leans the walking stick against the ivy-laden stone wall. The moment the handle makes contact, a tendril of the ivy lifts itself like a serpent and curls away from the solid stick.
How do you do that?
June asks, as the vine waggles its tip in a wave that she tentatively returns. The tendril wraps around the walking stick, holding it in place.
Don't worry about that, child. Head inside to the second floor. In the first room, you will find a chest at the foot of the bed with some clothes that should fit. Change. Do something with your hair. Then return to the main floor once I'm able to see the princess you truly are under that forest grime.
June wrinkles her nose at her dirty nightgown.
I don't see how changing into finery will help me remain in disguise. I did bring a change of clothes that may be better suited for such a task.
Dame Forrester's dark eyes crinkle at the edges, a sunspot of mirth shining in their depths, and she begins to laugh.
A dirty peasant girl is common enough, true, but the granddaughter of a dame will not be refused, at least not in these parts.
Nor would a princess, but I feared I'd be recognized, so I thought it best to avoid looking as such.
Dame Forrester turns away from her, starting back down the path to the vegetable garden. Pausing once, as she glances over her shoulder, a smile, still playing on her lips.
When you're done, return to the main floor. It's there that you'll soon meet your traveling companion.
At the easy dismissal, June's chest tightens with a sudden and stark loneliness. She doesn't want to be left to fend for herself again. Running a toe through the dirt between two path stones, her gaze follows Dame Forrester's departure with growing dread.
What are you going to do?
She calls out. Dame Forrester laughs.
I'll be gathering herbs and vegetables to sell in town. You'll need coin and proper travel rations for your journey.
If you sell all your vegetables for me, won't you go hungry?
Tonight there will be time for questions over the details, child. For now, go wash up and enjoy it.
Lighter on her feet, June nods to her newest guardian. A warmth floods through her chest as she looks at the older woman, and a giggle almost escapes her lips as she thinks to herself just how much they've already come to sound like a true family. The fleeting moment turns bittersweet, overridden by the endless longing to see her parents again. Swinging open the cottage door, June steps inside, only to be stopped mid-stride by the broad expanse of a chest covered with patches of drying mud, trying to exit at the same time. With a startled scream, she quickly backsteps, jumping away from the tall man.
Watch where you're going.
He barks. She's unable to take her surprised gaze from his face, or the intense angry stare he casts down at her. The long pointed ears, protruding through the loose mud-caked hair clinging to his face, mark him for an elf. With his features masked by damp hair and the filthy cloak draped over his humped back, she's not sure what to make of him or of the severity of his deformity. His filth-covered hands stop the door from swinging into his nose. Summoned by the scream, Dame Forrester scurries between the pair.
Hush now, both of you. June, upstairs to your room, child. Do as I said.
With a stern look to the disheveled elf, she adds.
Cedric, you need cleaning up too. I take it you found the pig.
Yes, ma'am. The fence is repaired and she's back in her pen.
With order restored, Dame Forrester smiles.
My thanks. Introductions will be made once we've all had a chance to freshen up. The two of you will be embarking together tomorrow, after all.
With him?
With her?
A chorused
No.
follows. Cedric stands his ground, his arms folded across his chest as he studies June, from matted hair to the ragged hem of her dress around her knees. She, in turn, presents her back to the rude, mud-wallowing elf still blocking her way inside.
Who is she?
He asks.
My granddaughter. As you can see, she has had a harrowing journey already. Stand aside, young man, and do let her in.
Turning back to face the cottage, June startles under Cedric's hawk-eyed assessment, feeling like a mouse trapped beneath a bird of prey's claws. The moment he steps aside, she swallows back her growing fear and enters. Hesitant, she gives the main floor a quick scan, locating a wooden staircase leading up to the second floor. She's not missed the welcoming scent of hickory wood drifting out from the fireplace, nor the velvet settee and chairs placed nearby to enjoy the fire's comfort. On the opposite side of the room, she can just make out a cozy kitchen, with a plate of freshly baked pastries still cooling on the table. The soft clearing of Dame Forrester's throat spurs her onto the stairs. Still feeling Cedric's predatory eyes on her, she slowly climbs, with head held high and back straight, in an attempted show of grace that her attire lacks. Following the hall to the first room, she enters the first doorway into a small, inviting room decorated in light spring colors. Admiring the delicately carved four-post canopy bed, she nearly stumbles over a foot chest next to it. The lid is decorated with a stamped letter J in green. Passing by a polished looking glass makes her jump again, not recognizing her own image.
No wonder he didn't want to let me in.
She tells her reflection. Finding a towel, washcloth, and a packet of grainy soap, she heads to the screened-off tub to begin the hour-long chore of bathing. Once the girl is out of sight, Cedric whispers,
"You've got a habit of bringing home wayward children, ma'am."
Do I?
Dame Forrester counters with a grin.
I hadn't noticed. Though had I discovered you in your present state, I would have screamed in fright too.
The exchange leaves more questions in his mind about the girl. She didn't look like a person of breeding. Yet her mannerisms suggested as much, leaving him with the impression she belongs here, and he does not. Dame Forrester's chuckle intrudes.
Off you go.
With a nod, he departs for his room, adjoining the barn on the far side of the cottage to wash and change. Cedric works to clean the mud and ichor from his hair and skin, thoughts drifting back to the morning. Retrieving the pig from the bandits wasn't an easy task, with their 5 to his 1. 2 if you counted the pig, as it did trip up a couple adversaries in the fight. That must have been when they dropped the scrolled missive he picked up. Drying his hands and tossing the towel over his shoulder, he reaches into the pocket of his soiled and discarded trousers to retrieve it. He reads it again.
"And extinguish fire with water. See."
He slips the scroll into the pocket of the cleanly pressed dress slacks he tugs on next. His hurry to deliver it to the dame prompted his swift entry into her abode in such an unkempt fashion. An act that still flushes him with shame.
What does it mean? Are the fire royals next to be attacked?
He brushes out the damp curtain of his long white hair. Slipping into a fresh pair of boots and securing his good cloak loosely about his shoulders, he turns and leaves, striding purposefully back toward the cottage. He wants a private moment to speak with Dame Forrester, needing answers. Opening the cottage door, Cedric overhears.
Thank you, grandmother.
Think nothing of it, child. Come sit with me and tell me what plans you have thus far.
Chairs scrape the floor, then the girl is heard again.
I thought I would go to Edgewater and begin my search there. Now I'm not so sure.
Why, said child?
I can't help wondering what would draw the royals of Airedale from their mountain peaks. They're rather reclusive, and have never shown an interest in the happenings of the other realms before.
Cedric steps in, closing the door behind him. Spotting the two sitting at the table, he blinks in disbelief. It's not the raggedy child that speaks with the dame, but a young lady of developing, delicate beauty. A plait of strawberry blonde hair drapes over the shoulder of her pastel green frock of soft, brushed velvet, finished with an ivory lace smock decorated with tiny stitching of ivy.
May the fates provide, when this one comes of age.
He thinks.
Dame Forrester will need their aid, to keep the callers at bay.
Cedric interjects, stepping over to join the ladies at the table.
I can answer that.
He settles in the seat, adjusting sideways to fit his hump comfortably.
It's a well-known fact that the Prince of Airedale was betrothed to the Princess of Edgewater. So, when the Edgewater royals disappeared, the royals of Airedale were honor-bound to join the search. They were successful, to a degree. They found.
Betrothed?
June ogles the young man.
When was this arrangement made? I've heard nothing of the sort.
Dame Forrester provides the answer calmly, as she pats the girl's hand.
Months after the princess was born. As I recall, the kingdoms rejoiced for years, deeming such a match would finally unite the four elemental realms. Alas, with the prince's death and the princess lost to us, it will never come to pass. Cedric, you were saying they find something.
Yes.
Cedric masks his feelings over the casual dismissal of two royals, by clearing his throat.
The royals of Airedale went to Edgewater to begin their search. There, among the king's ledgers, they located a missive dated 6 months prior, from King Viti and Queen Aelan of the High Elves of Life, asking to meet with them on a matter of great importance to them all.
He pauses as Dame Forrester looks across to June, who slowly nods. Cedric tucks away the silent exchange to be examined later, along with many other questions still stewing at the back of his mind.
How exactly does this young lady fit into all this?
Please, do continue, Cedric,
says Dame Forrester.
Ah, yes.
He begins with an awkward cough.
When the Airedalans arrived on Elven lands, they were welcomed by King Viti and Queen Aelan with open arms. The meeting had indeed taken place, and the Edgewater royals had planned to work to confirm the information exchanged. They set sail for the kingdom of Blacksand's Death, where the discovery was first made. The elves told the Airedalans Princess Kaylee hadn't traveled with them.
With a gasp, June interrupts.
How do you know all that?
I joined the Airedale royals' travel party at the behest of my aunt, Queen Aelan. We planned to chase this new lead, but not directly in the Edgewater royals' tracks. We chose a longer route that would allow us to gather information on the whereabouts of the missing princess as well. That's what brought us to Wild Woods.
Dame Forrester whispers.
The crossroad forests between the four realms.
Yes.
Cedric confirms.
We never made it to the Wild Woods Tavern Inn, where we'd hoped to spend the night and gather any relevant gossip. Instead, we were ambushed by minions of the Shadow People hiding in the trees.
He bows his head in shame, leaving Dame Forrester to pick up the narrative.
Where I found Cedric and the party's messenger clinging to life among the bodies of their dead comrades. The day before, I'd heard through the town gossips that a ship transporting the Royal Elven Healers of Life Isles was due to arrive. So, when I found Cedric, I sent word to the docks informing Queen Aelan that her nephew lay at death's door and was in need of her healing.
Cedric's gaze sweeps across the table to quietly study June, who sits transfixed as he murmurs.
A debt that will take me 2 lifetimes to repay.
He's surprised at the sudden pallor of June's skin, and the humble hang of her head, avoiding his gaze. Seeking a distraction, he reaches into his pocket, and pulls out the missive found this morning.
Mistress, what do you make of this?
After handing it over, he leans back in his chair, waiting as they both read it. He's not surprised when Dame Forrester's head jerks up to meet his gaze.
Where did you find this?
She demands, as June reaches to take the paper scrap.
It must have fallen from the pocket of one of the men from Shadow I fought this morning, trying to get back the pig.
Worry tightens Cedric's throat, as June's countenance pales like fresh fallen snow, staring in open horror at the missive she holds in a trembling hand.
I have to warn them,
she whispers.
And you will, child. I believe you may be the only one who can get close enough to do so now. They know and trust you on sight, correct?
June nods, tears trailing down her delicate cheeks.
Grandmother, it's been so long. I've no idea where to find them.
Dame Forrester thinks a moment.
Then there is no other option,
she says, with a bold upward gesture of her finger.
We all go to town tomorrow and learn all we can.
Offering June a smile, in an attempt to cheer her up, Cedric adds.
I'll take the Tavern Inn. There's always news volunteered from loose lips.
June looks from one to the other and murmurs.
I suppose I can see what the other children know.
That's the spirit,
Cedric says around a grin. As the trio prepare to retire for the night, Dame Forrester makes one last request.
Would you be so kind as to fetch a pair of water buckets for our room, Cedric?
Having never set foot upstairs before, Cedric concludes the dame wants a private word with him.
Yes, ma'am.
Returning from filling the buckets at the well, Cedric climbs the stairs and spots two doors left ajar. He stops at the first and glances inside as he sets down a bucket. June stands before a closed chest holding a light pink night shift in a room that looks custom-made for her. Not too bright and simple, as for a child. Nor too frilly or refined, to be a noble woman's choice of decor. Wondering if it's an illusion, he studies the room again with the heightened intensity of his gift, inherited from his mother, to detect all signs of magic. A light layering of dust covers most of the surfaces from disuse. Except the foot chest with a single handprint disturbance created today, and printed with her initial. As if it had been waiting there for her. Nevertheless, no glimmers of magic are detected. Quietly, he steps to the second doorway. His eyes are instantly drawn to the painting hanging over the bed's headboard. Depicted in rich oil paints, Dame Forrester peers back at him, holding an infant beside a young woman, who's her spitting image. He searches for hints of illusion and finds none.
By the fates,
He mutters,
the girl really is Dame Forrester's granddaughter.
Cedric, is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
She steps into view and follows his gaze to the painting.
3 generations of Forrester women. Quite the sight, don't you think?
He can only stare back at her, bewildered. After a moment, she casts a glance toward the girl's room, then whispers to him.
I value her life more than my own, Cedric. Promise that should anything happen to me, you will be there to protect her.
Cedric swallows hard, floored by the unexpected proclamation. Instead of offering him answers, she is asking for his elven pledge. An unbreakable bond that will bind June to him forever. The request weighs heavily on him as he studies the dame, to whom he owes his life. How can he refuse? Lifting his free hand to cover his heart, he gives her a formal bow.
I pledge my word.
Thank you.
Her gentle hand pats his shoulder, then retrieves the water bucket from him. The door clicks closed, leaving Cedric to stare at the wooden planks, as the reality of what he's just committed to sinks in. Taking a calming breath, he turns back through the hall to leave, but his pledge makes him pause at the first entry again. The young lady still hasn't moved.
Mistress?
She turns as if in a daze.
I'll be taking my leave now, mistress. Unless there is something more you need?
No, thank you, Cedric. Good night.
Reaching in, he pulls the door closed, leaving her to work out her thoughts. Suddenly in need of fresh air, he bounds down the stairs 2 at a time, leaving the cottage for his own room, where he can pretend his fate is still his own. Chapter 3. The Town of Wildwoods. The morning arrives with clear skies and a gentle summer breeze that hints at a pleasant outing. June casts a final look into the polished glass and nods with satisfaction. She took quite some time preparing for this trip into town. Choosing a subdued, earth-toned frock dress over a thick smock, both falling just above her bare knees, and a pair of brown flats worn on bare feet. She brushed and styled her hair into a pair of ponytails, tying them off with strips of leather, leaving long ringlets to bounce on either side. The girl staring back at her looks no more than 10 years old. No ribbons, bows or vibrant colors today. They'd only add to the ridiculousness of the ensemble. Still, it will be instrumental in getting the information she needs to save her godparents. She requires one more thing, which she hopes to find in the pantry. Heading down the stairs, she hears Dame Forrester's call through the open window.
June, are you ready, dear?
Coming, grandmother.
She calls back. Hurrying her steps to the kitchen pantry, she retrieves a basket of the small bubbly pies she saw last night. Taking a deep breath, she heads outside to join the others already in conversation.
Really, Cedric, must you wear the cowl with the cloak? You look so plain.
Lowering the cowl, Cedric smiles.
Exactly, ma'am. What better way to remain unnoticed? Just another sad sod drowning his troubles in a mug of ale.
Dame Forrester tisks at him.
At least I'll be able to proudly show off, June.
Hearing the cottage door close, Cedric turns, extending a hand to assist his new mistress into the coach. One look at her leaves him doubled over in laughter. Needing a moment to pull himself together, he closes the coach door and addresses the dame through the opened window.
I'm sure you would, ma'am, if your granddaughter was joining us today. But alas, the changelings of your beloved forest have taken her in exchange for one of their own.
What?
Dame Forrester brushes him aside with a hand, to peer out at the child.
Oh, June.
June flushes, but ignores the woman's dismay, stepping to the rear of the coach.
I'll ride the footboot and hop off as we enter town.
Meeting at the wooden platform, Cedric lifts her up and sets her in place, giving him the opportunity to examine the bruising on her exposed arms and legs. He blinks the moment he realizes there are no traces of magical glow in his vision. Looking up, he confronts her.
These bruises are real.
Yes.
She confirms, feeling uncomfortable, as she stares back at him, realizing he's using magic to study her.
You have a sight?
Now it's his turn to feel self-conscious, and he responds with a sheepish smile. Eager to continue, she declares,
I'm ready. Let's not keep grandmother waiting any longer.
With a curt nod, he leaves her. Climbing into the driver's seat and pulling up his cowl, he starts the horses down the lane, ready to embark on their journey. Upon entering the small coastal town, sometime later, the coach slows to a crawl and June hops off. She runs ahead to the freshly whitewashed mercantile, where most of the children like to mill about outside, all hoping for a kindly handout from the older matrons and gossips within. She worked out her plan carefully, and knows staying within view of the prominent paned glass windows of the structure will greatly comfort the dame. Quietly, she joins the throng and takes a seat on the edge of the deck, with her legs swinging in feigned boredom. Along with many other curious onlookers, June glues her gaze to the coach as it comes to a stop next door at the Tavern Inn. Cedric steps down to open the door, offering an assisting hand.
I'll be a few hours, driver.
Dame Forrester informs him, as she steps out and takes the 2 baskets filled with herbs and vegetables he hands her.
Do be sure to have the coach ready by then.
Yes, ma'am.
June smiles to herself, as the children begin to huddle closer in the shaded corners beneath the eaves. Each sucking in a breath, hoping not to be noticed, as the elderly lady walks up the steps to the mercantile and enters with a very chorus of greetings.
Dame Forrester, how nice to see you again. What brings you?
With the door closing, the only sound that remains is the children's voices. June leans in, listening closely, as one of the taller boys informs the group.
That's the witch.
The youngest girl beside her trembles.
I heard she takes children home and eats them.
One of the older twin boys adds.
At least she didn't come barreling down the street, like that last bunch did.
June lifts the cloth from her basket, revealing the bubbly pies, and picks one up. Breaking the pie in half, she shares it with the scared girl.
The last bunch?
She asks, as she holds out the other half to the speaking twin.
Yeah.
The twin nods, as he takes the offering and gives it to his brother. June listens as she continues to break the bubblies in half, and hands them out among the group.
They literally kicked Joe here out of their way.
He gestures with a thumb to his identical brother.
They were carrying a big wooden crate down to the docks.
Tell him what they said, Jack.
Mumbles Joe, around a bite of the pastry treat.
When they pushed you away, too.
Licking the sweet blackberry filling from his finger, Jack obliges.
Said.
Smacking his lips, he smiles.
These are good. Who made them?
Grandmother?
June tells him as she waits. She knows the interrogation is coming, and the twins are the leaders of this group. Jack nods again and continues.
Those blighters said, want all your innards blown about the streets, boy, get away.
Murmurs of unease spread through the group, but Jack never takes his discerning eye off June. She's seen that sort of look before, the way the pupils vibrate.
You have the sight of truth, don't you?
June whispers. Jack nods.
And you're all right. Not full of lies, like some folks.
Were the people with the crate lying?
No.
Where'd you come from?
Joe interjects, making the others go still, eyes volleying between the twins and the new girl. June answers truthfully.
Edgewater.
A gasp bursts from the group, and the youngest girl wiggles closer to June, smiling in awe.
Your awe.
Hush, Ash.
Joe cuts in.
Let Jack finish. She's got no glamours, everyone. There's no sign of magic on her. What we're seeing is real.
A collective gasp now ripples through the gathering, as all eyes turn back to Jack. He crouches before her, locking eyes. June realizes this is her moment to be accepted or outcast. Jack raises a thin brow.
Your parents?
I don't know. I was placed with an aunt and uncle and would have remained there, were it not for the man dressed all in black who came and offered them gold to buy me. I was scared of him, so I ran away.
The children inch closer, with mixed exclamations. One girl squeaks in alarm, clamping both hands over her mouth.
Jack?
Says Joe, open-mouthed.
It was men from Shadow dressed all in black. They carted the crate down to the docks. One sits there now, carting it, while the other three went to get pissed in the tavern.
Everyone turns, to look down the lane. All but Jack. June returns her gaze to him, and doesn't pull back when Jack grips her arm, looks at the bruises, then back into her eyes.
Do you know the code?
Yes.
You'll need a name.
I'm using the name June now.
Jack nods as he stands.
June it is then.
Turning to the group, he warns.
Everyone, stay away from the men from Shadow. That's an order.
As if by magic, June had transformed into one of Jack's crew, now being addressed as a unit. She stands too.
What's so important about the dogs?
The information comes from every side. Ash answers first, being the closest.
Haven't you heard? Tomorrow, a boat will dock and carry off a group that's coming here in secret.
The tall lad adding.
They're to arrive today. It's supposed to be hush-hush, but anyone can see the inn is being turned upside down in preparation for them.
How can you be certain?
My ma works there as a maid. Last night, Pa complained when she arrived home late from work. She told him, rich guests had demanded privacy. Everything's got to be ready before they arrive. Once they do, all the staff will be sent home with full pay until they leave.
She didn't happen to say who was arriving, did she?
No, they don't tell her things like that. They just ordered the rooms scrubbed top to bottom.
Another girl speaks up.
The cookery's busy too. My dad works in the smokehouse and said he's never seen so many meat orders given all at once.
The children fall silent as the sound of pounding footsteps is heard. All heads turn to see the stable boy running towards them, coming to a stop between Jack and Joe, desperately trying to catch his breath, with his clenched hand pressed to his chest.
What is it, Sully?
Jack asks, concern evident in his voice. Sully extends his hand, revealing 5 coppers and 1 silver piece. Using a variation of sight, gifted to him by the fates, to discern magic from reality, Joe looks and whistles.
They're real.
Sully manages to say, in between winded gasps.
Men from Shadow. Ordered horses. Going after. Royal's carriage.
He takes a loud gulp of air.
Rob and kill.
As Sully continues to pant, clutching a stitch in his side, the sound of 3 horseback riders grows closer. When they come into view, June notices their attire, black coats, black breeches, and black hoods, as they lean over the necks of their galloping horses, thundering away from town towards the north. She remains vigilant, as the group redirects their focus, back to the money. She alone witnesses Cedric leave the inn, and hurry to unharness one of the dame's coach horses. Seizing the moment, as he fumbles with the hitching post knot, she bolts, down the steps, across the dusty square. With a speedy leap, she uses her hands on the horse's rump, to fling herself up and over onto the steed's back. The moment the rope falls limp and Cedric turns to mount, her heels dig in. The horse breaks into a run, leaving Cedric to stand alone, watching in horror as June gallops after the men in black. Chapter 4. Warnings. Squinting against the brightness of the sun, June can just make out flashes of black clothes, cresting a small rise far up the road. Determination floods her veins, and she urges her mount faster. her heart pounding in sync with the rhythmic thunder of hooves on the earth-packed lane. The mare gives her all, stretching her legs, sides heaving with exertion, but she is no match for the sleeker stallions that vanish around a curve. Despite this, June presses on. Riding along the earth-packed lane, where the fragrance of freshly cultivated soil from a nearby farm mixes with the increasing temperature. With no discernible turn-offs, and with the blessing of the fates, she could still catch up when they stop to prepare their ambush. A few miles farther from town, as her horse slows to a winded walk, she realizes she's lost them. A fork in the path ahead mocks her. She reins in the mare, her head swiveling in both directions.
Which way?
A twig snaps to her left.
Lost your way, little girl?
Asks a low voice, rumbling from behind a roadside tree. June thinks quickly, remembering the way she's dressed.
Little girl indeed. I'm looking for grandmother's house.
June answers softly, playing to the image evoked by her pigtails. Heart racing, she hopes she hasn't fallen into the trap the men from Shadow may have set up.
But I can't remember the way.
A figure steps onto the road, adjusting his brown cloak tightly about himself. June quickly turns the mare's head to the right and calls out in a cracking voice.
Thank you, sir, but I just remembered.
Her heels dig into the horse's sides, and the mare breaks into a trot.
June, wait.
The voice no longer growls. It's familiar. June turns in disbelief to see Cedric, his brown hood thrown back, in hot pursuit, nearly tripping over his own feet. One tug on the reins stops the mare.
Cedric?
Mounting the mare behind her, he hisses in her ear.
I should pull you from this beast and spank you soundly for the fright you've given your grandmother. What possessed you to go chasing after a group of strangers?
June's back stiffens as she counters.
Most likely the same thing that possessed you.
Taking the reins from her hands, he turns the mare to the other forked trail.
They were in the tavern already deep into their mugs.
He explains sternly as they ride.
They practically sang about their plans to rob a coach full to the brim with gold and jewels that would arrive today. I had hoped to ride around them using the back way through the forest to warn the coach.
June relaxes against his chest.
It's a carriage, not a coach, and the riches it carries is the royal family of fire, coming to town to board a ship on the morrow. 4 men from Shadow carried an explosive crate to the docks this morning. One of them sits there now guarding it. I suppose they plan to use it to destroy the ship, along with the royals, should this first attempt fail.
Cedric hushes her, pointing to an encampment shimmering in the heat waves, made by golden flames far ahead. A lone man from Shadow sits feeding a fire. Cedric guides the horse into the woods, to bypass the trouble. With the encampment behind them, June finally speaks.
Is grandmother's cottage nearby?
Look up.
Cedric points.
See just past the cut in the tree line where wisps of smoke float? It's from the chimney.
June spots it now and smiles, just as a massive, circling shadow catches her attention. The sight is breathtaking, as a magnificent winged creature soars through the sky with grace and power. Its wingspan stretches wide, casting a shadow that engulfs the landscape.
What's that over there?
She asks, open-mouthed. Following her finger, Cedric smiles.
The messenger from Airedale your grandmother spoke of last night. Cover your ears for a moment as I call to her.
Once her ears are shielded, he lets out a piercing hawk's cry. In response, a reverberating call echoes through the air, and within seconds, a flying figure circles back around from behind a cloud. This figure, with majestic wings adorned in white feathers, is none other than a woman, her wings tucked against the graceful curves of her body. With a slight lean backward, the winged Airedalian female gracefully extends her wings, just in time to pull up short, and keep from crashing into their startled horse.
You're beautiful,
June whispers in awe, as the messenger flutters her wings, to perform a gentle landing on 2 booted feet. Smiling, the woman tucks blonde locks behind her ear and whispers back.
Thank you, miss.
Report.
Cedric commands. Pulling her attention off the child, the messenger stiffens like a soldier at attention.
This morning, 4 men traveled from the encampment to town, in a wagon carrying a single large cargo crate, after a heated discussion over a second, which they left behind. Judging by the crawl they kept their horse moving at, I'd say they feared jarring the cargo. Your own coach traveled to the same town shortly after.
June interrupts, eager to intercept and warn her godparents.
Did you happen to see where the 3 riders that left town went? Or maybe a carriage coming this way?
Yes, miss. They went off-road and wait at the halfway point between the fork and the lane to Dame Forrester's home. There is a carriage bearing the colors of fire traveling fast. It should pass this way within the hour.
What colors does the boat fly that's coming into port?
An elven ship, flying the colors of life, less than a day's travel away.
Both June and Cedric speak at once.
Cedric, go fetch grandmother. Tell her the news, and that I've gone to warn the royals.
Gale, warn the ship about the cargo. It must be handled with extreme care and disposed of before they hit the water rapids.
Cedric's intense stare and furrowed brows catch June's attention, as she twists around to look at him.
What?
They ask in unison. June quickly slides off the mare, knowing her friend will need it for Dame Forrester, but Cedric dismounts in a flash and grips her arm to prevent her running for the royal carriage.
What did you mean about the water rapids?
June asks, failing to tug herself free.
If a good jarring is the trigger, then the white water rapids is where it will happen. Close enough to witness from shore but far enough there's no danger of getting hurt. Now what's this about you warning the royals without me?
You heard grandmother. I'm the only one they'll let close without question.
Cedric's grip tightens, anticipating her bolt for freedom and locking her upper body in place. Her legs nearly go out from under her, trying to run off by themselves.
Not without me you don't.
June rubs her strained shoulder with a scowl.
Fine, but...
Using the hand of the arm he's trapped, she separates the front of his cloak to study his attire beneath. He startles, tossing her away, as he pulls his cloak tight about himself again.
What are you doing?
He demands, but June ignores the question and nods approvingly. He chose the same clean garments, from the night before.
Lower your cowl and place your cloak just behind your shoulders, as you did last night.
Trepidation hoods his eyes, but he obeys. She studies him, walking a circle around him.
It could work.
Taking hold of the horse's reins, she turns and heads off in the direction of the cottage.
Come along if you're coming. You're about to be promoted to the elven envoy to the royals of fire.
Gale giggles, as she whispers to Cedric.
What an adorable child. Who is she?
The dame's granddaughter and she's no child.
He sighs.
She also hasn't been wrong yet. I'll tend to her. See my aunt's ship gets the warning.
Yes, sire.
With his longer strides, he quickly catches up to his mistress, and he listens, as she lays out her plan. To his chagrin, it just might work. Within the hour, both Cedric and June peer up the road at the thundering carriage, whipping around the bend toward them. June gasps in delight, as the careening carriage's side is revealed, bearing the fire emblem on the door. Hiding behind the trees, Cedric pulls his cloak close, and lifts his cowl back into place. June darts onto the shoulder of the road, her arms flailing to wave it down.
Jaden,
she calls.
It's me, June. Stop!
Alarmed, Cedric rushes out of hiding, grabbing her arm yet again, to tug her back onto safe grass.
Are you itching for death? Get a grip on yourself and get behind me.
The shocked driver pulls hard on the reins, having witnessed the hooded figure trying to pull a girl back into the woods. The horses skid to a stop, just feet from them. June smiles, as the driver squints at her, his brows furrowed in guarded concentration. Suddenly, a surprised look of recognition softens his features.
My prince, it's her!
The coach door slams open and out jumps Prince Phoenix, pulling his sword from its sheath. As soon as it's exposed to the air, the lava-infused blade bursts into flame.
By the fates, unhand the girl or meet my wrath, you misshaped worm.
Still using his code name, June interjects with a grin.
Put that thing away, Jaden, before you hurt yourself, and come greet me proper.
Head bowed, Cedric whispers into June's ear.
Tell me I don't have to travel with that bag of hot gas.
No, remember the plan? It'll just be you and the driver. Unless you have a better idea.
June looks up curiously. He remains begrudgingly silent. He knows she and the royals will be safe in Dame Forrester's cottage as she proposed.
Didn't think so.
Whispers June.
Now behave yourself. We're in the company of royalty.
Cedric coughs discreetly as he relinquishes his hold of her arm. Stepping back, he bows to the Prince of Fire Heights. The respectful greeting goes unnoticed, as Prince Phoenix stares open-mouthed at the girl, his flaming sword slipping from his grip, to lay harmlessly on the road. Hurried steps carry the prince across the distance, and he draws June into his arms, hugging her tight. Cedric observes the boy, noting the familiarity in the gesture. With deep bronze skin, crimson hair, and a muscled frame, the boy strikes an imposing figure, though he can't be more than 15. Cedric doesn't detect any signs of a glamour along the prince's edges, so he stays silent, and lets the reunion play out, quietly wondering exactly who his mistress is. June Forrester, granddaughter to the guardian of Wildwoods. Able to disarm a member of the strongest known royal family, with just her presence. Was that her gift? Some sort of protective shield, akin to the dame's? She ran into danger without a second thought and somehow extracted a wealth of information from the village populace in under an hour, without ever having stepped foot on their streets before today. Could she have unearthed his own secret? In stunned silence, Cedric watches the coachman dab his nose with a kerchief. Tears of apparent joy stream down his cheeks into his smile lines. Suddenly, Cedric's arm is pumped as a hefty leather coin purse is pressed into his hand.
Thank you, sir. Take this reward for returning the girl to us. She's worth every gold piece, and so much more. The royals of Fire Heights shall forever be in your debt.
I couldn't possibly.
Cedric stammers, fading into silence, when he notes Prince Phoenix's ashen face. June must have told him of the impending attack on his family. Prince Phoenix returns to his sword, sliding the retrieved blade back into its sheath. The boy straightens in a knightly fashion, befitting his royal blood, and addresses Cedric with a newfound dignity and gravitas. Cedric recognizes the effect from hundreds of hours spent at noble court.
Sir, I beg forgiveness for my actions.
Says Prince Phoenix.
Not only have you returned a most valuable treasure to us, you bravely rushed to save our lives as well. Would you kindly reveal yourself and tell me your name?
Removing his cowl, the elf slips his arms free, letting the front folds of his cloak fall across his back, still masking his disfigurement. Again, he offers a courtly bow.
I'm Cedric, my prince.
After a study of the elven man, Prince Phoenix turns back to June, mouthing the word
"Wow"
before speaking.
You two have laid a great plan, and the nephew of the elven queen would make a wonderful envoy. But there's just one problem. My parents don't travel with us.
What?
June and Cedric gasp in chorus. Formalities forgotten, June gives the prince a piece of her mind.
Jaden, yet another brilliant plan you so carelessly ruin. How can you go and lose your parents at a time like this?
I've not ruined it.
Jaden retorts.
I'm simply pointing out its flaw, and I've not lost my parents. They should be in town by now. Cedric's kinfolk are leading them through some forgotten underground tunnels.
After thinking for a moment, a smile breaks over June's face like a new dawn.
Then the plan can still work. Let the shadow men loot a bit of coin from Brim and Cedric, maybe a jewel or two, and they'll be on their way. With no royalty in the carriage, there's no reason to kill anyone.
Brim's eyes round in alarm, and he whispers to Cedric.
Kill, sir.
That's pub talk after too much ale.
Cedric whispers back.
The true assassination is planned for tomorrow. They'd rather the gold line their pockets instead of going down with the ship, but they won't risk any attack on us in fear it would cancel the voyage. Just robbery.
And the children, sir?
Tucked away in Dame Forrester's spell-protected home. No harm can come to them there.
Good to know, sir. Just one last thing. I trust your sword arm is strong.
Cedric smiles.
Strong and well-trained.
Brim's smile looks forced, but it does smooth some of the worried wrinkles out of his forehead.
I'd be honored, sir, if you would join me in the front of the carriage. Under the seat you'll find a fine smith-crafted sword, should the need arise.
Cedric nods to Brim.
I accept your offer, with my deepest thanks.
Looking much relieved, Brim puts a fist against his chest.
Oh no, sir. Thank you, sir.
Turning back to their charges, the pair discover June cradling the queen's personal chest of jewelry, its ornate design, reflecting the opulence of the royal family, while Prince Phoenix heaves a crate of weapons out of the carriage. Each gives the interior one last look over. Satisfied, Phoenix puts his fists on his hips and proclaims,
"That should do it."
We left a small chest of silver along with a few loose jewels.
Adds June.
Off you go. We'd best not keep the robbers waiting.
Cedric almost laughs.
Yes, mistress.
He bows to the prince before climbing onto the driver's cushioned seat and positioning himself to the far side.
By your leave, millage, milady.
Bowing to them both, Brim steps up and seats himself, with reins in hand. Cedric's light hand on Brim's elbow stays him from starting the horses, until June and the young royal turn down the lane to the cottage with their burdens.
Best not keep the robbers waiting.
He echoes. Both laugh nervously as, with a snap of the reins, they drive down the road to be robbed. Chapter 5. The Tunnels. Birds chirp from Dame Forrester's garden, little chests practically bursting with delight, as if sharing in the joy shining from the dazzling smile. Phoenix turns on Kaylee by the cottage entrance.
You look exactly as you did 2 summers ago, when I saw you last. Is this where you've been hiding all this time? Are your parents here too? I want to know everything.
Opening the door, she ushers him inside.
No to both.
She answers, heaving a sigh before adding,
I believe I've changed quite a lot, Phoenix.
After securing the cottage, she follows him deeper into the room.
So much has happened this past year, and I want to tell you everything, but we're short on time if we're to catch up with your parents.
They both pause, their eyes meeting and locking. Each wearing identical smiles that dance on their lips. Despite what they promised their keepers, neither intends to stay put and idly wait. Breaking the shared silence, Kaylee asks,
Speaking of, is there still no word on mine?
She senses Phoenix's frustration as he lets out a deep sigh.
No, but we haven't given up searching.
Hefting the box, he asks,
Where should I put these?
Kaylee gestures to the stairs.
The first door. You can change there too. I'll get us something to eat for the journey back to town.
A grin warms Phoenix's features as he climbs the wooden planks.
I knew you were working on something when you hid the clothes under the swords. Be right back.
In his absence, she writes out a note for Dame Forrester, outlining their intentions to join up with the royals and thanking her for her support. She signs it, June, then heads for the pantry. By the time she hears Phoenix returning, she's already gathered 2 heels of bread, cheese wedges, and raw carrots onto a tan piece of cloth. After a quick glance at the prince's subdued travel attire, Kaylee suggests,
Bind a cloth over your sword emblem. We'll be traveling as commoners, under our code names. That marking will give us away.
Phoenix, glancing down at his sword, gasps.
Right. Good catch, Kay.
As his gaze returns to her, he asks,
So what's the plan?
Hearing him call her Kay brings tears to her eyes, and she flies across the kitchen to hug him in the doorway.
I'm really glad to see you again, Finn. I feared I never would.
He hugs her back.
It's going to be all right. You're safe now. But there's one thing I'm struggling to understand. How did you end up here, of all places?
He takes her hand with an encouraging smile, she remembers well. A smile that warms her heart like a hearth. And leads her to a chair.
Let's stop all this rushing around for a moment. Take a seat.
He pulls one out for her, claiming another, once she obliges. She pieced things together just last night, her mind working non-stop, after hearing out both Dame Forrester and Cedric. So she tells him,
The day before our intended voyage, a debilitating weakness struck me, followed by a raging fever. The elven healers deemed me unfit to travel, so Juniper and her mother stayed behind with me.
She explains. The memory of the elven healers examining her, their concerned expressions still etched in her mind. Shaking off the memory, she places a slice of creamy cheese on a piece of warm, crusty bread. She takes a bite, relishing the savory taste. As he follows suit, she continues her tale.
When news of their disappearance reached us a week later, the official declaration included my name as well.
Her soft-spoken words telling him, between small bites of the delectable meal.
Jane believed it was best to keep me hidden, to investigate the matter discreetly.
Between bites, she continues her narrative, her voice growing stronger. She describes the harsh treatment she endured, while living with a cruel uncle and aunt, their angry voices still echoing in her ears. She even discloses their sinister plan to sell her. Reliving the discovery sends another chill down her spine. As she shares the details of her daring escape, her voice becomes animated, her eyes sparkling. She brandishes a vibrant orange carrot in the air as she concludes with a mix of relief and triumph.
And that's how I found myself here.
The taste of victory lingers on her tongue as they finish their meal. The room fills with an enticing scent of hickory wood, as a log fractures in the hearth, saturating the space with its warm and inviting aroma, evoking a sense of tranquility and closeness. Phoenix whistles, leaning back in his seat.
Lucky for me you did. But you've yet to answer my question. What exactly is the plan?
She thinks a moment, then admits.
We've choices, but neither is ironclad. If we travel the back way, we risk being caught by the men from Shadow, returning to their encampment. If we take the direct route, we might run into the robberies still in progress. I'm favoring the direct route. If Cedric and Brim are injured, we may be their only help.
Phoenix nods.
Valid points. I'll think about it while you get changed.
Hurrying upstairs to the room, and not wanting to impose on Dame Forrester's kindness any further, she reaches for the pillowcase she brought. Pulling out the hooded tunic and breeches stuffed inside, she places them on the bed. Quickly slipping out of the frock and draping it on the foot chest, she stands before the looking glass in her undershift, exchanging glances with her reflection. 2 tugs on the ties, spill her hair around her shoulders, and she gives her head a good shake, before twisting the full mass of locks into a loose braid. She stuffs the end down the back of her shift, then steps into the breeches. Stuffing the skirt of the underdress into the pants, gives her a broader appearance, when she cinches the oversized material at her waist with a twist of rope. The tunic goes on next, with the soft fabric pulled over everything. Lifting the hood, conceals the rest of her hair, before she gives the looking glass an approving smile. The image of a boy smiles back at her.
It's even better than I thought when I picked it out. A bit of dirt on my face and hands, and no one will know the difference.
As an afterthought, she digs through the weapons crate, and selects a thin dirk for herself, before heading downstairs. An hour later, astride the mare, June and Jaden share laughter and conversation, as if the past 2 years of separation had evaporated into thin air. The sun's warm rays caressing their faces paints a golden hue on their joyful reunion, while the steady beat of hooves on the ground creates a comforting melody. Their hearts, once heavy with loss, now beat in perfect harmony as they ride, embraced in the familiar comfort of each other's company.
You should have seen your face when you saw me.
June giggles. Jaden counters.
I was expecting to see my sister, not meet a new brother. Oh, and you best let me do all the talking. You may look like a boy, but you'll never sound like one.
Okay.
Abandoned clothes, laying scattered across the dusty road, mute their once lively conversation. As the horse slows, its continual sidesteps leave a jumbled pattern of imprints in the dirt. Searching for the carriage and the 2 it carried, Jaden's eyes catch sight of his mother's cherished kerchief.
Wait here,
he says, dismounting. He collects the delicate accessory, along with his father's sash. Returning to the mare, he hands the kerchief to June and instructs.
Tie this over your hair, in case anyone tries to pull down your hood.
Good idea.
June agrees, securing the headscarf, while Jaden fastens his father's sash about his waist. They continue on, arriving in town without further incident. The late afternoon sun casts shadows on Dame Forrester's coach, alongside the royal carriage at the inn, and a sense of relief eludes the pair. Jaden steers the mare towards a group of youths milling outside the mercantile, immediately catching their attention. All eyes lock on them as they approach. June slips off the mare and hurries over to Jack and Joe. However, as Jack's scrutinizing eyes take in her new boy-like appearance, he turns away, without recognizing her. Undeterred, she gently tugs on his tunic, hoping to jog his memory.
Jack, it's me, June.
She whispers.
This is my brother from the Edgewater chapter, and we need your help. He's been separated from his family.
Truth.
Jack informs the group, his stance calming, as he recognizes her voice. He and his twin are quick to communicate non-verbally, exchanging a few gestures and meaningful nods. With the last nod to his brother, Joe turns and asks the rider.
Name.
I'm known as Jaden.
He answers as he dismounts. Joe turns from him, his gaze sweeping across the dusty square, in search of Sully. Finding him, leaning against one of the support poles of the mercantile, he asks.
Think you can get the horse hitch back to the witch's coach without being noticed?
Sure thing, Joe.
Sully nods in agreement, reassuring Joe with a confident smile. He hops off the wooden deck and approaches the mare, capturing everyone's attention. With gentle strokes of her mane, he leans in to whisper in her ear, using his gift from the fates to soothe all animals. The mare instantly calms, following him back to the coach. As Sully cinches the girth and secures the harness, the mare nuzzles the stable hand's shoulder, showing her newfound trust. Satisfied with his work, Sully adjusts the reins and gives the mare's neck one final stroke, before sneaking back to rejoin the group. Jack nods, satisfied things once again appear as they should. Turning to June, he studies her again. Just as she opens her mouth to speak, he cuts her off.
Not here, June. Best you and your brother follow me.
Exchanging muted nods, Jaden and June follow the twins around the building, to hide among discarded empty crates and barrels. Jack turns to study them both, confusion furrowing his brow.
I think it's time we hear everything, if you want further help from us.
Yeah?
Joe adds, squinting at June.
You disobeyed Jack's order to stay away from the Men of Shadow. Have you no sense, June? Going after them like you did. Not only did you put yourself at risk, but you could have exposed us all.
Jaden pulls June behind him, squaring off against the twins, like the protective older brother his cover story proclaims him to be.
Fair enough, but let her be. Her actions may well have saved my life. That carriage they intended to waylay was mine.
He reaches down to expose the family crest, embossed on the sheath of his sword, covering it again, as the twins gasp in full recognition.
My parents are being led here by the elves, through a forgotten passage underground. Do you know of it?
Both twins nod, sluggish in their awe.
All we ask is to be pointed in that direction so we can join with them. I give you my word, there is no harm in that.
Jack and Joe turn to each other, faces twitching with minute communications no one else could read. Finally, each nods, agreeing to help. Joe tells his brother.
I'll go get Ash to come and unlock the hatchway.
As Joe rushes off, Jack turns to Jaden and June, explaining.
In the winter, we meet in the tunnels to avoid the frigid air. They either don't remember, or think we have no knowledge of the place.
Both June and Jaden nod, fully understanding that they means the adults. In record time, Ash comes skipping behind Joe, laughing through a sunny grin. Waiting for the others to catch up, Jack leans in to confide.
Her aunt's health is failing, and she lost her parents just a few years back. Joe and I keep watch over her.
You're both blessings to this town, Jack,
says June, just as Ash rushes over to hug her.
June, I was so worried when you ran off.
I'm sorry I worried you, Ash.
June smiles, stroking the girl's long blonde hair, before crouching before her, to meet the youngster's bright eyes.
A brother needed my help. Now we need yours. Do you think you could open a door for us?
With a beaming smile, Ash takes June's hand and confidently leads the way.
Anything for you, June,
she says, her vibrant energy and enthusiastic demeanor shining through. As the girls forge ahead, their laughter trailing behind them, the boys follow at a slower pace, engrossed in their own conversation. Jaden's gaze lingers on Ash, and a wave of nostalgia washes over him.
Ash reminds me of June years ago when we both joined the chapter in Edgewater.
Curiosity getting the better of him, he turns to his companions and asks,
How old is she?
Joe answers,
5.
Will you two be staying long?
Jack asks, still puzzled by June's sudden choice to dress as a boy.
I don't expect so.
Jaden says, glancing towards the vast expanse of the sea.
My parents and I are to board a ship, and I'm sure they'll insist that June joins us. We're voyaging in search of her parents.
Jack and Joe exchange puzzled looks, which makes Jaden uneasy. Their matching brown tunics flutter in the salty breeze, as he insists in undertones.
What is it?
But ahead, the girls have reached the hatchway, half buried in the dirt, and the twins rush off, leaving him to walk alone. His gaze follows Jack and Joe, who scurry to Ash's side as she extends her hand towards the lock. With a gentle stroke, her fingertips touch the cool metal, and it springs open. Phoenix is taken aback, and he quickly looks at June, whose jaw drops in sheer astonishment. Her eyes rise above Ash's head, as she gazes at him with a shared fusion of surprise and appreciation. They exchange a silent smile, before June redirects her attention back to the younger girl, brimming with excitement.
Oh, Ash, thank you so much. How can I ever repay you?
Ash giggles.
Can you teach me how to swim, June?
As soon as the water's warm enough to swim in.
Both Jack and Joe stiffen at the exchange.
You shouldn't be promising her things you won't be around to keep, June,
says Jack, stern as a magistrate. Jaden chuckles, as June stands her full height, in her boy-like garments, and purrs sweetly.
There's nothing stopping me from returning next month to teach her, is there, Jack?
Jack's jaw slackens, as he shakes his head in disbelief. The disarming effect of her voice catches him off guard, in contrast with the male image she presents. Even Joe, usually composed and unfazed, appears perplexed as he stares at her, blinking repeatedly. Resting a comforting hand on Jack's shoulder, Jaden tells him,
She's always been true to her word. You'll see her again, Jack. Why don't you two take Ash back to the others? June and I can handle matters from here. Our thanks to you both. We couldn't have gotten this far without you.
You'll never find your way through the tunnels without us either.
Joe interjects. Jack checks Ash under her chin.
Go home and be with your aunt, Ash. Joe and I will check in on you both before heading home.
Okay, Jack. Bye, June. See you next month.
Ash waves and turns for home. The twins stand, silent as sentries, watching her skip away. Once Ash has reached the safety of a residential lane, Jack warns.
Stick close. It gets really dark in there.
Jaden smiles.
Darkness won't be a problem.
Dropping into the damp tunnels, Jack leads the way, as Joe lingers behind to close the hatch, shutting out the only source of light. Jaden draws his sword, lifting it high over their heads. As the flames appear and dance along the blade, the cracked stone room comes into view. The magic bedazzles the twins, and they speak as one.
Oh wow!
June draws out her smaller, borrowed dirk, and holds it out in front of her. Its added flame tosses light farther down the tunnel, revealing a fork in the passage ahead.
Which way do we go, Jack?
This way for the cellars,
says Jack at her side, pointing to the right.
The other leads deeper into a maze of tunnels,
Joe adds. After a brief discussion, it's decided they'll search the cellars first. Almost instantly, after crossing the new tunnel's threshold, they hear voices coming towards them, and swiftly change directions. Taking June's hand, Jack whispers,
Let's wait for them to pass in one of the smaller caverns.
Put away your blades.
Joe hisses.
They'll see our light as soon as they round the corner.
Both Jaden and June return their weapons to their protective sheaths, as they keep step with the twins. All four duck into an alcove, near the entrance to the left-hand cavern. Pressed tight in the shadows, they hug the back wall, each listening carefully, as the voices drift closer.
Sir, I don't think this is wise. Let us turn back and await them in their rooms.
Brim.
Jaden whispers, putting a name to the voice.
We were brought here, not to their rooms. So, this is the way we must go.
Cedric.
June whispers, her voice filled with relief, and she relaxes.
Gentlemen, I'm sure we'll meet up with them in short order. The fates will provide the way.
That's the witch.
The twins whisper in alarm. The oncoming trio's torchlight lightens the tunnel. Cedric leads the party, haloed in the orange illumination, with Dame Forrester in the middle and Brim bringing up the rear. June takes a step forward, but she's stopped mid-stride by the twins, as one wraps his arms about her waist, pulling her close to his chest. The second covers her mouth. Startled, she begins to struggle, but feeling the rapid pounding of their hearts through the thin fabric of her tunic, stills her fight from the restraints. As the light passes by, they remain hidden in the shadows, blending seamlessly into the darkness. The moment she's released, June lets out an exasperated breath, her fingers delicately smoothing out the wrinkles on her tunic.
What was that about?
I could ask you the same thing,
says Jack.
That was the witch.
As they bicker, Joe peers out of the alcove and gasps.
They're headed towards the sinkhole, Jack.
June pulls out her dirk, the small blaze lighting up her face.
They mustn't know the way. We have to warn them.
First you want to say hi to the witch, and now you want to warn her?
Jack asks. June shoves past him and his brother, calling over her shoulder.
She's a good witch, not a bad one.
Here we go again.
Jaden chuckles, his words echoing through the corridor. Tightening his grip on his sword, he draws it for brighter light, and takes off after her. The fading sound of their hurried footsteps echo off the stone walls, leaving the twins to stand alone in the growing darkness.
Not sure I like this, Jack.
Me either, Joe.
Was she speaking the truth?
Yeah, come on, before we lose them.
It's hard to tell who said what, as both brothers sound the same in the darkness, unless Joe's voice cracks. June lets out her best imitation of a hawk's cry.
Ah! Ah!
Even to her ears, it sounds nothing like the call Cedric used, but it seems to have done the trick. The elven man stops short, bringing the others to a halt. Turning to Dame Forrester, he says,
It seems, ma'am, the forest changeling has now become a crow and follows us.
They all peer into the darkness, just as Jaden catches June up, bathing them both in the glow of his sword.
Wrong way!
June pants, land running never being one of her strengths.
Danger! Sinkhole! Up ahead!
She staggers up to Dame Forrester, as Cedric lowers his torch, nearer the floor, turning back the way they were traveling. Walking further along, he spots cracks, tracing them with the light until a sudden, dark pit absorbs the torch's flow.
By the fates.
He murmurs over the cave-in, before returning to the others. Prince Phoenix's burning sword illuminates both walls of the passage, revealing a set of twins. Alongside the boy, Cedric knows is June in disguise. He finds himself admiring her spunk, despite her defiance of leaving the safety of the cottage. Of course, having done so, she just saved them all, from painful injury or even death. Cedric's spirits lift along with the corners of his mouth, as he studies her.
My sweet June.
Suddenly, he wonders.
Is this what it feels like to fall in love?
He gives his head a shake, to try and clear such thoughts.
How can I love her? I'm bound by royal decree, to the Princess of Water. Were father still alive, I could argue the love clause and free myself from such a bond. But now? No, I can't go against father's wishes. Not now.
A pang of disappointment clenches his fists. He taps them against his legs, to vent his frustration.
Which one of you knows the course we need to take?
We do.
The twins answer as one.
Follow us.
The party of 7 make their way through many twists and turns. Just as Cedric thinks he may have been too hasty in giving them the lead, voices echo through the tunnels. Many voices, each getting louder as it tries to be heard over the others. Light spills out of a well-lit cavern just ahead. The twins stop, when a voice calls out,
My lieges! Someone approaches.
4 elves appear at the entrance, their bows primed and aimed into the tunnel.
Identify yourselves.
Brim steps forward and clears his throat.
Make way for Mage of Fire, Prince Phoenix, come to join his family, in attendance with Dame Forrester, Guardian of Wild Ones, her elven envoy, and company.
Nicely done, Benny.
June whispers, using Brim's former code name.
Thank you, milady.
The 4 elves lower their bows, and bow deeply before stepping aside, to admit them deeper into the passage. Chapter 6. Adults learn from children. Cedric stands back to avoid the mingling troops, made up of elves and soldiers, as their odd traveling party enters a hidden cavern, with smooth rock walls structured in the style of an ancient cathedral. Torches burn in mounted sconces 10 feet overhead, the flames casting dancing shadows across the ceiling, another 10 feet higher. A stone slab table is pressed tight to one wall, laid out with large bowls of exotic fruits and nuts, platters of smoked meats, freshly baked loaves of bread, and an assortment of cheese wheels. Tucked below, he makes out some trunks and chests, bearing the insignias of fire, earth, and life. He estimates there's a dozen people from each family gathered, bearing the colors of their kingdoms on their sleeves. A hush falls over the gathering, as heads swivel toward the disruption by the entrance. No calls of greeting echo through the chamber. Instead, as if deliberately ignoring the newcomers, the small, preformed groups dip back into their conversations, as if they never stopped, their voices ringing in the acoustic chamber. Beside Cedric, Dame Forrester is taken aback by the multitude of people, gathered in one place. Her gaze passes over the assembly, and comes to rest on the high elven royals of Life Isles, whom she's most familiar with. King Viti, a renowned healer of the highest rank, stands proudly with his wife, Queen Elin. His raven hair is tied back from his forehead, and left to hang free, framing his high cheekbones, and showing off his elven ears. He is the onyx to his wife's opal. Her white, flowing mane is woven with strands of spun gold. Her eyes sparkle like sapphires, as they meet the dames. The queen silently waves the enchantress over to join them. Phoenix is surprised to see the royals of Earthgorge here. He searches for Princess Jade, named for her vibrant green eyes, and finds her standing with her parents. King Basalt, fabled to crumble mountains with just his voice, and Queen Marble. Together they rule a vast and varied kingdom, ranging from flat plains, manicured into fields of grain and vegetable growth, bountiful rock quarries, and cliffs that pocket the northern tip of the western island realm, that make up most of Archipelago. When Phoenix notices his father's crimson head of hair, bent to converse with King Basalt, he makes his way through the crowd to join them. Settling on a diplomatic approach along the way, he says,
Father, a word please?
Not now, son.
Lavis says.
Basalt, you'll be joining us then?
Yes.
Basalt nods, but surprise arcs his slim black brows, when the young prince interrupts again.
It's important, I really must speak with you.
Lavis's prominent forehead furrows, lush mouth frowning in deep displeasure.
Return to your French boy.
But father.
Do not think I have overlooked the fact you are supposed to be waiting in the rooms.
Father, please listen to me.
Go.
Phoenix hangs his head, slowly shaking it, as he returns to the others. Wedged between the twins, as they sidestep the elven soldiers, June spots her godparents instantly. Warriors both, the master and mistress of the flame, rule a volcanic ridge, lined with 5 active volcanoes surrounded by vast jungles, and filled with wild predators. Their deep bronze complexions ripple over the layers of muscle, necessary to survive such a harsh environment, and their flaming red hair ensures they stand out in the crowd. King Lavis exposes his immense strength, with a sleeveless jerkin, his bare biceps flexing, as he talks with his hands. She longs to rush into those protective arms, where she can once again feel safe. Queen Kindle moved like a live panther, sauntering to her husband's side in a black hide dress, thick hair pushed back by a vine headdress. She purrs something in her husband's ear, and nods at his reply. Neither seem to recognize her through her disguise, barely sparing her a glance. Not ready to give up, June pulls the missive from her pocket and braves the throng of people as she tries to get closer to the queens and Jade, congregating near the food. Each time she gets close, one of the guards encircling the royals pushes her away.
Get back, boy.
She's warned time and again, until she's shoved right into Cedric's chest. His hand reaches out to steady her, until her balance returns. Flaunting his ears by throwing back his hood, Cedric stares down the guard, who backs away. He slips the paper from June's hand and whispers,
"Let me try."
Standing at his full height, he cries,
"Missive for Queen Elan."
How old are you, boy?
The guard challenges.
"Almost 16.
Answers Cedric, befuddled.
"Why?"
The younger group gasps in surprise.
I thought he was of age.
Whispers Jack.
Me too.
Adds Joe.
As did I.
June whispers. The guard's stance slackens, disregarding them as threats, but his eyes go hard.
If you children
He drawls through a smirk.
continue with these antics, you'll each be escorted out.
Satisfied when the 5 boys stare at him in stunned silence, he turns and walks away. Watching his departure, Cedric asks,
"Does this treatment of children persist in all human and elemental cultures?"
Yes.
His 4 companions reply.
It's why the Children's Code was created,
Phoenix explains.
to give us a voice amongst our peers. We watch, learn, then share what we learn in order to protect each other and have our opinions or fears heard, until we come of age and can join the ranks of the adults as equals.
"By the fates, I've never seen it's like."
Cedric admits.
"Can anyone not of age join?"
Smiles spread over the 4 friends' faces, and glances are exchanged.
Repeat after us,
Says June. In undertones, the youths recite to him, the code pledge is one.
We vow to speak only the truth, and share what we have as equals. May our actions honor our parents and homes. Serve the royals that watch over us, and please the fates. May we always see, listen, and learn from each other, as we wish the adults would see and listen to us.
Cedric is moved as he listens. Seeing no harm or malice in the vow, he whispers it back to them. From across the cavern, Queen Elan smiles, her sharp hearing allowing her to listen in as her nephew makes his pledge. She alone watches the younger generation, impressed that unlike the assembled adults, they speak in turns and stand united. None overshadows another.
Strange.
Her murmur draws Dame Forrester's attention, and the elven queen gestures toward the children, asking,
Have they no voice here?
They are meant to be silent watchers,
Dame Forrester confirms.
absorbing the ways of their world from the edges, where they will not be considered in the way. Their parents call it respect. I call it nonsense.
June can't take it any longer. With tears in her eyes, she steps into the center of the throng, with arms wide in supplication to the gathered kings and queens.
Why won't you listen to us?
She shouts, setting off a ripple of shocked gasps and murmurs.
We're trying to warn you that your lives are in danger.
Princess Jade lets out a squeal, recognizing the voice. She flies from her mother's side, where she had stood in quiet, obedient observance. She rushes to June, wrapping her lifelong friend in a crushing embrace, and kisses her face.
It's you. It's really you.
Get away from that boy this instant, Jade.
Queen Marble snaps with sharp, practiced authority. Jaden steps forward to encircle both girls in his arms. His words set off a second shockwave that nearly knocks the elemental family's legs from beneath them.
It's really her, Fenny. Imagine my own surprise when June appeared and pulled me from my carriage, proclaiming men from Shadow lay in wait to rob me.
The elves remain rather stoic as they listen, slim brows arching a hair, at the mention of an attack on a royal carriage. Queen Kindle and Queen Marble sag against their husbands, fanning their paling faces. Holding up their fainting wives, the kings stare at the children in silent disbelief.
It's all true.
Cedric steps forth and bows to the assembly of royals, before lobbing the verbal stone, sure to send out a third ripple.
Tomorrow an attempt on your lives will be made. A crate we believe holds an explosive rests in the belly of your ship. And when you cross the rapids where the lagoon meets the sea, The vicious jarring is sure to set off a devastating eruption.
King Basalt, being the first to recover from the multitude of shocks, booms out.
Who does this one belong to?
Our nephew, sire.
Answers King Viti, a hand on the small of his wife's back. King Basalt smooths his gold-embroidered blue robe, collecting himself.
Yes, I see the family resemblance.
By your leave, sire,
says Queen Elin.
Allow me to introduce Prince Avian of Airedale, son of my sister, Queen Hollow and King Exelos.
The announcement falls like a hammer blow, stunning the room to total silence. As Cedric's hand moves to unfasten his cloak, the first cracks in the quiet appear, as low murmurs and shifting feet. When he lets the garment fall to the ground, the assembly gasps, as his white feathered wings emerge, stretching out to embellish his deep bow to the royals. June ogles Cedric, in shock.
He lives! The Prince of Air?
The weight of his loss weakens her knees, as realization hits. His parents, murdered. Guilt pierces her chest. They died, searching for her.
Oh, Cedric.
Queen Elin glides to the children, and crouches before them.
I am listening, my eyes wide open. Let us start, from the beginning.
Filling her lungs with a deep breath, and expelling her troubled thoughts on an exhale, June begins, starting from the year before. Dame Forrester adds her part, then steps aside for Cedric to add his. As he finishes, with Jack and Joe sometimes cutting in, he hands the missive to his aunt as confirmation. And through it all, the adults listen with rapt attention. When no other child steps forward to speak, King Basalt takes a knee before June. With gentle hands, he pulls her hood down and removes the kerchief from her hair. He looks into her eyes, speaking softly.
My ears hear the truth, and my gift confirms it, yet my eyes still don't believe.
Jack interjects.
You can believe the bruises on her arms and legs.
King Basalt pushes up one of her sleeves, and looks for himself.
Killy, forgive a foolish old man for not finding you sooner. Take heart, child. Those responsible for the pains you've suffered will meet their punishment.
The gathered elves, unfamiliar with the children's pet names, stir at her true moniker. Cedric, too, expels an unintelligible sound of shock from his throat.
Kaylee?
With a hand pressed to his chest, he staggers, struggling for balance, but smiling all the while.
My sweet June is my betrothed.
King Basalt places a kiss atop her head.
Your godmother needs comforting. Go to her, child, and see what you can do.
June nods, and rushes into Queen Kindle's welcoming arms. King Basalt rises to address the crowd, turning a slow circle to meet every eye as he speaks.
We have learned a valuable lesson today, taught to us by the heirs of the four elemental realms as they all stand united. In this very room, our children henceforth shall be heard.
Phoenix clears his throat, drawing the King of Earth's attention.
Is there something you care to add, young prince?
An inquiry, sire. In the town above our heads lives a 5-year-old girl who helped us today. She sits with her ailing aunt this very night. We have among us the 2 best healers in all the kingdoms. Is there not something we could do for her in return?
I'd be happy to oblige,
answers King Viti. A cheer follows, the children whooping loudest of all, relishing their victories, the new decree, the found Princess of Water, and the return of the Prince of Air. As the night wears on, the food table grows light. Jack and Joe take their leave with an overflowing gift basket, escorting King Viti to Ash's home. With bellies full, hushed talks of what's to be done on the morrow spreads through the cavern. 2 main factions arise, one favor the abandonment of the voyage, the other proclaiming it better, to figure a way around the problem they know, rather than walk blindly into an unexpected one later. Almost asleep, still wrapped in Queen Kindle's arms within the ring of debaters, June mutters.
If only grandmother could hide him as she did the forest path.
Eyes swivel to Dame Forrester, as King Lavis asks.
What does the girl mean, madam?
An illusion.
Dame Forrester explains.
My true blood gift from the fates allows me to alter what the eye sees to protect the wild woods and any who reside in it.
King Basalt lets out a ponderous hum from his throat.
A masterful gift indeed. Our princess may be onto something here.
Lavis catches Baselt's thought quickly and asks,
Madam, could your gift of illusion be used on the people of the town? Mayhap, allowing them to see and think we board the boat.
Dame Forrester shakes her head slowly.
I fear not, sire. My gifts are limited to the forest. Here in town I'm just Dame Forrester.
The elven Prince of Air adds,
Her magics are also revealed with those of the gift of seeing glamours.
A hush falls over the Council of Royals and Company, as they mull over the puzzle. Phoenix and Jade's whispers from the outskirts drift to several ears.
Her gift doesn't stay with her, like ours do?
Jade asks. Phoenix shrugs.
She doesn't have royal blood. If she did, then she could have hidden us away just like you and June did our last summer together.
Heads begin to turn in their direction as Avian, sitting taller and more relaxed, now that his wings are not cramped beneath a cloak, whispers.
How did the princesses hide you?
Easy,
says Phoenix, cheerful as a crackling hearth.
Fenny pulled up bits of earth to form a floating islet just offshore.
Jade cuts in.
Then June made a low-hanging mist from the water, to cover the islet.
Dame Forrester murmurs.
The perfect illusion.
By combining their gifts, they were invisible,
says Queen Elin through an approving smile. King Lavis asks.
You're not suggesting a child's game of hide and seek is our salvation, are you?
Did you not just ask Dame Forrester about something similar, dear?
Interjects Queen Kindle. Lavis chuckles.
I suppose in a roundabout way. I did.
He brushes a finger across his wife's jaw.
Feeling better.
Kindle smiles back at him, nodding as she pulls her wrap over the sleeping form of her goddaughter.
Much better now.
Talks stretch long into the night, as the growing details of the plan breed new questions.
Would it not be wise at this time to use this opportunity to thwart the next attacks on the royals of Earth and life too?
Asks Dame Forrester in the wee hours.
Whomever is behind this may no longer wait another 6 months once the strength and protection from the lands of fire is no longer a threat to them.
This was agreed on, along with a suggestion to use a skeleton crew, to lower the number of risk-takers who'd need to abandon ship before it hit the water rapids. It was almost dawn. Hours past the time Phoenix, Brim, and Avian, posing once again as Cedric, the disfigured elven envoy, had been asked to take up residence at the inn to aid with the ruse they needed townsfolk to witness. A trunk from each family, vividly displaying their insignias, waited to be carried aboard the ship with them. No clothes or valuables were housed within, however. Just the waste of rinds and bones, from the evening's meal. By the time King Viti returns, Kaylee is awake to hear the happy report that Ash's aunt will make a full recovery with time. Amid a recital of the plan, King Lavis pauses to ask one of the unanswered questions that remain.
Can you do it, June, my dear?
Yes, Godfather.
His sturdy arms wrap her in a fortress of warmth and safety, and as June sighs contentedly, she imagines the worst pieces of her long-lived nightmare are expelled on the breath and disintegrate in her godfather's fiery presence. She's safe, with her second family. King Baselt treads closer on light feet.
It's time.
Chapter 7. The Boat. Spectators already fill the town, gathering together to gossip in groups. The docked elven ship draws many admirers, for its hand-carved railings and the masts, flying the green and gold flag of life. The town's children huddle in tight formation, whispering and casting wary glances towards the black-cloaked men gingerly transporting crates and trunks aboard.
Don't they know?
The tallest boy whispers.
They know,
Assures Jack.
Jack and I were there when June told them.
Joe adds. The tavern door creaks open, and heads turn to follow the Royals of Fire Heights' slow procession. Decked in crimson and gold finery, with attendants hovering in their wake, they greet the townsfolk with genteel smiles and friendly nods as they pass. Calls of safe travels and cheers send them off. Prince Phoenix quickly scans the crowd, locking eyes with Jack to share a quick wink.
They have a plan.
Jack whispers to the group.
Jaden just told me.
A relieved sigh passes through their huddle, and they continue to watch, with looser stances and softer expressions. Just as the firebringers reach the gangplank, gasps greet the royals of life as they exit the inn, with belongings in tow. Another round of cheers and well wishes swell from the crowd. Only the men of Shadow, now loading the trunks from Fire Heights, exchange wary glances. Yet none speak up about this unexpected twist to their plan, so as the two royal families stand at the ship's rails to wave, the trunks of life are added to the cargo. Suddenly a booming voice pivots the crowd.
My friends, you don't intend to depart without us, do you?
King Basalt escorts his lovely Queen Marble and Princess Jade on either arm, down the dusty road toward the craft. Never has the town seen this much excitement, and the ringing cheers drown any possible reply from the ship. Dame Forrester, amused by the royals' theatrics, stands by her coach. Beside her, Brim hops into the driver's seat of the Fire Heights carriage.
I believe this is our cue to depart and wait.
She whispers, then climbs into her wagon, and sets a leisurely pace for the trip out of town with a small snap of her reins. Cedric, still posing as an elven envoy, and June, mistaken for a cabin boy carrying a filled sack slung over her shoulder, board after the royals of Earthgorge. A haggard elven captain hurries to the royal passengers, smoothing disheveled tawny hair.
Welcome aboard, sires, my queens.
He licks his lips and wrings his hands.
I fear I must insist that you all depart. So nice to see you again, Captain Haver.
Booms King Basalt, his earthquake of a voice, rocking the ship.
Would you be so kind as to escort us to our cabin?
Quick-witted, the captain nods.
This way.
Princess Jade pauses in the dim stairwell, leading to the ship's berth, and calls back to June.
Cabin boy, see to it our travel sack is placed in our rooms.
June silently nods, hurrying to follow the royals below deck. With a wave of his hand, Prince Phoenix gestures to Cedric.
Fetch some water so we may freshen up.
Yes, my prince.
Cedric murmurs. Once his pretend lieges are out of sight, he looks up to find Gale in the crow's nest. Waving her down, he turns to distance himself from the men from Shadow at the stern, who now work on latching down the trunk from Earth, with beads of nervous sweat beginning to show on their brows. At the prow, partially obstructed from view by the mizzenmast, Gale wings around the shrouds and lands, tucking her wings in tight.
Sire?
Watch the scoundrels closely and give signal when they leave ship. Follow discreetly, see where they go next. We'll be returning to the dame's cottage. You can report there.
Yes, sire.
Gale spreads her wings, leaps off the front of the ship, and catches an air current to lift her safely back into the crow's nest. Picking up a pail, Cedric fills it from a water barrel before turning back. His strides take him past the false crewmen, baking in all black beneath the sun. They appear distressed, but none the wiser. Still, their eyes burn into his back as he descends below deck. Following the voices coming from the first large state cabin, he enters to hear King Viti saying,
We'll leave it up to you, Captain, to get as many men off the ship as possible.
Jade pulls the remaining cloak from the sack and slips it over her shoulders, pulling up the hood until it completely masks her finery.
You may depend on me,
says Captain Halvor, addressing all the similarly garbed royalty. King Lavis speaks up.
How much time do we have before we're scheduled to sail?
Under an hour to high tide, sire.
King Basalt nods.
We best hurry. Girls, are you ready?
Yes.
They answer in unison. Minutes later, the captain leads the bundled group back up to the main deck, and begins barking out orders.
Prepare the second state cabin for our added guests. All cargo stored there is to be taken to the local inn. Our guests are not to be disturbed.
Aye, Captain.
A barrage of sailors answer and hurry to start unloading the cargo. In the hubbub, the first mate almost trips over a small child scurrying below deck. Captain Halvor turns to his odd, hooded entourage and points to the starboard side.
Get those ropes tightened.
From beneath his cowl, Cedric answers for them.
Aye, Captain.
They move to the far railing, hidden from view by land, and begin to secure a rope ladder. Next, Captain Halvor stomps his way over to the men in black.
Are those trunks latched tight?
Double checking the knots now, Captain,
says one, bobbing his head like a hen. Halvor nods.
Carry on.
He continues his way through his men, setting them to odd tasks involving trips into town.
With me.
He orders his first mate, and the two huddle by the gangplank. Captain Halvor hands over a large coin purse and whispers,
You have your orders, Jones. I'm counting on you.
Aye, Captain.
With Jones on the move, the captain takes a moment to look over the remaining skeletal crew. His best men. All level-headed, trustworthy, and loyal. His gaze follows the line of sailors carrying boxes of cargo into town. They'd all been warned about the risk to the ship. They would remain safe and well paid for their services. Jones would see to it. His focus touches on the cloaked royals, still working starboard.
May the fates smile upon us.
He thinks. Their plan, though strange to him, is sound, and they were confident enough to risk their own lives to carry it out. He turns a disdainful smirk on the shadow scum lingering by the trunks, wringing their idle hands.
That lot will run like rats deserting a sinking ship.
He turns his back on them to call out.
Hoist the sails.
Princess Jade and Queen Marble both lean over the railing, their magic working in tandem. Clumps of earth from the lagoon's silty floor begin to rise to the surface, melding together. A hardening crust forms on the smooth surface, drying in the sunlight. By the time the oblong islet stretches half the length of the boat, they look back at the others.
Think that will do it?
Marble asks her husband. Basalt does a quick head count of those remaining on board and nods.
What now?
Asks Kindle.
We let it finish drying while we wait for Gale's signal.
Lavis reminds her. They all glance to the crow's nest, where Gale watches the black-clad men sneak like bilge rats into the ship's belly. She locks her eagle eyes on the opening, waiting. Meanwhile, the men from Shadow walk the passage to the staterooms below deck. One, recently emptied of cargo, stands wide open, but they move to the other, shut tight. Pressing an ear to the thick cabin door and satisfied by the shuffling heard inside, they silently lift a heavy wooden beam and slip it into brackets, sealing the door. Wearing smiles, they return to the open air, unaware they're in Gale's sights, as they hurry to join the last of the sailors going portside, down the ramp to the docks. Splitting up when they reach land, they mingle with the townsfolk, still watching the hive of activity. Gale vanishes into the clouds, emitting a hawk's cry, having leapt from her perch, the moment the men from Shadow turn their backs on the ship. Time is now of the essence. Hearing the signal, Kaylee is first to climb over the railing, and down the swaying rope ladder onto the floating islet. She disrobes down to her undershift, and slips into the water, sinking deep and out of sight. Her transformation goes unwitnessed. On deck, Captain Halvor glances portside, and spots his first mate saluting him from the docks. The mooring ropes, their knots undone, slide into the water where they bob on gentle waves. The ship floats freely, tugged away from shore by the turn of the tide, drifting out to the channel of rapids leading to the sea. Jones had carried out his orders to the letter, stranding the majority of the sailors in town. He turns and gathers his remaining crew.
Starboard side, abandon ship, orderly fashion, women and children first.
No one raises a question, moving in orderly fashion to starboard, where they oversee Princess Jade's climb onto the islet. Basalt assists his wife over the railing, and she descends next. Halfway down, she lets out a shocked cry, making the ladder swing wildly, as she lets go with one hand, to lay her palm on a nearby porthole. A small, muffled voice calls.
Help, I can't open the door.
Basalt.
Marble cries up to her husband.
There's a little girl trapped in the cabin.
On it.
Phoenix assures her, before chasing after his father below deck. Their combined strength could rip the boat apart if needed. Distraught, Kindle hesitates while straddling the railing, her eyes following her family's retreating backs. Halvor steps to her side and holds the ends of the rope ladder steady.
My queen, we must hurry. Kindle, he's correct,
says Basalt.
We have to disembark. Down you go.
She nods and accepts their aid, lowering herself onto the ladder. As the others depart the ship's deck for the islet, father and son race below, and skid to a stop outside the cabin door, barred by a wooden plank. Each grabbing an end, they lift it free with ease. Lavis swings open the door and scans the room, where a young girl with braided hair whirls around with tears in her eyes. The child backs away, until she catches sight of Phoenix.
Oh, Jaden.
Ash rushes right past the king, and hugs his son tight.
I was so scared. I couldn't open the door.
It's all right now, Ash. Let's go see June.
Patting her back, he leads her up the stairs and over to the railing, his proud father, following a step behind. Jaden lifts Ash over the rail and lowers her onto a rung. Waving arms below, bring her onto the floating landmass, now hidden with a thick layer of foggy mist, lazily circling around it. An iridescent emerald, of a gold-flecked tailfin splashes the water. Ash, spellbound, crouches at the edge of the islet, big eyes locked on the dark silhouette of a mermaid, below the water.
June?
She asks with a squeal of delight. June's blonde head emerges, just long enough to toss the child a wink and spit a thin stream of water like a fountain, making Ash giggle. The Kings and Phoenix descend in quick succession, then the sailors, leaving only Cedric on board. He frees his cloak and extends his snow-white wings. Balancing on the upper deck railing, overlooking the expanse of the ship, he gives the magnificent wings a few pumps, and the sails snap soundly, as they catch in the wind he creates. The boat lunges forward, as he flies down to join the others. In silence, shrouded by a veil of fog, everyone watches the rough outline of the empty ship, sailing past them, closer to its destruction. Running boots and warning shouts sound from the docks, as Halvor's crew returns to see the craft leaving, with more than half its crew still ashore. In the uproar, with all attention locked on the vessel and the frantic sailors, no one notices the mist that slowly drifts to the other side of the lagoon, or hears the gentle splashes of June's tail as she pushes the islet to safety. From both vantage points, the unmanned ship takes center stage, as the prow reaches the choppy water of the rapids. The first rise and fall jars the vessel from bow to stern. The explosion comes in 3 rising, cacophonous bursts that bend the grass and shake the trees on either side of the estuary. Phoenix covers Ash's ears, as flying planks of burning wood plop into the water and sizzle. With a groan like a dying leviathan, the half chunks of the hull sink to the seafloor. Screams from the town carry over the sea like wailing ghouls, the sounds of horrified shock soon shifting to grievous weeping. The men from Shadow slink through the mourners, hop atop their steeds, and sneak out of town, congratulating one another for a job well done. As the mist dissipates into a haze, the royals duck into the dense forest, making their getaway, to meet up with Dame Forrester and Brim on the road. Together they all ride back to the cottage while Ash, holding the captain's hand, leads the elven sailors to the hidden hatchway, where they can hide in the tunnels, and await further instructions. Not far from the secret chamber, Ash's name echoes off the stone, called again and again, by Jack and Joe. She runs to them, giggling as she's swept into a joint embrace. Once the sailors are safely hidden, the twins escort Ash home. Skipping between them, holding both their hands, her sweet voice fills the tunnels with a happy tale.
I was with June. She's a really pretty mermaid, Jack. And there was a birdman. And Jaden saved me. And all the royals.
Chapter 8. Ask for 7 days. Kaylee's feet drag along the pretty pathway, bumping cobblestones, as she makes her way to Dame Forrester's front door. Her companions trudge alongside her, their faces reflecting the same dreariness she feels, wearing frowns that mirror the guilt in her heart. She wonders,
do the mourners' wails haunt their minds as well?
As they enter the cottage, the air inside feels stale, devoid of the comforting warmth it once held. The hearth fire, once a source of vibrant flames, now lies dormant, its embers reduced to cold ashes. Shivering, Kaylee motions for Phoenix and Jade to follow her as she climbs the stairs, leaving the adults to gather on the main floor. Leading them to her room, she asks,
You two okay?
Phoenix shrugs as Jade replies.
Yes, though I thought I'd be happier. We're all safe after all.
It's hard to feel any joy right now, knowing the pain we caused the townsfolk.
Phoenix agrees. Kaylee sighs. Just like them, she also believed she'd be happier at this moment. From the corner of her eye, she spots the small, ornate chest bearing Queen Kindle's mark, and it eases a sliver of her discomfort. Her attention turns to the crate of weapons, also saved from the robbery, and her mood begins to lighten. Suddenly a smile lifts the corners of her mouth.
How can you smile at a time like this?
Phoenix asks her.
Look.
She points to the recovered items. Phoenix turns to look, and whistles in surprise.
By the fates, I'd forgotten about those.
He exclaims. Jade steps closer, her brow furrowed in curiosity, until she spots the emblems of Fire Heights, embossed on the leather sheets filling the crate.
Are those?
Yes.
Kaylee says, her smile playing on her lips as she takes hold of the jewelry box. The weight of it surprises her, but she doesn't mind. Phoenix's chuckle echoes through the room, amused by the situation. He retrieves the weapons crate, his muscular build evident under the weight. Jade, always curious and observant, with her keen eyes and quick wit, follows them back into the hallway, not wanting to miss out on the fun. With their newfound treasures in hand, all three make their way back downstairs, their smiles filled with pride as they join the others on the main floor. The windows, now open, allow a light breeze to flow in. The flames in the hearth dance once again, casting a warm glow to fill the cottage, with a sweet and inviting fragrance of hickory wood. From her well-loved, indented burgundy-cushioned armchair, Dame Forrester casts a curious glance towards them and asks,
What have you there, child?
The items we saved from the carriage, grandmother.
With the greatest of care, Kaylee positions the jewelry chest, adorned with intricate carvings and shimmering gemstones on the table. As the sunlight dances off the trinkets, their radiance fills the room, casting an enchanting glow. The Queen's eyes light up, with a mix of nostalgia and joy, as she gazes at the treasure trove of memories.
I didn't expect to see these again,
says the Queen.
Thank you.
Humbled by the Queen's appreciation, Kaylee returns a heartfelt smile.
I borrowed some silver and a few jewels to leave in.
Shush.
With a gentle laugh, Kindle shakes her head, pulling Kaylee into a warm embrace.
I'd have given the entire chest, just to see all of you safe.
In a show of solidarity, Phoenix steps forward and presents the crate of lava-infused weapons from Fire Heights. Placing the wooden box on the floor at his father's feet, he says,
We saved these as well.
Lavis, his golden-flecked eyes, filling with pride, lift to meet his son's gaze.
I'm proud of you, son.
His regard turns to include each of the young royals, lingering on Avian.
I'm proud of each of you. Come. I believe you've all earned your choice of weapons.
He glances to Basalt for approval, and his Earth counterpart nods.
Which will you choose?
Phoenix, standing closest, dips his hands into the crate, exchanging his short sword for a two-handed broadsword, that's sheathed in a flexible leather casing. He secures the harness about his torso, feeling the additional weight settle between his shoulders. With a confident stride, he turns to show off his new look to the others. Their eyes widen in admiration, while Lavis and Kindle smile over their son's decision, knowing the blade will serve him well as he continues to grow. Basalt and Marble keep a watchful eye on Jade, as her hand hovers over many hilts, each adorned with intricate designs and unique embellishments. After careful consideration, she settles on a fine-bladed long dagger. Its handle, beautifully carved from polished rosewood, encased in a waist-sheath halter. The dagger fits perfectly in her hand, instilling in her a sense of confidence. She secures it, ensuring both easy access and freedom of movement. With her chosen weapon now at her side, Jade's gratitude radiates from her emerald green eyes.
Interesting choice.
Dame Forrester murmurs.
And yet most fitting.
Jade's parents agree, with smiles of their own. Avian's approach to selecting a weapon is meticulous. He takes his time examining each one, lifting them out and turning them in his hands to inspect every angle. Testing their weight, He even waves a few through the air in practiced movements. After careful consideration, he settles on a lightweight longsword that he trusts won't interfere with his flight maneuvers. Buckling its sheath about his waist, he smiles as his uncle advises him to tie its tip against his thigh for better security during aerial travel. With their weapon selections completed, the attention of the three younger royals turn to Kaylee. She shakes her head in response to their questioning looks.
Can I not stay with the dirk I borrowed?
She asks, searching through the pocket of her oversized breeches, but the hilt gets caught in a fold. Jade giggles over her struggle, while Avian and Phoenix try hard to stifle their laughter. Seeing her goddaughter's predicament, Kendall steps in with a solution.
I'll create a harness for your arm so you can carry it with you while swimming, dear one.
She offers. Kaylee lifts her gaze, her eyes twinkling with joy.
Oh, thank you, godmother.
Their spirits lifted, the group shifts their focus towards sleeping arrangements. Dame Forrester hands out extra bedding of warm blankets and comfortable pillows to the sleep-deprived royals. Splitting up according to gender, Avian leads the males to the rustic barn, with its sturdy wooden beams and cozy straw beds. Meanwhile, inside the cottage, Dame Forrester escorts the Queens of Fire and Earth to her daughter's room. She offers to share her own room with Queen Elin, leaving Kaylee, now paired with Jade, to return to her granddaughter's quarters. Each retreat to their respective spaces, eager to embrace a much-deserved and needed sleep. On the second tranquil evening, tucked in Dame Forrester's cottage, a light evening meal is enjoyed over discussions of how best to move forward.
As charming as our hostess is, we can't stay hidden indefinitely.
The Elven King begins.
True,
says Queen Marble.
We have yet to uncover the whereabouts of Kaylee's parents.
I'd like to discover who's behind these attacks, and for what reason.
Chimes in King Lavis. Kaylee leans on the table, eager for any shred of promising information.
Where have you searched so far?
All of Life Isles has been thoroughly searched,
says King Viti. Queen Elin nods.
We did see them off, and sentries watched as they sailed toward Black Sands.
Turning to Avian, Kaylee asks,
Were they spotted from or around Airedale?
Avian shrugs.
I don't recall hearing anything prior to their disappearance. I'll ask Gale to head home and search the records. If a ship did pass, it would have been recorded there. I can tell you, once the decree reached us, Father and Mother put together a search and rescue squad that flew out daily. No trace was ever found from the skies. So, my parents decided to take the search to land. We headed to Edgewater, following your parents' course. The rest you know.
Kaylee nods, then asks the royals of Earth Gorge.
How did you become involved?
Queen Marble looks across the table, lowering her fork with a guilty sigh.
Forgive us, Kaylee.
She begins slowly.
We should have acted sooner, but it's not as though merfolk drown when their ship sinks. We knew your parents would take care of the crew and their travel companions. So, you waited. We believed you'd all resurface when you were ready.
King Basalt clears his throat.
Yes, I'm sure she understands. Let's stick to the timeline. A few months after the disappearance, we received word from an outlying village that a woman and girl from Edgewater had been found injured. Thinking it was you and your mother, we rushed to the port village, only to find Jane and her daughter, Juniper, badly beaten. Jane's jaw had to be wired closed to heal properly.
With a horrified expression, Dame Forrester gasps and desperately inquires.
The child?
Basalt responds gently, trying to find the right words.
Unconscious and barely clinging to life.
As Dame Forrester weeps into a cloth napkin, Queen Elin extends a hand to give a comforting pat on the elder's knee, saying,
She's on the mend, though she may walk with a slight limp. I visited her at Marble's request. Along with concussion, she suffered a broken collarbone and a long fracture to the femur in her left leg.
Kaylee's throat tightens, and she struggles to catch her breath. The thought of her friend in such agony fills her heart with pain, and tears fall onto her plate. Jade and Phoenix rush to her side, offering their support.
You heard Queen Elan, June,
says Jade.
Lee will be fine.
Avian interjects, his brow furrowing with a sudden concern.
What did you say the girl's name is?
Phoenix replies.
We all call her Lee.
Avian's brow raises, and he questions further.
June and Lee, do they resemble each other?
They're around the same age, height, and both fair-haired.
Jade chimes.
But Lee has freckles, darker eyes, and a very different nose.
Phoenix interjects.
I suppose, though anyone who doesn't actually know Kaylee could confuse them.
The voices of the adults rise over one another, as they follow Avian's train of thought, and travel further down the same road. Sensing from experience, they'll never get another word in edgewise, the three younger royals leave the table and gather on the stairs. Kaylee, hugging the polished hand-carved railing, speaks up.
Has no one searched the sea depths?
Regrettably, we don't have the means to do so,
Jade tells her.
I do.
Kaylee drifts into deep thought, prompting Phoenix and Jade to exchange knowing smiles.
She's swimming around her head again,
Jade jokes to Phoenix, recognizing the look on Kaylee's face from countless summers spent side by side. Phoenix chuckles.
Out with it, Kay.
Yes, tell us your plan,
Prods Jade, nudging her.
Well...
Kaylee spills her idea in a gush, drawing the others into a huddle around her. She pauses, breathless when she's done.
What do you think?
She asks, her eyes dancing with delight.
No.
The collective shout from the kitchen entry startles the children. The kings and queens were listening for once, true to their word.
Of all the times...
Disgruntled, Kaylee holds up supplicating hands.
A week, that's all I ask. Please, Godmother, I'll never rest until I look for myself. Merfolk can stay submerged indefinitely. We need never surface if we choose. Benny's right. Only I can search the waters for my parents. So if Cedric's correct, and the individuals who attacked my parents are in pursuit of me, the sea provides the greatest level of safety. Just as this cottage will serve as the most secure spot for you to wait for my return.
I keep asking myself,
Phoenix rushes to say, before anyone can object.
Why wait so long between the attacks on us? There has to be a reason.
He studies his parents.
Don't you agree?
Kindle chews on her cheek, her arms crossed tight, but King Lavis's brow arches in thought.
Timing.
Jade mutters to herself. She snaps her fingers, eyes alight.
Maybe it has to do with the seasons? Every season is a stage of time, a stepping stone to get to the next stage.
Sound logic,
says Lavis, a hand on his chin.
I wish to hear more.
Queen Kindle softly beckons them back to the table.
Come sit, and let's talk this through.
Returning to his seat, Phoenix picks up his thread of thought.
Why was water attacked first? Could it not be because they posed the first threat to whatever sinister plot is afoot?
Another reason for me to search the seas.
Kaylee adds, claiming her chair.
Maybe there are clues still to be found.
Then why air second?
Asks Avian.
We never go in the water.
King Viti presses his slender fingertips together.
We asked the royals of Edgewater to investigate suspicious chatter out of Black Sands. If Jade's theory is correct, then water posed the most immediate threat to the discovery of any misdeeds.
Queen Yelin adds.
With their elementals being the swiftest travelers, their kingdom might pose the second most urgent threat to discovery.
A hush falls over the room, broken only when Phoenix asks.
Why us now?
I think Dame Forrester already answered that back in the caverns.
Proposes Avian.
Should someone eliminate the elite warriors of fire, no one stands in the way to stop an invasion or an upset.
Yes, but what precisely is the threat?
Asks Kaylee, scouring every face. The way they speak, with such assurance and exchange solemn nods, suggests they all have ideas of the trouble at hand. But no one offers her an answer. Uncertain silence passes across the table.
Perhaps their theories don't yet hold a solid enough shape to be said aloud.
Dame Forrester is the first of many to rise, leaving the question to linger on her mind as they all retire for the night. The following morning, Kaylee's eyes flutter open, met with the sight of Jade's intense gaze, hovering above her.
Shh! Come quickly, there's something going on downstairs.
Jade whispers urgently, pressing her index finger to her lips. Still feeling groggy, Kaylee yawns and slips out of bed, following her tiptoeing companion to the banister, on the upper floor. Phoenix, already present and waiting, moves over and squats beside them, his ears attuned to the conversation unfolding below. Avian's deep growl breaks the silence, his voice tinged with a newfound harshness that sends shivers down Kaylee's spine.
Not without me, she won't. If my theory is correct, they believe she's the only elemental still alive, and that puts her in the greatest danger.
Phoenix and Jade exchange worried looks with Kaylee, their faces etched with lines of anxiety. Phoenix's brow furrows, his normally confident demeanor replaced by a hint of unease. While Jade's eyes dart back and forth, her trembling fingers smoothing down her skirt, as they continue to listen. There's a plea hidden in Dame Forrester's voice as she says,
Cedric, you can't swim.
No, but I can fly.
Kaylee steals her expression, as she shifts her attention to the royals below, watching as her godfather shakes his head.
No, boy. That would only draw attention to her location.
Avian laughs in disbelief, right to the King of Fire's face.
When was the last time you've actually seen an Airedalian other than Gale or myself?
Lavis's prominent brow furrows. Basalt raises a finger.
Yes, I remember. 5 years back at the Great Gathering.
The others nod in agreement.
Your kind is quite reclusive, are they not?
Asks Lavis. Avian's face twists in anger, his neck flushing a deep shade of crimson. The prominent vein pulsating on his forehead reveals his internal battle to keep a rising temper in check. He shifts his gaze to meet his worried uncle's, releasing another low growl. The alarmed look in his uncle's eyes seems to have a slight effect on the tightly clenched fist he pounds against his leg, causing color to return to his knuckles.
Avian.
Elin interjects, her voice pitched too high.
I don't think this is the appropriate time or place to express that grievance. Why don't you go outside and get some fresh air?
His head snaps toward his aunt, his eyes filled with fire, but it quickly fizzles out, beneath her concerned pouting mouth. Nonetheless, he scuffs the heels of his boots across the floor, as he strides towards the door, muttering.
Ears blocked, eyes shut tight.
As the door slams shut, a bit too forcefully behind him, Bitey quickly interjects.
It must be cabin fever. Forgive his conduct. I'm sure he'll regain his composure once he takes a break and stretches his wings.
Sensing the restlessness of her friends, Kaylee taps Jade's arm and directs her gaze towards the oak door. Jade reciprocates the gesture, her fingertips brushing against Phoenix's arm. With silent nods of agreement, they rise from their concealed vantage point, their steps noiseless on the wooden staircase, and each scurries outside as quietly as they can. Accustomed to sneaking around the edges of adult conversations, ignored, none of them notice that they've actually drawn the eyes of Kindle and Marble. The two watchful mothers, having glimpsed the children's solemn expressions, step towards the open window. Curiosity piqued, they listen, hoping to catch fragments of the conversation as the four young elementals meet outside.
Cedric, wait up.
Phoenix calls. The three jog to join him, but he meets them with a glare.
Go away.
No,
Kaylee says, squaring her shoulders. Jade takes a softer effect, hands clasped at her waist.
Please tell us what's upsetting you?
You wouldn't understand. No one understands.
Try us.
Challenges Phoenix. Avian's mouth twists in anger.
Why bother talking to a recluse, a misshaped worm, a deformed elf?
He bites out. All three stare at him, lips parted in shock, as if the cruel words were used to describe them, and not himself. Avian's hard glower crumbles into a forlorn frown of regret. He turns away, his long hair hiding his face as they surround him. Kaylee reaches out, laying a comforting hand on his shoulder, echoing his aunt's words.
We are listening, our eyes wide open.
Avian's tension melts, as he reminds himself they're his friends. His sense of gratitude, towards the three who welcomed him with open arms to their secret world, continues to grow. They shared their code, prior to discovering his true identity as an Airedalian. He tries to find the words to explain, but none come to mind.
Look up, really look and tell me what you see.
He asks of them instead. All three oblige, squinting against the blinding sun, their faces contorted in concentration, determined to push through the discomfort. As their eyes adjust, they gasp in awe, as the blinders fall away from their eyes, revealing a breathtaking sight. Above them, the skies teem with vibrant activity, resembling a bustling hive. Flying so high, the winged people of Airedale glide along the air currents, their graceful flight resembling circling hawks. Passing by on errands, toting packages and hailing each other with waves. Lower, a group gracefully swoop above and behind the dense canopy of trees, engaging in a meticulously choreographed air drill formation. To their surprise, a few of the winged people rest comfortably on the towering treetops, observing them unbeknownst to everyone in the yard besides Avian, until now. Avian draws strength from their stunned expressions, and realization hits him: he needs their understanding. Taking a deep breath, his voice quivering with emotion, he explains.
Every one of us has been ignored, dismissed, and forgotten by those who inhabit this land. We initially thought that our wings were the reason for our alienation from the other realms. So, we decided to land and make an effort to interact, concealing our wings. However, instead of acceptance, we were met with sneers and labeled as deformed. Even worse, there were times when we went unnoticed, forced to listen to fellow elementals, branding us as uncaring recluses, abandoning our own kind to fend for themselves.
As Avian finishes his explanation, a heavy silence envelops the group. His friends, previously stunned, now were expressions of contemplation and empathy. The weight of their understanding hangs in the air as they grasp the pain and isolation Avian and his kind have endured. From inside, Marble and Kindle also absorb the truth of the skies. Ashamed, Marble turns to ask Elin.
How long has this been going on?
As long as I can remember.
She answers softly.
I never realized.
Kindle whispers. Viti comes to drape an arm over Elin's shoulders.
Few ever do. No one takes the time to look up and truly see the fourth realm.
Marble looks puzzled.
The mountains of Airedale.
Both Viti and Elin shake their heads.
The skies are their full realm,
says Elin.
Just as Edgewater is merely the land anchor for the entire realm of water, the mountains of Airedale are the land anchor for the realm of air,
expounds Viti. As the women fall into thoughtful silence, Lavis and Baselt's ongoing discussion with Dame Forrester fills the cottage.
It's decided.
Baselt's sudden booming declaration makes Kindle jump.
We give the children their 7 days,
along with our revisions to their plans,
adds Lavis.
I'll go gather the children.
Dame Forrester chirps, her cheerful grin slipping, when she realizes not a one is in sight.
Has anyone seen them?
Marble gestures towards the door, her mouth slack.
Outside.
She exchanges a bewildered look with Elin, as the kids crash through the oaken portal.
Really? You're letting us go?
Cries Kaylee, her eyes twinkling with joy.
We heard you through the window,
explains Phoenix, grinning from ear to ear, while gesturing towards the open frame. Their enthusiasm is infectious, and Marble and Elin can't help but share in their excitement. After celebrating with enthusiastic high fives, the children take seats on the stairs, their excitement building, as Queen Kindle takes a seat at the table. She fills 4 small coin pouches with gold and silver pieces, carefully chosen from her chest, to provide the children with enough funds to rent horses and buy food rations. Just then, a hawk's cry captures Avian's attention. He promptly excuses himself and heads outside to speak with Gale. Meanwhile, Baselt and Lavis summon Jade and Phoenix, presenting their signet rings to their respective offspring, leaving Kaylee to sit alone. She watches, a thrill in her stomach over a chance to find her parents, and the prospect of gliding through the sea uninhibited again. But a sour thought curdles the sensation like spoiled milk. What if her mission leads her to answers she doesn't want to hear? Her heartbeat pounds in her head, as Basalt and Marble each claim a weapon from the crate, before it's handed into Dame Forrester's care, to deliver to Captain Halvor and his men as a reward on her next visit. Wishing her parents were here to guide her with words of wisdom, Kaylee thinks.
Mother, Father, if you're out there, I'll find you. I promise.
She's snapped from her thoughts by her godmother's voice, calling her over and instructing her to bear her arm. Kindle secures a small arm harness, and slips the sheathed dirk into it.
Not too tight.
Kaylee answers with a shake of her head, then watches the drawstrings of a coin pouch knot into place. Once done, Kindle hugs her and whispers in her ear.
You will return in a week, no matter what you may find out there, won't you, my dear?
Kaylee nods, her gaze soft, as she lifts a hand and touches the Queen's cheek lovingly.
I'll return to you, Godmother.
Avian opens the door, breaking the tender moment, in his eagerness to share the Airedalian report.
Gale followed them back to their encampment.
He begins.
They had a heated argument, and split into two groups this morning. One pair remains at the camp, while the other left in what she thinks could be the direction of Earth Gorge. I asked her to keep surveillance on the remaining pair.
As night falls, the younger elementals all retire early, each filled with excitement to be reunited, and on the brink of a thrilling new adventure. Chapter 9. New to town. First day of search. The first day of their grand adventure brings them back to the town of Wildwoods, which has become all too familiar. However, they're left puzzled by the curious sight unfolding before them. Astonishment and perplexity mark the faces of the townspeople, who stand in utter shock. The unfolding scene leaves everyone perplexed, and the air is thick with hushed speculations as they try to decipher what's happened. The stable master and blacksmith, usually known for their friendly demeanor, appear serious and determined. Their calloused hands graze against the rough texture of rope as they bind a couple of men from Shadow to the mercantile support poles. The bound men wear expressions of defiance, mixed with resignation, as their arms are secured over their heads, and legs forced tightly together, with a second thick rope. Standing before them are two dark elves, dressed in gray robes, that seamlessly blend with the shadows. Their faces, etched with deep frowns, peek out from hooded cowls. Their eyes scan the crowd with a piercing gaze, as if daring anyone to challenge their actions. The dark elves, known for their expertise in sleuthing and ancient depth magic, serve as enforcers of justice in the realms, each standing tall and imposing, radiating an aura of authority. It appears they're conducting a serious investigation. The crowd remains silent, their collective breaths held, their eyes fixed on the scene, anxiously awaiting the outcome. The tension in the air is palpable, and the group can't help but be drawn into the unfolding drama, eager to uncover the truth behind this strange spectacle. Unnoticed amidst the onlookers, Kaylee, once again posing as June, dressed in male attire, spots two familiar figures. Motioning the others to follow, she steps over and taps one twin on the shoulder.
What's going on?
Turning with a startled jump, Jack replies in hushed tones, not daring to draw unwanted attention to their group.
They caught a couple of the scoundrels sneaking back into town, trying to steal a pair of horses from the stables.
Joe turns to add.
The whole town was shut down to mourn you poor past royals, so they were easy to spot.
Fenny steps closer, arcing a slender brow as she asks.
Have they admitted anything?
Not yet.
Sully tells her, as he joins the group, flashing one of his lopsided smiles. Exchanging curious glances, Jaden steps closer to June and whispers.
Do you recognize them?
Just one.
She tells him. Suddenly, a jostle from behind throws her off balance. Cedric's grip catches her, his hand remaining on her shoulder, until she regains her composure. With a smile of thanks, she continues.
The one on the right was at the uncle and aunt's house. He answers to the name Mallows.
I recognize them both.
Cedric whispers.
From the robbery and the encampment.
Refocusing on the mercantile steps, they all watch as the tallest robed figure delivers a bone-chilling command, sending shivers down their spines.
Talk while you still have a tongue to use.
His words hang in the salty sea air, and the crowd falls into an eerie silence.
We weren't doing anything wrong.
Malos cries.
We were going to leave payment for the horses. Look in my purse.
With a display of grace, the second robed elf approaches, and with a practiced hand, pierces the worn leather purse with the point of an obsidian dagger. As the purse splits open with a loud rip, the startled onlookers take a step back, their eyes widening in surprise. In a spectacular display, a mesmerizing downpour of silver coins and 3 loose gemstones cascade out, converging into a radiant heap at the prisoner's black-booted feet. June blinks, her eyes widening with surprise, as she grips Jaden's arm.
The Queen's jewels.
And the silver we left in the carriage.
He concurs.
Shush,
hisses Cedric, before turning back to the interrogation.
Then why were no coins found in the stables?
The second figure asks in a feminine voice.
We were going to pay the stable master directly when you jumped us.
The second man in black responds, his voice dripping with fear. Jack's whisper carries a single word.
Liar.
His ears buzzing faintly, and his pupils vibrating, in confirmation of the falsehood. Jaden groans.
They're asking the wrong questions. Those two are going to get away with it.
Wearing identical gray robes as the Dark Elves, a child pushes between June and Jaden, to reach the interrogators.
Father,
He calls up the stairs.
ask them how they've come in possession of the Queen of Fire Heights jewels, and so much silver.
The words ripple through the townsfolk, whose grief over the mass deaths awakens a collective anger. It rushes through the onlookers, like a raging dragon, leaving them all growling under their breaths. With a slight pause, the innkeeper steps forward, preparing to recount an event that might hold the answer to the boy's question.
Thieves waylaid the carriage belonging to the Royals of Fire the preceding day.
He stops, his gaze filling with sorrow as he surveys the lagoon, before retreating with his head hung low. An elderly matron whimpers to her friends.
No more. I can hear no more.
A few townsmen, filled with rage, declare.
They must pay for their crimes.
With their fists pumping the air, demanding justice. A stranded group of sailors join in the gesture, shouting.
Hang them.
From the cluster of children, a female voice emerges, shouting.
Ask Malos why he's in the market to buy children.
The children's eyes widen in shock, as they search for the source of the voice. Kaylee, grateful for her boyish garb, hunches her shoulders, as a multitude of gazes pass her by, all seeking a female. Silence falls upon the townsfolk, and a ripple of unease spreads through the crowd. Worried glances are exchanged, unsure of how to react to such a startling accusation. The weight of the words hangs heavily in the air, casting a dark shadow over the investigation. With no accuser in sight, all eyes turn towards the figures, bound to the support poles, trying to discern which one is Malos. The tension builds, and the crowd waits with bated breath for his response, their curiosity mingling with a sense of dread. The captured men's faces turn as white as ghosts, their expressions reflecting sheer desperation, with beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. One squirms in his bindings, his nervousness evident, as he licks his lips like a frightened animal. Finally, with a voice cracking with fear, he wails.
We didn't want anything to do with the girl.
His eyes dart around to meet the furious gazes of his accusers.
When it was discovered she ran away, we were relieved. Then we found a pig wandering the forest. We planned to stuff it into the second crate instead.
He's met with a mix of disbelief and anger from the townsfolk, their narrowed eyes, reflecting their struggle to comprehend the severity of the man's intentions. Adding to the explanation, Malos interjects.
We figured no one would be the wiser. It would have worked too, if the witch's deformed lackey hadn't discovered us.
An angry silence befalls the town, as the children react with gasps, and alarmed glances towards June and Cedric, before dispersing in multiple directions. Cedric grabs hold of June's arm, preventing her from running too. Reaching into his pocket with his free hand, he pulls out the missive his aunt returned to him, and reads the ominous words aloud, with a new meaning behind them.
N. Extinguish fire with water. C.
On the mercantile porch, Orcus and Deses turn from their blubbering prisoners, to study the remaining children closely. The devastated town's mourning, was noticeably absent among the younger generation, a fact that caught their attention upon arrival. In order to understand this disconnect, they secretly instructed their son, Inanos, to befriend the youngsters, and unravel the mystery to discover why. The tallest of the lingering children hides beneath a cowl, holding a much slender, younger boy who squirms to break free of his grip. Nearby, 3 others await their bickering friends in a close huddle. They divide to question both groups. Deses takes the oldest, who drops his captive as she approaches.
You are?
She asks, tipping back her head, so he can see her grave expression under her large hood. Cedric knows who they are. Careful not to expose the fact, he bows and answers.
The witch's deformed lackey. Those thieves dropped a suspicious missive when I saved the witch's pig.
He straightens and lowers his cowl, and a thrill of recognition sparks in Deses's mind, but she keeps her face blank.
I am the elven envoy that rode on the carriage that they robbed.
The elven boy continues.
The nephew of Queen Elan and King Viti that boarded the ship.
Deses asks.
Name?
Cedric.
And the boy?
She gestures to the scrawny blonde, smeared in dirt who keeps his head low.
My charge.
My condolences, Cedric. Your aunt and uncle are a great loss to us all. Might you meet with us in our rooms? I'd like to examine this missive and speak further.
Cedric inclines his head in a small but respectful bow. Meanwhile, Orcus parts the crowd, and heads for the 3 huddled children, believing the girl might be the one who called out. He recognizes the stable boy, who first alerted the town to the theft and pauses to listen in.
Just 2?
The stable boy asks.
What about June and Cedric?
They won't be traveling with us,
answers the girl.
I'd like a gentle mare if one is available, please.
Orcus realizes, that isn't the voice that cried out about another potential crime, also supplying them with the name of one man, so he turns to walk away, until the second boy holds out a small pouch of coins.
This should cover the cost of the rental.
Thanks, Jaden.
The stable boy reaches for the pouch, but Orcus bounds forward, and catches the large, bronzed boy's wrist. The arm remains immovable, as cords of muscle ripple beneath his gloved hands. Surprised, Orcus lowers his head, to catch a glimpse of the child's face, hidden beneath the hood of his cloak, only to discover a pair of intense, burning eyes locked onto him. A shiver runs down Orcus's spine, raising goosebumps.
There's only one other man who has unsettled me this way, now he's buried in the wreckage offshore, along with the rest of the elemental royals. Yet, the boy's crimson hair and strong, warrior-like physique bear a striking resemblance to.
Orcus shifts his gaze towards the boy's female companion, and notices fear widening her vibrant green eyes. She clutches onto the boy's arm, her fingers trembling. Orcus senses the palpable fear radiating from her, and his curiosity grows.
Who are these 2? And why do they resemble the royals now gone?
As the wind howls around them, whipping their cloaks, Orcus notices the determination etched into the lines of the girl's face, contrasting with her obvious fear. There's something special about her, something that resonates with him on a deep level. His mind races, trying to piece together the puzzle before him.
Could they be connected somehow?
The thought sends a chill down his spine, and he realizes, this encounter may hold more significance than he initially thought.
Where did you get this, young man?
Orcus demands. The boy pulls free in a huff.
My parents gave it to us to pay for horses.
His gaze fixates on the muscular boy, captivated by the hair, blazing like tongues of fire, standing beside a girl with irises resembling the vibrant emerald hues of polished jade stone. Suddenly, the pieces of the mysterious puzzle click together in his mind. The sight of their presence creates an enigmatic image.
The son of fire and the daughter of earth, both alive and present, standing here before me, their expressions void of any remorse, over the tragic loss of their parents and friends.
Intrigued, Orcus releases his grip on the prince's arm, testing a theory that lingers in his thoughts.
I wish to speak with your parents.
You can't.
The boy doesn't falter or flinch.
They're not here.
The princess quickly steps behind the prince, calling out.
Cedric.
Turning when he hears his name, Avian sees Orcus staring down Phoenix, Jade hunkering behind him. He acts quickly to distract attention from the other royals.
Sir.
Orcus turns and goes as ashen as his robes. He grabs Phoenix's arm again, this time needing its solidity to hold himself up. Phoenix takes in the man's fear and cocks a brow at Avian.
Friend of yours?
He tosses his pouch to Sully, freeing up another hand to grab Orcus's elbow.
You're not seeing a ghost.
Phoenix whispers in the man's ear.
But call him Cedric if you must use a name.
Orcus nods, straightening and brushing a hand down his robes, as the shock begins to wear off. Seeing Orcus's color returning, Avian looks about, and is relieved to find the episode went unnoticed by the townsfolk, now throwing barbed curses and clumps of dirt at the two prisoners. He addresses both robed inquisitors.
Sir, ma'am, you said you wished to review the missive? Might I suggest my quarters close at hand?
They both nod and make to follow him, leaving Phoenix and Jade free to carry on with their tasks. Still with a solid grip on Kaylee's arm, Avian leads Orcus and Deces into the tunnels, by way of the tavern's cellars. Stopping at the first cavern they come to, he swings open the thick cast-iron barred doors, and steps inside. As he lights the torches sitting in their brackets, he says,
None will hear us here, and I dare say, these darker accommodations ought to be suitable for our unwelcomed guests from Shadow, at the Mercantile.
Deces surveys the surroundings, and gives a nod of approval.
I'm overjoyed, Avian,
says Orcus, throwing his hands wide.
But how is it you're alive?
Avian smiles.
I live thanks to the kindness of the Wild Woods' guardian and the master skills of my aunt and uncle. Prepared for another revelation?
They both nod.
None died aboard ship. We uncovered the attack in advance, and with the combined skills of the elemental realms, an illusion of our deaths was set into motion.
Handing them the missive, he continues.
On behalf of the royals, would you be willing to investigate further?
With a sudden jerk, Kaylee frees her arm and shoots him a scowl.
Stop being so formal. Not only are you wasting time, but you sound like an adult.
She frowns as she scans the two visitors in robes, unaware of their identities, outside of investigators of the Shadow Men's thwarted crime.
What we need to know is, who is behind this and why? Do my parents live? And if so, are they held captive? Anything else you need to know, Captain Helver will fill in for you.
Avian shakes his head, and lets out a deep sigh.
King Orcus, Queen Deces. Meet Princess Kaylee of Edgewater.
Surprise spreads among the three, as they register Avian's introduction. Kaylee's cheeks take on a rosy hue, as she dips into a curtsy and whispers.
Sire, my queen, I apologize. I just want to find my parents. Please, can you help us?
With a smile lighting up his features, Avian observes her before leaving the cavern. He sends out a hawk's cry that resonates through the tunnels. Instantly, running footsteps thunder down the hall. Captain Halvor, and his skeletal crew of allegedly dead men, soon appear around the bend.
Is there a word, sire?
Yes, we ask whether you'll remain here for 7 more days, while a search gets underway for those responsible for the ship's destruction. 2 have been captured and will take up residence here. Might you and your men be willing to stand guard?
With pleasure,
says the captain, as some of his men pound their palms with clenched fists. As the king and queen join the others, Kaylee backtracks into the darkness and slips out of the tunnels, leaving the adults to carry on with their discussion. Back in the town square, Jade glances to Phoenix, her gaze filled with a mixture of relief and concern. As she brushes her cheek, she can feel the rough texture of the sea salt, a constant reminder of this seaside town.
That was close.
She whispers.
Do you think he knows who we are?
They stand shoulder to shoulder, blending with the crowd, their true identities concealed beneath their cloaks. Alongside the townspeople and sailors, they observe as the guards escort the 2 men from Shadow, across the square, hands bound with rope, destined to face judgment in the stocks. Phoenix laughs.
If he figured it out, I think seeing Cedric wiped it from his mind.
Each turn, as Sully approaches, the sound of shoot hooves grows louder, accompanied by the gentle whinnies of the brown horses.
Saddled and harnessed them for you both. Sorry, it took so long.
Taking the reins, Jade's smile radiates warmth, causing his heart to melt.
We can't thank you enough, Sully.
Here, let me help you up.
He stammers, mesmerized by his own reflection, staring back from twin pools of mossy green.
It's Venny, right?
She nods, placing a foot into his cupped hands, boosting herself into the saddle. As she settles in, her smile brightens upon spotting Kaylee emerging from the inn.
Jaden, we best be underway.
After a quick nod to Jade, Phoenix turns back to Sully.
Let Jack know we'll be back in a week.
He mounts his horse and gives a friendly wave, signaling the start of their journey out of town.
Will do, Jaden.
Sully calls, waving back with his whole body. Meanwhile, Kaylee rushes to the lagoon's edge, taking a moment to observe Phoenix and Jade as they depart, before scanning the surroundings for a suitable spot to change. Finding cover behind a bush, she disrobes and plunges into the crashing waves. Her transformation takes hold, with a sensation like the tug of an undercurrent, carrying her back to her true self. A creature of water. Princess of the sea. Her peach-blush skin turns a soft aqua green, as her legs meld together into a glistening mermaid tail, made of corded muscle encased in gem-like scales. The bottom fans out, into a thinner green fin, like a beautiful, bejeweled wing. Translucent webbing stretches between her fingers, and gills slowly open along her slender neck, as she takes in her first watery breath. With a powerful stroke of her tail, she swims and dives deeper, not looking back, as she glides toward the choppier waters of the rapids, that will lead her into the vastness of the sea.
Only 7 days to search the entire seafloor. It isn't enough time.
She laments to herself, even as the current whisks her out of the lagoon. The vibrant colors of the underwater world greet her, with schools of colorful fish darting past. The sunlight filters through the water, casting a mesmerizing glow on her scales, making her appear even more ethereal. With each graceful movement of her tail, she propels herself forward, effortlessly navigating through the currents. She can hear the distant echoes of marine life, the melodic calls of dolphins, and the haunting songs of whales, beckoning her to join in their underwater symphony. Kaylee's heart swells with a deep sense of belonging as she embarks on her journey, leaving behind the land. A winged figure casts a shadow over the seabed, and a pang of remorse tightens Kaylee's chest.
Forgive me, Cedric, but you'll only slow me down.
Another pump of her tail leaves him far behind. A few more shoot her beyond the reach of regret, her blood singing with a chance to finally find her parents. Throughout the day, the young royals traveled their separate routes, each motivated by burning urgency, to cover as much distance as possible, hurtling toward their important goals. As the sun begins its descent, casting a warm golden glow over the horizon, Phoenix and Jade are the first to halt their journey for the night. They find themselves at the precise spot where their paths will diverge come morning. Jade hitches the horses, as Phoenix removes the saddles. With hunger gnawing at their bellies, they prepare a simple meal, the crackling of the fire, filling the air with a comforting melody. Nestled beside the flickering fire, glowing in the warm light of the dancing flames, they converse with voices, seamlessly blending with the crackling embers.
Are you sure you're up for this, Jade?
Phoenix asks, concern lacing his voice.
It's not too late to turn back in the morning.
Jade's gaze lifts, her eyes narrowing, as she tries to untangle the meaning behind his words.
Do you want to turn back, Phoenix?
She asks instead.
No, but I'm worried about you going on alone. I've my strength to rely on, but you have only that dagger and little combat training.
Jade ponders his explanation, her lips pursed, as she weighs the possibilities.
I've got strengths too.
She challenges. Curiosity lights up Phoenix's face, causing it to glow brighter than the dying fire.
Like what?
My gifts.
Jade replies. Phoenix leans back with a sigh.
No offense, Jade, but an immobile wall of earth is hardly an adequate shield from harm. Even if you could craft it in time, they'd just walk around it.
Jade nods, acknowledging his point.
True, but I didn't just inherit my mother's gift. I'm my father's daughter as well.
A low, guttural groan escapes Phoenix.
Shouting at them will only anger them more.
Jade flinches back, feeling offended.
That's not what I meant.
She clarifies.
Then what do you mean, Jade? I'm trying to understand.
Phoenix responds softly. Jade's fingers glide over the rough fabric of her bent knees. Leaning in close, her voice barely a whisper, she confesses.
I can separate the ground they stand on, with my voice, and when they fall, close the crevice, with my other gift.
Phoenix's jaw drops, and his eyes widen in surprise.
By the fates, Jade. That would crush them.
Her reluctant nod, accompanied by the furrowed lines etched on her forehead, assures Phoenix that she'd never do that. Not sweet, nurturing Jade. He pauses, the silence filling the air as he contemplates his next words. Finally, he speaks.
Best stick with the dagger. Do you know how to use it at all?
She shakes her head, her frown deepening, as she lets out a heavy sigh.
Okay, stand up, and I'll teach you.
As the next hour passes, the light in the forest gradually fades, casting a cloak of darkness over the clearing. The clash of their blazing weapons reverberates through the air, leaving trails of fiery brilliance in their wake. Phoenix exhibits an unyielding series of defensive maneuvers, occasionally interrupted by bursts of offensive tactics. The ongoing battle between Jade's unwavering determination and Phoenix's formidable strength evolves into a spirited game of conquest. Drawing strength from her unwavering resolve, Jade's eyes remain fixed on Phoenix's every move. Diligently, she searches for any sign of vulnerability, even as nature itself seems to become a participant in this intense game. Towering trees stand as solemn witnesses, their branches swaying in support as they cheer on their respective champions. With the hour nearing its end, Jade relinquishes the struggle. Exhaustion takes over, causing her to collapse onto her makeshift bed of cozy blankets. Beads of sweat glisten on her forehead, reflecting her defeat. Letting out a sigh of despair, her spirits only lift when Phoenix appears by her side, his face radiating with pride, as he nudges her arm.
Just remember, our weapons give you an advantage. Most people turn tail in fright the moment they see the flames.
Arms sore and tired from the intense workout, Jade slowly shifts onto her other side, feeling the exhaustion seep into her muscles. She glances at Phoenix and musters a grateful smile, thanking him for the challenging lesson, her words muffled by a yawn. As she stretches out her sore limbs and settles into a more comfortable position, Jade reflects on the valuable knowledge she gained during the session, before drifting off to sleep. As twilight blankets the sky in muted hues, Avian's wings struggle to maintain their rhythm. With the moon hanging low, casting a soft glow on the swaying palm trees and exotic tropical flowers that envelop the island, the lush foliage and calming aura of Life Isles beckons him. The briny sea air, intermingling with the intoxicating fragrance of the vibrant flora, creates a tranquil symphony that usually brings him peace. However, tonight, the harmonious blend only intensifies his mounting unease. In his tireless pursuit of the mermaid princess, Avian longs for a temporary break. Fueled by determination, he makes his way down to the beach. Relief washing over him as he steps onto the velvety sand, carefully tucking his wings behind him. Leaning against a rock formation, shaped like a bird, he revels in the cool breeze caressing his feathers. This landmark serves as their designated meeting spot on the coast. However, after thoroughly checking the other side of the island multiple times, just in case the princess got lost amidst the island's beauty, the beach remains empty. It's clear she's not made an appearance. Worry creeps in.
What if she's been swept away by treacherous currents, or lured to another part of the sea by some unseen force?
The weight of uncertainty stabs at his heart, and he can't help but question his own worthiness to protect her. His desperate gaze never ceases to scan the undulating waves, yearning for a glimpse of her elusive emerald tail emerging from the azure depths of the sea.
June.
He cries towards the vast expanse of the sea, his voice strained and raspy, from repeatedly calling her name throughout the long afternoon. Weary and drained of all emotions, he lowers his head.
I've lost my parents. Many of my friends too.
He whispers, his words barely audible amidst the crashing waves. As fatigue washes over him like a heavy wave, his eyelids flutter, threatening to close.
I refuse to lose you as well.
His head feels like a boulder on his neck, yet with sheer determination, he raises his head once more and bellows.
Do you hear me? I refuse to lose you.
Carried gently by a breeze, a voice drifts from the water, blending harmoniously with the symphony of the sea.
You've not lost me, Cedric. I'm here,
it says. His muscles stiffen, unwilling to move, as he wonders if he imagined it. Taking a deep breath, he scans the vast expanse of the surf and calls out, his voice wavering.
June?
The cries of seagulls, and the crashing of waves, dull his hearing. But amidst it all, her flowing golden hair cascades from her emerging head, shimmering like ethereal threads of opalescent moonlight. He can't tear his eyes away, as she glides through the rippling waves, her gaze fixed on him, brimming with concern.
Are you terribly mad?
She asks, her melodious voice carried by the wind.
Yes.
He lets out a long, audible sigh, visibly relaxing his body. With exhaustion taking its toll, his head sways gently from side to side.
No, I'm relieved and happy to see you. Do you need me to carry you to shore?
She shakes her head, the droplets from her wet hair, glistening in the moonlight, and rides the next wave onto the shore. Her tail pats the wet sand, creating a soft thud, as a spray of salty water falls onto her back, tickling her skin.
I'm sorry,
she murmurs, the sound barely audible over the crashing waves.
I just couldn't wait any longer.
Using her forearms, she propels herself away from the water, feeling the resistance of the sand beneath her, leaving a long drag mark in her wake. Unfastening his cloak, he steps to her side, the fabric billowing in the salty breeze, and wraps her in its comforting warmth. As the cloak absorbs the moisture from her tail, the once vibrant scales lose their luster, gradually transforming into a more human-like shade and shape. Her pale skin, kissed by a moonbeam, takes on a subtle, otherworldly glow, giving her an ethereal presence, as she merges with the celestial realm. In the ethereal glow of the moon, she sits upright, her fingers clutching the cloak tight around her shoulders. Cedric's keen eyes glimpse a lingering childlike innocence in the bashful curve of her mouth. Yet, the fiery determination reflected in her gaze, daring him to scold her for her actions, screams of a maturity she doesn't fully possess yet. With gentle strength, he lifts her into his arms, venturing further inland. When he doesn't speak, she looks up at him, searching for answers in his expression, and softly asks,
Do you miss them?
His gaze lingers on the princess's enchanting aqua eyes, mesmerized by their warmth and depth. As he embraces her delicate figure, the soft whispers of the nighttime breeze caress strands of her glossy hair against his neck. Her question stirs a deep yearning in his heart, and he softly confesses.
My parents? Yes, I miss them terribly.
I miss mine too,
she whispers, her voice cracking with each word. Tenderly, he lowers her to the ground and settles himself beside her. As tears cascade down her cheeks, he reaches out, gliding his fingers through her hair, offering a comforting touch amidst the overwhelming sorrow.
It slipped my mind that the separation from your parents has exceeded my own.
He whispers softly, wrapping his arms around her quivering form in a comforting embrace. With a gentle swaying motion, he soothes her into a tranquil sleep. The sound of her sobs, gradually fading away. Finally, he lies down beside her and enfolds them both under a protective wing, mere moments before he drifts off, to be with her in the realm of dreams. Chapter 10. Avian's busy day. Second day of search. Awakened by dawn's light, Avian stirs from his groggy state, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and yawning. He stretches in the cool morning breeze, feeling the memories of the previous night replay in his mind. Despite the overwhelming emotional turmoil, her presence in his arms brought him comfort, guiding him through his own grief. However, a sudden jolt of realization shoots through him, as he sits upright, fully awake, now missing her soothing warmth. His gaze lowers to the cloak Kaylee draped over him while he slept, and he's grateful for her thoughtfulness. Slipping the cloak on, he glances around the beach, but Kaylee's nowhere to be seen. Intrigued, Avian's curiosity is piqued. He stands and follows her trail of footprints, down to the water's edge. The sound of crashing waves fills his ears, growing louder as he approaches the shoreline. As her footprints fade, under the relentless advance of the incoming tide, Avian's not surprised. A single word scrawled in the sand nearby captures his attention. Squinting against the rising sun, Avian reads the word Black Sands. His gaze shifts back to the vast expanse of sea, its waves still caressing the shore in a rhythmic dance. With a furrowed brow, he thinks,
"This isn't how I foresaw doing this, princess, but thank you for the message."
While smudging out her message with the sole of his boot, it occurs to Avian, the whole of the day lies before him. With an upward glance, the corners of his lips curl in a smile. High overhead, a diamond formation of Airedalans soar through the expanse of sky. Their wings, shimmering like precious opals in the sun's rays, as they make their way back to the mountains, after their daily patrol. Avian, with a gentle rustle of feathers, stretches out his wings, feeling the delicate touch of the air current, as it carries him towards the heavens. As he approaches, he recognizes his former instructor and trusted advisor, Hurricane. Avian's greeted by Hurricane's weathered, yet wise smile. With an answering grin of his own, Avian calls out,
"Report."
The air's filled with silence, until Hurricane barks.
"You heard our prince. Report."
A youth flying North Point calls out,
"Little to report, sire. We met with clear skies the whole way, as we fly eastbound sweeps."
"Returning to Edo now, sire."
Hurricane chimes in.
"I'm scheduled to lead the next group south from there. Care to join us?"
Avian considers, a mixture of longing and the raw wound of loss still battling within his heart. He's not been home in over 6 months. He takes a deep breath to steady himself, and slowly exhales. After an anxious glance to the east, he locks eyes with Hurricane, and nods solemnly.
"Yes."
The diamond formation opens, allowing Avian to slip into the middle, before closing around him. With the wind whipping through his unbound hair, a surge of familiarity lifts his spirits. The synchronized beating of their wings creates a symphony of gusts that carry them back towards the mountains. A snow-packed plateau looms closer, and the sound of chatter, mingling with laughter, grows louder. Steering towards it, they notice a group of winged youths hurrying to gather in the distance, each slipping into thick leather jackets, as they join their assigned flight rank. Approaching the plateau, the scent of smoke and sizzling foods wafts up to greet them from a multitude of cave-open ledges that make up the homes of the Airdalan elementals.
"Well done,"
says Hurricane with a proud smile, his voice carrying over the wind that whistles through the mountain peaks.
"Dismissed."
The sound of wing flapping fills the air, as the 3 youths break formation and soar away, leaving the prince and instructor to continue their flight course towards the majestic royal ledges, perched high on the tallest mountain. Avian's home, with its dazzling snowy cliffs, lays before him. As the royal chambers draw closer, he watches, his smile tainted by sadness. The thinner air at this higher altitude, barely registering in his mind. Against the clear blue sky, the rugged mountain peaks stand tall, creating a backdrop of grandeur. The century-old, hand-carved cave opening stands as a testament to the kingdom's artistry. With a gentle crunch, the pair land on the icy ledge, their boots sinking into the snow, as their wings tuck against their backs. The crisp air nips at their cheeks, yet Hurricane understands the importance of giving his new liege some space to process his emotions after such a prolonged absence. The elder keeps his gaze averted, standing in silence as he waits. Avian casts a glance at the arched cave entrance, marveling over the detailed etchings and ruined symbols that adorn its surface. The skilled artisans of a bygone era must have created this masterpiece. His gaze lingers on the majestic statues of a mythical creature and legendary warrior, both with solemn expressions, standing as protectors to the royal chambers, flanking either side of the entrance. Over the centuries, the carvings have weathered, lending them an air of ancient wisdom and mystery.
"Welcome home, sire,"
murmurs Hurricane, his words echoing through the tranquil expanse of the majestic mountains.
"Will you be with us long?"
"I'm afraid not, Hurricane."
Avian's voice becomes fainter as the wind picks up.
"Just long enough to change and check the record logs. I've a meeting scheduled at Blacksands tonight that I can't miss."
Avian's remark strikes a chord, causing Hurricane's brows to rise in astonishment.
"A meeting with King Orcus and Queen Dessess?"
"No, they're in wild woods, investigating the destruction of a booby-trapped ship, intended to slaughter the Fire Heights royals.
Avian pauses, running his fingers gently over the rough surface, rekindling his connection to the past and the rich history of his homeland.
Oh yes, I read the report on that. Fine work there.
Compliments Hurricane.
Thank you, sir.
More to himself, he adds.
I probably should meet with the royals of Black Sands as well. I did leave rather abruptly at our last conference.
Adding a quick trip back to Wild Woods to his list, he turns with a forced smile and continues.
Activate search and rescue to fly with our sweep groups. Have them discreetly monitor all movements and activities of any human from Shadow traveling the elemental realms.
That's a lot of humans, sire.
Hurricane remarks with concern. Avian's gaze lowers, his expression mirroring the same worry, as he nods in agreement.
I'm afraid so,
he replies solemnly.
And most are loyal to the elementals they live and work with.
Hurricane ponders the problem, then breaks the silence.
Is there some way to narrow this surveillance?
He asks, hoping for a solution. Avian's mind races to find an answer. After a brief pause, he replies, his voice tinged with cautious optimism.
Every nefarious human we've encountered in these latest attacks wore all black. Cloaks, hats, everything.
Hurricane contemplates the situation, stroking his chin, before giving a nod.
The color declares their loyalty to the Shadowlands. That would narrow the investigation. Of course, if they catch wind of our search, they might simply change their attire to remain hidden.
Once again Avian agrees, appreciating the wisdom of a more experienced strategist.
A chance we'll have to take at this stage. Also, instruct the sweeps and patrols to be on the lookout for anything out of the ordinary.
Such as?
Hurricane inquires.
I'm not sure. It's a theory at this stage. Anything noticeable by air that may not have been there on previous sweeps.
Avian explains. Hurricane acknowledges the request with a nod.
Yes, sire.
One last thing.
Avian adds.
The Son of Fire and Daughter of Earth will each be traveling back to their homelands this week. Assign each one of our best scouts to observe and accompany them discreetly. They're not to be disturbed unless in dire need of aid.
What about you, sire?
Hurricane asks.
I'll be with the Daughter of Water.
The prince responds, his tone revealing a mix of affection and concern.
She lives.
Hurricane questions, his voice tinged with surprise. With a genuine smile appearing for the first time, Avian nods.
Yes.
And her parents?
Asks Hurricane. A shadow crosses Avian's features as his smile fades to a frown.
Unknown.
Hurricane salutes.
It shall be done, sire, and may the fates bless us with clear skies.
With the unfurling of his wings, Hurricane takes flight once again, to carry out the prince's latest commands, before returning to his scheduled duties. Avian's heart pounds in his chest, as he stands at the entrance of the royal domain. Summoning his courage, he steps into the deserted mountain cavern where encroaching shadows envelop him like a heavy shroud. The courtroom, once filled with bustling activity and echoes of impassioned debates, now lies eerily silent. Layers of dust cover the majestic chairs and long tables, while the abandoned hearth, once a source of warmth and comfort, stands cold and lifeless, its flames extinguished long ago. His gaze drifts to the deserted kitchens, once fragrant with the scent of freshly baked treats and the clatter of culinary endeavors, now lying dormant and untouched. Pressing on, he traverses the forsaken living spaces. Here too, the remnants of a once flourishing existence are visible, haunting reminders of a life that has since moved on. In the forgotten corners, dust accumulates, and all that remains is stillness and the weight of memories, until he eventually reaches his own bedroom. With a brisk strike of a flint rock, a flickering torch illuminates his spacious and tidy quarters, casting a radiant glow. Adorning the gray rock walls are both a diagram depicting flight formations and a map of Airedale infusing the otherwise dim and desolate room with vibrant hints of color. The familiar sights embrace him, while the gentle fragrance of apple blossoms, delicately infused into the bars of soap, as his mother had always requested, soothes his frayed nerves like a comforting balm. Though he knows he mustn't tarry, a reluctant desire lingers within him, urging him to relish these familiar sensations. Swiftly, he washes, exchanging his attire for garments befitting his regal status. As he adorns himself in a resplendent, deep blue tunic, sleek black pants, polished boots, and a supple, yet snug, leather coat, adorned with several buckles and pockets. A sense of his former self resurfaces, invigorating his spirit once more. With determined strides, he makes his way towards his father's study, the sound of his footsteps resonating in the muted, expansive corridor. As he reaches the door, he pushes it open, the hinges swinging smoothly under his steady touch. Carefully, he places the flickering torch into its metal holder, casting a dim glow in the room. As his eyes adapt to the flickering light, he's fixated by his father's piercing gaze. His eyes widen in shock. And he releases a sharp gasp. His breath catching in his throat, as he gulps in a mouthful of the stagnant air. Avian's eyes lock onto the lifelike depiction of his father, portrayed with vibrant strokes of thick oil paints. The painting exudes a strong sense of presence, as if his father is actually there, greeting him from the life-sized bust portrait that's proudly displayed behind the sturdy oak desk. The dark eyes and aquiline nose might make him look harsh to others, but Avian sees the softness in the crinkles around his father's eyes, and the playful lift at the corners of his mouth. The regal, manicured beard, short-cropped hair of a soldier, and the firm line of his broad shoulders display his strength of leadership, but Avian knows those powerful arms could embrace with incredible tenderness. The emotions he's held in check for the last 6 months overwhelm him, causing him to stumble towards the desk for support. With face upturned to his father's, Avian tries to keep the horrific recollection of his parents' last moments at bay. But tears blur his view, and the memory swoops in, to fill out the space with stark, unerasable images of death, playing out over the painting, animating the shadows. It happened so fast. One moment, the tranquil forest lay motionless beneath them, its silence broken only by the gracefully circling winged airedalens overhead. Avian watched, as his parents descended into the open clearing, and he followed. The soft caress of the leaves brushed against the tips of his wings. Without warning, a sinister whisper filled the air, followed by a relentless barrage of arrows that pelted the entire formation from the concealment of the trees. Unprepared for such an assault, the outer row of guards crumpled, their once majestic wings now stained crimson. Before they even hit the ground, a second volley of arrows pierced the air. Avian's heart sank as he witnessed his parents, hand in hand, desperately executing evasive maneuvers in a daring barrel roll. However, their hesitation to search the sky for him proved fatal as the arrows found their mark. Helpless, Avian watched in horror as his parents plummeted towards the earth. Simultaneously, an arrow struck his own shoulder, and veered him off course into Gale, his wingman. Together, they spiraled downward, their bodies colliding with the unyielding earth, shattering against its unforgiving surface. Wiping tears from his eyes, Avian shakes his head, trying to clear the memory, as he steps back and turns to the left. The rock wall is lined with floor-to-ceiling hardwood shelves, filled with musty scrolls and charts that threaten to overflow the polished structure. He scans through the more recent records, searching for any relevant entries. And there it is, a reported sighting of a ship flying the colors of water, passing to the north of Airedale before the disappearance.
Another reason for me to return to Wild Woods, and speak with King Orcus and Queen Dessess.
With his mind made up, Avian returns the scroll to its designated place on the shelf. As he takes a step back, he bumps into the corner of his father's desk. His heart sinks upon hearing something fall. In a quick spin, he discovers that the small and delicately framed portrait of his mother has fallen onto its back, giving her the appearance of smiling up at him. The soft glow of the study's torchlight emphasizes the warmth and love captured in the painting. With a gentle touch, he carefully picks up the fallen portrait, ensuring not to smudge the delicate brushstrokes. Pressing a kiss to the spun gold frame, he sets the miniature back on the desk with a grieving sniff. The dull ache in his chest intensifies, feeling like a hammer blow to his heart, causing him to instinctively cover it with his hand.
Mother.
He chokes out, before his gaze lifts to his father's portrait.
Father, I'll avenge your deaths if I'm able.
Leaving the study, which now serves as a shrine to his parents, Avian gently closes the door behind him. Returning to the jagged ledge opening, he notices the worn, weathered wall pegs. A soft smile tugs at his lips, as he pauses at his mother's hooded, knee-length cloak. Running his fingers along the velvety fur trim, he feels its luxurious softness beneath his touch. With a gentle motion, he drapes it over his arm, envisioning the comfort it will provide the princess each night as a warm, protective blanket. With wings spread wide, he steps off the ledge and gracefully glides through the air, heading south. His keen eyes spot the V-shaped formation of the southbound patrol up ahead, and he closes the distance with impressive speed.
Permission to join formation?
He calls as he catches up.
Granted.
Answers Hurricane. None deviate from course as Avian flies in between Ear and Arrows, the two scouts he requested, closing the V formation into an arrowhead. The golden rays of the rising sun dance off the snow-capped mountains as the patrol puts the peaks behind them. The crisp winter air fills their lungs as unwavering eyes scan the vast expanse of winter-white dales that envelop Air's land base, searching for movement and anomalies. An hour into their flight, as they approach the water, Avian directs his attention towards wild woods on the opposite bank. Following the flight path laid out by Hurricane, Avian's keen eyes spot Phoenix and Jade, and he promptly alerts the scouts to their presence.
Your assignments. Arrows, you'll take the female. Air, the male.
Each nod, and the three call out.
Breaking formation.
Proceed.
Barks Hurricane from the lead. Arrows diverts to the left, the rush of wind whistling in his ears, while Ear veers right, her wings slicing through the air with a powerful whoosh. Avian ascends, the world shrinking beneath him. He loops back, the exhilaration of the maneuver tingling in his feathers, before plunging downwards, the air rushing against him. The remaining patrol flies on, the sound of their wings fading into the distance. Avian's descent behind Phoenix is as silent as a feather, the soft rustling of his wings barely audible. The gentle breeze carries the lingering scent of cooked eggs, mingling with the earthy aroma of the forest, as it tosses Jade's sleep-tossed auburn hair, about her emerald eyes sparkling with warmth. She waves as the Prince of Fire finishes saddling the mare. Alerted to his presence, Phoenix turns and tips his chin in greeting. With a mischievous smirk and eyes dancing with flames, Phoenix teases.
Nice outfit. Did June ditch you already?
Jade swats Phoenix's arm, eliciting a surprised yelp.
Pay him no mind, Cedric. Jaden is just jealous he can't pull off an outfit like that. You look so dashing. I'm sure June will love the new look.
Avian's smile slowly fades, and he gives his head a good shake, to shift from his culture of strict structure and discipline, back into the youthful ribbing of his new friends. Finally, finding a moment to speak, he turns to Jade and offers.
Need a hand up?
Thanks.
Jade says, expressing her gratitude, as he boosts her into the saddle.
See you both in a week.
With a tap of her heels on the mare's flank, the horse obediently trots away. As Phoenix and Avian stand side by side, they watch her trot off, their carefree mood taking a somber turn. Phoenix's hushed whispers fill the air.
I'm worried about her. It's her first time completely alone like this. Don't suppose you could ask one of your friends to?
Already done. Look up.
Avian interrupts.
Eros is one of our best scouts. She'll never know he's joined her, unless she runs into trouble.
Phoenix squints into the sun and grins, when an Airedalen takes flight from the treetop canopy, ascending towards the clouds, mirroring Jade's trajectory.
Thanks. I'll ride easier knowing she won't be alone.
Mounting, Phoenix turns his horse to the east.
I'm off. I figure if I ride through the night, I'll make it back to Fire Heights by tomorrow.
Clear skies, Phoenix. I mean safe journeys.
Says Avian, his respect for the prince growing.
Clear skies to you too, Cedric.
Phoenix spurs his horse and gallops away. Avian chuckles to himself, the moment Phoenix glances upwards, searching for any potential followers. When the galloping horse fades into the distance, he utters the word,
now.
Ear takes to the skies, disappearing behind fluffy clouds, observing the path from a discreet and very distant viewpoint. With a satisfied nod, Avian too takes flight, gliding through the sky toward town. Bypassing the winding road, he soars over the treetops. It's just shy of noon, when he lands in the town square, scattering many surprised people, who back away from the rare sight of an Airedalian. He makes his way inside the inn, hoping to speak with Orcus and Deces. All eyes turn on him, as he walks through the primary hub of tables, and enters the cellars. Whispered speculations on his presence drift among the watchers, but none stop him. He makes his way into the tunnels, from the secret entrance in the dank storage room, and strolls to the holding cell, where he finds the king and queen of Blacksand's death, unlocking the heavy door from the inside, taking a break from questioning the two prisoners. Deses smiles as he backpedals to let her swing open the door.
Avian, good to see you.
I see you've finally been home,
says Orcus, taking in his Airedalian leather.
How are things in Airedale?
Well, thank you.
Avian replies.
Though I'm more interested in how things are going here. Have you gotten any information from them yet?
We've learned the second goes by the name Solos.
Orcus shakes his head.
Perhaps we'd have better luck luring him into a confession if we knew all the details. It would strengthen our course of questioning.
Avian arches a brow.
Care for a ride through the woods? I've some questions for you both as well.
With an agreement struck, the three head back through the tavern, spawning another round of whispered questions from the patrons. Outside, they board the Dark Elves coach, and set a course for Dame Forrester's cottage. The excitement in the coach grows, when the Black Sands royals learn of their destination. Questions about the dame, the nature of her magic, and the well-being of the stowaway royals, carry the occupants to the cottage. Avian knocks before cracking open the door, calling in.
Anyone up for some company?
He stands back, smiling across to Dame Forrester, as the royals converge in the living room, greeting each other with long embraces. Ever the hostess, Dame Forrester serves a light lunch of smoked meats, with aged cheeses, and a garden salad, while all the royals divulge the details of their roles and experiences to date. When the discussion turns to the timeline of the Edgewater Royals' voyage, Avian interjects.
Speaking of, I checked the record logs while at Airedale and found their passage was recorded. Did they make it to Black Sands?
Yes.
Orcus confirms.
They decided to travel south to personally investigate where we first sensed the disturbance. That was the last we heard until the decree reached our shores.
Noticing the time, Avian stands to leave, interrupting the discussions of this new puzzle piece.
Forgive me, but I'm to meet Kaylee this evening at Black Sands. If I'm late, she's bound to leave again without me.
Laughter follows him to the door, but before he steps out, Baselt stops him with a question.
Any word on the other children?
Avian turns to find Lavis, standing just behind Baselt, waiting eagerly.
Yes, sires. They're both safe and parted ways this morning for home. I took the liberty of assigning flight scouts to follow each. We'll receive daily updates on their progress.
Thank you, Cedric,
says Queen Kindle, coming to rub a hand down her husband's thick arm. He steps out with a flourish and a joyful bow, closing the door on the royals' reunion, and lifts off. He charts a north by northeast heading, soaring toward the island of Black Sands' death. Avian skims a hand through the rippling cool surface of the water, relishing in its resistant tug against his fingers, as the radiant sun begins its slow descent. Taking in the surroundings, Avian notices how the casting warm glow behind the mysterious island of jet black sand turns the palm fronds of the trees, once a muted gray, into a vibrant shade of blood orange, their delicate rustling, adding a soothing melody to the tranquil atmosphere. He spots Kaylee relaxing in the shallows, and calls out with a smile.
Lost your way, little girl?
Kaylee muses.
So that's how you caught up to me so quickly back in Wild Woods. I always wondered about that.
Avian lands on the beach, spreading out two cloaks on the sand, before glancing at Kaylee. He turns with a concerned gaze locked on her, as she remains immersed in the water.
Need a hand out?
She shakes her head, her long hair swaying with the movement.
Cedric, will you swim with me?
I don't swim.
He tells her, his fingers nervously drumming against his thigh.
Don't or can't?
The question catches him off guard, and he stammers a moment before composing himself.
There's a difference. Is there some reason you're unable to swim? Or do you just choose not to?
He feels her questioning gaze, gentle yet persistent.
It's harder to fly when my wings are wet, so I tend to stay out of the water.
Please, Cedric, do try.
She pleads.
There's something I want to show you.
Wrestling with his inner doubts, he chews on the inside of his cheek, debating, before he admits.
I've never learned to swim, princess.
Then let me teach you,
she says, her smile reassuring.
Phoenix and Jade enjoy swimming with me each summer. Together we've explored incredible wonders beneath the sea.
She extends a slender hand invitingly.
Just take my hand and give it a squeeze when you need to take a breath. One squeeze, then place your lips to mine and inhale through your mouth. It's easy once you overcome any fears.
What's the signal to rise so we can talk?
He asks, brows furrowing with curiosity.
2 squeezes of my hand, and I'll make an air bubble for you to rest in and talk.
She looks into his eyes and assures him with unwavering confidence. He considers it, then nods.
We stay close to shore though, should we need to leave the water suddenly.
Kaylee agrees, as he disrobes down to his undergarments. With tentative steps, he enters the water, surprised by its warmth. He takes her outstretched hand, as he submerges his waist.
What do you wish to show me, princess?
She smiles and replies.
It's not far. Take a deep breath and let's go deeper.
As he holds his inhale, in his expanded chest, the two sink into the water. Avian looks around in a blue world, illuminated with wavering beams of golden light from the setting sun overhead. His eyes widen, drinking in this dimensional realm he never thought he'd see, bedecked with swaying kelp and seaweed forests, alive with brightly colored schools of fish. Kaylee remains calm and patient by his side, never wavering, even as his wings become saturated and drag him deeper. A light panic befalls him, as his lungs constrict, asking for air. He tightens his grip on her hand. She turns to face him, eyes tranquil, and lips parting for him. He covers her mouth with his own, inhaling a few much-needed breaths. Gradually, his panic subsides, and his free hand drifts up to touch her neck. Her silky gills flutter against his fingertips, as they open and close with each breath he takes. Reluctantly, after a final deep breath, he breaks contact, only to find himself falling deeper in love.
Ready to try swimming now?
She asks, her voice clear as a songbird, even underwater. He explores her delicate features, his initial fears, melting away as he nods, and she gently guides him towards a coral reef. The rugged coral interlock, create a submerged islet, teeming with vibrant colors. An array of fish swim in and out of living houses, making prismatic patterns, as they dart back and forth.
Beautiful,
he thinks, and turns to tell her so, squeezing twice. With a wave of her hand, an iridescent bubble encases him, suspending him crouched in the water beside her.
It's breathtaking, princess,
he says, testing the gelatinous, springy surface beneath his feet.
I see why you wanted to show this off.
Something else is about to happen that I'd like to share with you.
Even as she speaks, the water slowly deepens in color, reflecting the diminishing daylight. The gentle ripples on the surface create a captivating interplay of shadows and reflections. With the sun bidding farewell to the sky, a tranquil calmness embraces the underwater world. Gradually, the depths come alive, unveiling its hidden wonders. Bioluminescent organisms awaken, casting an ethereal glow that illuminates the darkness. Like stars in the night sky, tiny specks of light twinkle and shimmer, creating an otherworldly atmosphere. The soft, fluorescent greens of sea plants and algae seamlessly blend with the mellowing yellows, enveloping the seabed in a magical ambience. It's as if nature itself is crafting a masterpiece with its radiant colors.
What is this?
Avian asks, gazing towards the surface, in search of the origin of the radiant glow. Above the water, ethereal fairy lights dance and twirl. He recognizes them as the stars reflecting on the water's surface, but doubts they could be responsible for this enchanting phenomenon. Kaylee's soft sigh reveals her profound love for her homeland.
The true magic of the sea. Don't you have something like this back in your mountains?
He detects a hint of hope in her voice and wonders over it.
Nothing like this, princess, though the stars come out for us each night in droves.
Kaylee tips her face toward the glowing specks, letting their hue freckle her cheeks.
From the moment we're old enough to speak, we're told that if we can jump high enough from the water, we'll catch one. Can you fly up and touch them, Cedric?
Avian breaks into a fit of laughter. He rocks back on his heels, clutching his stomach, and the sudden movement pops the air bubble. Panicking, he reaches for her.
Just stand up, Cedric.
She tells him through a disappointed frown.
It's low tide. You were never in any danger.
He complies and adjusts his posture in the water, with only his neck above the surface. However, his initial breath is soured, as Kaylee abruptly turns and starts swimming away. Watching her, he puzzles over her words and behavior, trying to make sense of some secret meaning he detected behind her eyes. He stretches along the water's surface, paddling after her.
Princess, wait.
Try using your legs too, Cedric.
She suggests, encouraging him to engage his lower body.
Lock them straight and kick them slowly. One, then the other, up and down.
Curious, he follows her advice and finds himself able to catch up to where she treads water, her tail lifted to float before her. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks,
What exactly is on your mind, Princess?
She avoids his gaze, her cheeks turning a shade of red.
I thought he would have wings made of solid gold.
Who?
Prince Avian.
Realization dawns, as he recalls the conversation back in the cottage where both he and Dame Forrester informed her of the betrothal decree. He stands beside her, the water sloshing around his jaw. He notices a tear dripping off her chin, falling into the white froth of a sea wave. Concern grips hold as he scoops her up and carries her to the safety of land, wishing he could somehow dry her tears. Yet, lacking that ability, he tries to bring a smile to her face. Playfully, he says,
Careful, my little changeling, lest I begin to believe a woman's romantic heart beats within your bosom.
Gently placing her on the ground, he sits beside her, shaking water from his feathers. Still attempting to lighten the mood, he jokes.
Were my wings made of solid gold, their weight would leave me landlocked, not to mention the backaches.
Despite his efforts, she doesn't return his smile, leaving him disheartened. As he sits, he hugs his knees close to his chest, mesmerized by the sight of foamy white waves crashing onto the smooth surface of the black sandy beach. The discolored dark hues of the landscape serve as a testament to the centuries of ash from Fire Heights erupting volcanoes, even coating the trunks and coconut palm fronds of the nearby trees. In a soft tone, he asks,
Are you worried about a life with me after this is all over? Is that why you've been trying to think up some common ground between us?
Pausing briefly, he gently drapes his mother's cloak over her, making sure she's covered and comfortable for her upcoming change. Kaylee, evading his question, chooses instead to pull a golden comb from her hair. She gingerly places it in her palm, displaying it for him.
It's my mother's. I found it here while I was waiting for you. Cedric, she was here. Now, this is all I have left of her. This, and the agreement between our fathers.
Yes, the Royals of Death told me today they'd met with your parents. The Dark Elves directed them south to investigate the disturbance.
Avian holds his breath a moment, letting it out in a gust as he turns pleading eyes on her.
June, listen to me. I don't want you going after them. That place is too dangerous.
I have to go,
she says, her voice choked with emotion, another tear silently rolling down her cheek. He feared she would say as much.
Then don't go alone. Let me fly with you tomorrow.
He suggests, his gaze meeting hers.
Cedric, I swim too deep for you to follow from the air, and too fast for you to try and swim with me.
She responds, her eyes boring deep into his.
Then take the northern route up to Edgewater, and ask a merfolk team to join you.
He suggests, hoping to find a solution.
Doing that would confirm I'm still alive, and all of Archipelago would hear of it within an hour. Grandmother was right when she said I mustn't tell anyone.
She explains, concern clouding her eyes.
Is there nothing I can say to convince you otherwise?
He pleads, desperately searching for a way to change her mind. She watches the dancing lights, a thoughtful frown pulling on her pretty mouth. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope reflects in her eyes.
Would you feel better if I asked some dolphins to join me instead?
Avian ponders, and the atmosphere becomes still, as if holding its breath. Dolphins were playful, but protective creatures. If they let her join their pod, they'd defend her as well as they could.
Can you do that?
She brightens at the possibility.
Yes, I'm able to talk to them.
Comforted, he agrees and rises to his feet to dress.
As to the decree our fathers made, you needn't worry about it.
He says, as he pulls his shirt over his head.
Decrees can be wrong, just like the ones proclaiming our deaths.
He turns back, fully clothed, to find her staring at him.
Think you can rest now?
A curious look creases her forehead, eyes narrow, head tilting.
You're only half elemental, right?
Yes, half Airedalian and half elf. Though I'm a true royal on both sides. Does that bother you?
No, I'm just curious. Why did your father choose an elven bride over another elemental?
Avian chuckles.
It was a love match. My father loved to regale people with the tale of how he found mother, and the moment love struck him like an arrow. He gave her a large red ruby, cut into a heart, the day he professed his love and asked her to wed.
Kayleen lays back and smiles, as she settles in for the night, tucked inside the cloak.
That's romantic.
Avian watches her, as she drifts off to sleep. The memory of the ruby shines in his mind. When Kaylee comes of age, he'll do everything within his power to woo and wed her. Until that time, he'll enjoy every moment he shares with her, watching her grow, and letting her carve her way deeper into his heart, until his is inextricable from hers. With a yawn, he too lays down, once again, extending his wing to cover them both through the night. Chapter 11. Jade's Day of Confusion. Third day of search. Avian rubs his eyes, trying to shake off the grogginess of sleep. As he wakes, his gaze falls upon his mother's cloak, neatly folded and placed beside him. Etched in exquisite calligraphy, the words heading southbound, Edgewater, can be read in the lighter gray sand, beneath the deeper layers of black. He erases the message before turning his gaze towards the sea. To his surprise, he discovers Kaylee hasn't left yet. The warm glow of the rising sun highlights her radiant features, captivating his attention. Her aquamarine eyes sparkle, complemented by her flowing golden locks. He finds himself unable to look away, mesmerized by her smile, that exudes pure joy and contentment. She's joined by a pair of dolphins, whose movements create rippling rings, that wash up onto the black sandy beach. The sound of their playful clicks and whistles fills the air, causing a smile to curve on his lips. As she glances back at the island and waves, he reciprocates the gesture.
Care for some breakfast, princess?
He inquires, with a genuine display of warmth. Turning, she swims closer.
Yes, please.
Lifting her torso onto a rock, she watches him fly to a palm tree and pick a ripe coconut. Drawing his sword, he tosses the nut into the air, where the flaming blade slices through the husk and hardened shell. With incredible dexterity, he catches both halves in one hand and returns to land. Returning his sword to its sheath, he steps into the shallows, pointing to the dagger strapped on her forearm.
May I?
She nods, and he pulls the short blade free, using it to cut the coconut meat into bite-sized pieces. Returning the dirk, and with a bow, he leans forward, offering her one of the halves, that now serves as a bowl.
Breakfast is served, mistress.
Kaylee giggles, her eyes sparkling with merriment.
You're silly, Cedric. Thank you.
Taking seats on the rock to eat, they watch the two dolphins frolicking in the surf. One dolphin splashes them, as it leaps into a perfect backflip and crashes back under the surface.
You and your friend should do that,
says Kaylee, pointing toward the ripples left by the spectacle.
Play about in the water?
She giggles again between bites.
No, up in the air. A display of your flight skills. Maybe at special events. It would entice us to look up and take notice.
She seems to take his chuckle personally, her brow scrunching.
It would be a first step, Cedric.
Indeed it would, princess. I'll consider it.
Kaylee swallows her last bite, and leaves the hairy coconut shell behind, as she pushes off from the rock.
I best be on my way. See you tonight.
Until tonight, princess.
Flanked by the dolphins, she glides through the water towards the depths. The sandbar below lightens the cerulean sea, creating a mesmerizing hue that captivates the eye. With perfect precision, they execute a synchronized leap, their bodies arcing through the sky, before disappearing into the mysterious cobalt depths. Pausing, Cedric takes in the breathtaking sight of the sun rising, its golden rays casting a warm glow across the horizon, then retrieves the neatly folded cloak, and takes to the skies, ready to embrace another day of waiting. As the sun rises above the western shores of Wildwoods, Jade awakens. Emerging from the tiny cave she constructed for shelter, she prepares to cross to Earth Gorge. Stretching, she suppresses a yawn as she leaves behind a lush forest filled with the earthy aroma of moss and pine. A worn-out dock extends into the water, emitting a soft creak with each crashing wave. Leading her mare towards the dock, she secures the horse to a post, allowing it to graze on bits of sea grass. Meanwhile, she begins the laborious task of pulling the bobbing wooden raft towards the dock's edge. Using this pulley system, she plans to transport herself across a river-sized expanse of sea. Once the two wooden platforms connect, she retrieves her mare and assures her,
"We'll be home by tonight and I promise you some fresh oats with your dinner."
She rewards the beast with a gentle stroke to its neck, and they board the raft together. The mare lets out a soft neigh in response, but the sound only amplifies the profound loneliness she feels. The silence that took root within her heart the previous night now feels suffocating, making it hard for her to breathe. With nobody to keep her company except her own thoughts, the weight of solitude takes its toll. Suddenly, shadows glide across the dock. She looks up, her eyes widening in awe, as she lets out a soft ooh. The sky above is alive with the elegant presence of passing winged Airedalians. It comforts her knowing she's not totally alone after all. Jade stands motionless, watching the sheer beauty of the Airedalians, with her head tilted back, taking in every sweep of their feathery white wings, dotting the clear blue sky. She laughs at her own foolishness, the moment her balance falters and she stumbles backwards. Reaching for a length of rope from the pulley system to steady herself, she begins to regain her footing. But the fates have other plans, as a sudden jolt jerks the raft forward. Before she can react, the rope tightens around her leg, trapping her within the pulley system. With the second jerk adding speed to the motion, her body is yanked overboard, leaving her dangling by one leg, while her head disappears into the unforgiving sea. Frantically, Jade fights against the water's relentless pull, struggling to resurface and gasp for air. With each passing second, her strength wanes, and the fear of being swallowed by the treacherous waters intensifies. Just as all hope seems lost, a pair of strong hands reach for her through the surface. They firmly grasp Jade's flailing arms, pulling her back onto the safety of the raft.
Mistress? Are you okay, mistress?
Gasping for air, Jade clings to the raft, her heart pounding. She coughs and sputters, trying to regain her composure. Pushing wet hair off her face, she looks into the eyes of her savior.
"Thank you,"
she whispers, taking in the milk-white complexion and silvery eyes of the Airedalian male who saved her.
"I think the raft is being pulled from Earth Gorge. I wasn't prepared for it to move."
"It is, mistress, by humans who seem in a rush to cross with a carriage."
Jade turns to the mare, who fared better than she, and strokes its mane.
"I'll leave you now, mistress."
Turning back, Jade quickly shakes her head.
"Please, don't go. Could you at least stay until I'm safe on the other side?"
"As you wish, mistress."
Jade extends her hand and introduces herself.
"I'm Fenny."
"Nice to meet you, Fenny. I'm Aros."
Both take a seat on the raft, and chat to pass the hour-long wait until the raft touches land again. The thick line of rope vibrates, as it makes its way through the pulley system, tugged on the opposite end by powerful hands that reel the craft in like a fish on a hook. They stand, as the breathtaking shores of Earth Gorge come into view. Towering regal trees dance in the gentle breeze, lining the cobblestone road that winds through the picturesque landscape, a vast field stretching in all directions. Standing on the nearby dock are two humans, dressed in the traditional uniforms of the palace guards of Earth's realm. They work in harmony, pulling on the lever of a pulley system with a rhythmic sawing motion. Behind the laboring pair, a carriage awaits.
"Do you recognize them, mistress?"
"No,"
Jade replies, observing the emblem of Earth on the coach's door.
I wonder how they got word of my arrival.
Pardon, mistress?
She gestures to the carriage.
It belongs to my family.
As the two wooden platforms meet, Eros contemplates the situation, unsure of what to make of it.
Get off call, you two boy.
The burlier human barks, his words sharp and intimidating. Eros and Jade both comply, stepping off the raft cautiously. With venom dripping from his words, the man continues his tirade.
How dare you detain a member of the royal family by playing on this crossway?
I apologize for detaining you,
says Jade with noble decorum.
And also offer my thanks for the swift crossing.
Eros takes hold of the mare's reins, guiding her onto the shoreline. Meanwhile, Jade approaches the carriage, and delicately touches her fingertips to the smooth handle of the door to open it. As she does, a sudden cry of fright echoes from inside. Intrigued, she peers in through the door window. Jade's gaze locks with a pair of wide, dull green eyes. As she peers closer, she notices the green-eyed girl looks to be waking from a long nap, lacking vibrancy, like a forgotten meadow amid winter. She notes the girl's youth and her rich brown hair, styled much like her own. Before she can comment or question the other female, the second guard tugs on Jade's arm, swiveling her away from the carriage.
I'll thank you not to disturb her. She's meeting with her new betrothed, Nachas, and is nervous enough without having strangers gawking at her.
Mistress, to me.
Eros beckons, and Jade hurries over.
I don't understand Eros,
she whispers.
What's this all about?
I'm not sure, mistress, but let's stay out of their way.
The pair step back, watching as the carriage boards the raft and starts its journey across the waterway. Once the craft has shrunk into the distance, Eros offers Jade a hand to mount, and lifts the reins for her to take.
Clear skies, mistress.
The farewell brings a frown to Jade's lips.
Must you go?
Aye.
His hand hesitates on the reins while his storm cloud eyes search her face. Mistaking his hesitation, as a result of the unjust separation between the Airedalians and other elementals, Jade hurries on.
I'd feel safer if you joined me. That is, if you've no other pressing matter that needs your attention?
I've none, mistress, and welcome the opportunity to view this part of Archipelago in your company.
Jade's radiant smile accompanies her gentle movement, creating space for him to join her on the mare. Together, they embark on a journey towards the heart of the expansive island that makes up her home. The rhythmic trot of the mare carries them past prosperous rice paddies and manicured fields of corn, wheat, and oats. By midday, they reach the assorted vegetable fields, their emerald green shoots shimmering under the golden sun. Eros twists on the horse's back, drinking in the sights.
Such magnificence. I'm humbled by the splendor of these fields, but I never imagined it looked like this. It's a jungle of ordered abundance. Now I understand exactly how Earth God supplies all of Archipelago with most of our food.
Have you never flown this way before?
Yes, mistress, but from high overhead, it's just patches of colors.
Ah, I see.
Jade pauses before murmuring.
I guess we all perceive our surroundings differently. My mermaid friend has confided in me she finds the land to be quite mysterious. She prefers to observe it from a distance as she gracefully swims through the waters. While my friend from Fire Heights analyzes every piece of land with a strategic mindset, constantly searching for its strengths and weaknesses.
How do you view it, mistress?
Needing a moment to gather her thoughts, she pauses, soaking in the serene ambience of her surroundings. The gentle rustle of leaves fills the air, accompanied by the distant chirping of birds. Inhaling deeply, she catches a whiff of the earthy scent from the fields. Finally, she answers,
A nurturing mother. I find immense joy in sharing the abundant treasures it graciously offers with others.
Eros acknowledges the statement with a slight tilt of his head.
So, those of the Earth realm are our peacekeepers, and fire, our army. We the Air Force, and water our navy.
Although the label sounds strange to her, Jade finds it gratifying to be considered a peacekeeper. As they continue their journey, Jade steers the mare onto a left-hand path, avoiding the various rock quarries, dug into the earth like giant animal burrows. Nearing more populated areas, they encounter locals riding horses, and traveling in donkey-drawn wagons. Many wave, exclaiming,
Congratulations, Princess.
One woman gasps with delight, eyes roving Eros's fine frame.
May the fates bless your union.
Wait until I get home and tell the others I saw them both.
Her companion squeals.
Oh, he's so handsome,
cries the girl, riding at the back of their wagon, a puppy on her lap. Eros squirms under the scrutiny.
Mistress?
He asks, and Jade turns, to find a flush high on his pale cheeks.
I don't know the meaning of it, Eros, but the quicker I get home, the sooner I can put a stop to it. Hang on tight.
Nudging the mare into a canter, they leave the gossipers behind, as the turrets of the castle make dark ridges on the horizon. As they approach the lower drawbridge, Jade gently pulls back on the reins, feeling the mare's slow stride beneath her. An eerie silence envelops them, making her senses tingle. The imposing double doors of the grand castle loom before them, tightly shut. The courtyard stretches out before her, deserted and devoid of life. There's no sign of servants or diplomats anywhere in sight. A sense of unease grips her, causing a tremor to creep into her voice as she speaks.
What's going on?
Her words disappearing into the silence. Dismounting, she heads to the arched double doors and tries to open one.
It's locked.
Frustration builds within her as she pounds the ornamental knocker, the sound echoing through the empty courtyard, yet yielding no response.
Mistress, have you a friend close by you can visit?
The only one I trust is currently in the port village. That's a couple more hours' ride.
Eros lowers his arm to aid her in remounting.
I don't understand any of this, Eros. Never in all my years has the palace been left deserted like it is now.
Jade nudges her heels to the horse's side, coaxing her to gallop, as they steer away from the castle grounds, and onto the main road. An hour into their ride, Eros and Jade traverse a serene countryside. The rhythmic sound of hooves hitting the dusty road fills the air as their horse trots along. Suddenly, Eros's sharp eyes catch sight of movement in the distance. Squinting against the sun's glare, he makes out another horse on the horizon, bearing two riders. The distant horse moves at a spent pace, its powerful muscles rippling under its sleek coat. As they draw closer, the words the pair share have a curious way of lingering in the air, enabling Jade to hear their conversation.
Mother, it's not like Finny to turn us away without an audience. Something's wrong, I just know it.
I agree, Lee, but there's little we can do about it. Jade gasps in surprise and taps the mare into a canter as she calls out.
Lee, Jane, wait up.
Hearing their names, both mother and child turn their heads, their eyes widening in surprise. Jade's horse slows its pace, its hoofs gently thudding against the ground as it comes to a leisurely walk beside them.
I was just at the palace. It's deserted and locked tight. What's going on?
Finny? Mother, it's Finny.
Lee, stop squirming, you'll startle the horse.
Jane warns, then turns a warm smile on Jade.
I had hoped to ask you that yesterday, when we came to the palace to offer you our services. We heard of your safe return.
Yesterday? This day just gets stranger and stranger. I only just returned this afternoon.
Jane glances to Eros, who nods in the stiff way of soldiers, confirming Jade's account.
That provides explanations for many things, Princess. Although, it doesn't explain the rumors of your parents' demise.
A ruse.
At their befuddled looks, Jade goes on, filling them in on the details of the past week. As the ride slows to a halt, they approach a picturesque cottage nestled among the trees. This safe house, situated just outside of Port Village, is a delightful two-story building, adorned with a white picket fence and a well-maintained garden. Jade's parents went above and beyond to ensure their safety and privacy when they offered the residence for their challenging period of recovery. Jane opens the door, and the entrance becomes filled with the intoxicating fragrance of blooming white hyacinths. The sight of these pristine flowers, in golden etched decorated pots, is truly captivating, inviting everyone to step inside. As soon as they enter the modest but pristine two-room home, the sounds of feminine laughter and friendly chatter warms the abode. Everyone finds a seat around the table, and Jade offers introductions.
Eros, this is Jane, captain of the Edgewater Guard, and her daughter, Juniper. We all call her Lee. She's our dear friend and also the Princess of Water's handmaiden. Ma'am, Lee, this is Eros.
Nice to meet you, ma'am, mistress.
Nice to meet you too, Aros.
Says Jane sunnily, before returning her attention back to Jade.
What can we do to assist, princess?
Can you help me get into my palace and get the daily duties running again? I can't even fathom the number of people who are now jobless by its closing. I also need to get a missive, from King Viti and Queen Elan, to the elves at Life Isles, asking them to deliver a new ship to the town of Wildwoods for Captain Halvor and his crew.
Getting everyone back home to the palace is an easy enough task,
says Jane.
I'll begin with the tavern, here in Port Village. I'm sorry to say, a crossing to Life Isles will prove more difficult.
Why is that, ma'am?
There's been no ships making the crossing, ever since word came of the one destroyed in Wild Woods.
Juniper perks up.
I can swim the missive across to Life Isles.
She turns to her mother and pleads.
Please, mother, may I?
Jane bites her lower lip, but slowly, her head nods.
All right, Lee, so long as you go straight there, and come straight back.
Juniper jumps from her chair, and holds out her hand, bouncing on the soles of her feet. Jade laughs and gives her the missive.
Have you some way to keep it dry?
Sure do, Finny. Leave it to me.
Juniper runs to the cupboards, and pulls out a watertight, tubular container with a woven shoulder strap. Opening one end, she slips the missive inside, then seals it again, and lifts the strap over her head and arm. The container comes to rest comfortably at her waist. Turning back to her mother, she asks,
May I go now?
A moment, Lee. I'll accompany you to the tavern, and start informing everyone to head back to the palace, and prepare it for the return of all the royals of Earth.
Jane pushes back from the table, addressing Jade and Eros as she rises.
Help yourselves to a meal. I'll be back shortly.
Eros declines the offer, matching her stance with fingertips pressed to the table.
I must take my leave also. If I don't report back before nightfall, many will begin to worry. Mistress, it was a pleasure to spend a day in your company.
Thank you for everything, Eros. I hope we get a chance to meet again.
As do I, mistress. Clear skies.
Just outside the door, Eros spreads his wings and leaps, soaring high into the sky. As he flies back to Wildwoods, his thoughts drift, contemplating his upcoming report to the royals at the dame's cottage. His unique gift enabled him to sense the protective shield surrounding the residence, where the princess sought refuge. The bubble-like shield came from the one called Jane, a true-blood earth elemental. However, her daughter is a half-blood, a mixture of earth and water. The swim to Life Isles would be effortless for her. Although, as a half-blood, she would not fully transform into a mermaid, only developing gills and webbing between her fingers, without a tail. Eros had witnessed this phenomenon before. Thus distracted, he almost misses Prince Avian flying below. He lets out a hawk's cry. Avian glances up and flies closer with a welcoming command.
Report Eros.
He listens as Eros fills in the details of the day, finishing with,
I'm heading to the royals now, sire. I'll inform them as well.
Did you get an opportunity to see who traveled in the carriage?
No, sire, though Fenny may have.
Nice work, Eros. Carry on. Spend the night at the dame's, then return to Earth Gorge in your duties on the morrow.
Yes, sire.
The two fly together over the strip of sea, separating Earth Gorge from Wildwoods, until the town comes into view below. Avian begins his descent, and is surprised to see Dame Forrester's coach approaching. Gliding to a landing, he meets her outside the inn, and hitches the horses before turning to offer her a hand down.
Cedric, this is a pleasant surprise.
Likewise, ma'am. What brings you to town?
I'm delivering the weapons today. Have you seen Captain Hover?
Not yet, though I too have news for him. May I assist you?
Dame Forrester nods her thanks, as Avian retrieves the crate, and lugs it inside behind her. The tavern is packed with townsfolk, hoping to overhear snippets of a confession from the prisoners, said to be locked in the cellar.
Now we'll get some answers.
One man whispers behind his tankard, as the pair passes.
They've called in the witch.
Thankfully, the whispers are cut off, as they traipse down into the cellar, and through the hidden passage into the secret tunnels. The two find Halvor outside the cell doors, speaking with his first mate. He greets them with a side eye and a raised hand, requesting they hold on for a moment.
Who gave you this, Jones?
He asks the sailor, waggling a rolled parchment.
It was waiting for me at the tavern counter, Captain. When I asked who delivered it, they informed me a child dropped it off.
Did they recognize the child?
No, Captain.
Strange.
Halvor murmurs as he reads it aloud.
Congratulations on your promotion, Captain Jones. Your new ship is scheduled to arrive in town in a couple days, with orders to pick up 2 groups of passengers, both headed to Shadow, where you and your crew will be handsomely paid. It's signed, King Narchise and Queen Collis.
Gasps echo from within the cell, prompting Avian to clear his throat before he speaks.
Captain Halvor, I too come with news of a new ship, commissioned by the Royals of Life, for you and your crew. It's due to arrive in 3 days but carries no such commission.
Another gasp hisses out of the barred doors, just as Dame Forrester lends her voice to the conversation.
Captain Halvor, the Royals of Fire have asked me to reward you and your crew with these fire weapons. They are most grateful of your actions that helped save their lives aboard your ship. The Royals of Earth also asked me to inform you that monthly provisions will await you in Earthgorge's port for the next year once you're ready for them.
Captain Halvor is speechless. The caged men are less so.
Monos, we failed.
One voice hisses.
They all live.
Shut up, Solos. They'll hear you, I need to think.
Avian and Dame Forrester take their leave, exchanging satisfied smiles, as Captain Halvor and Jones hoist the sturdy crate and venture deeper into the dimly lit tunnels. The echoes of their footsteps drowning out any lingering conversations from the captive souls. Once outside, Avian escorts the dame towards her waiting coach. His hand finds the small of her back, providing support as she climbs onto the driver's bench.
Will you not come back with me, Cedric?
She pleads, her voice filled with a touch of longing.
No, ma'am.
Cedric replies, his tone resolute.
I'm to meet June at Edgewater tonight and must be on my way.
The dame's eyes soften with understanding.
Give her my best.
Cedric nods, a small smile playing on his lips.
I will, ma'am.
With a final bow, he spreads his wings and takes flight, the rush of wind in his ears drowning out the distant sound of the carriage's wheels, as the horses begin their journey back home. Chapter 12. The Jungles versus Wild Woods. 4th day of search. Phoenix rises early, stretching his cramped muscles, as he once again assesses the damage to the bridge leading into Fire Heights. He'd ridden all day, and through the night, in his attempt to arrive yesterday, but his journey came to an abrupt halt, halfway across the bridge. The jungles of Fire Heights, enveloped in an ominous haze, dared him to approach, as the air thickened with the acrid scent of sulfur. In the distance, an erupting volcano sent plumes of smoke, soaring into the sky, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. The burning vegetation crackled and hissed, succumbing to the relentless heat, while molten magma oozed and bubbled, creating a fiery spectacle that illuminated the surrounding terrain. Under the volcano's relentless fury, the ground trembled, and fiery projectiles shot into the air, mercilessly descending upon the defenseless island. The sight of such raw power and destruction weighed heavily on Phoenix, serving as a grim reminder of the many dangers that awaited him in the expansive jungles he called home. The bridge he traversed spanned a mile-long construction of 4-inch thick planks, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship. Designed for the safety of travelers, to help them cross the vast stretch of water that separates Wild Woods from his home island. However, one of Fire Heights' many volcanoes had spewed forth a long red tongue of boiling hot magma, licking the enormous support posts on the far side of the bridge. Fortunately, the fates were smiling on him, or so he thought, as the timing of his arrival favored him with only a few wooden planks ablaze, offering a glimmer of hope to salvage the majority of the bridge. The acrid smell of smoke filled the air, stinging his nostrils as he surveyed the scene. The flames danced and flickered, their orange glow reflecting off the sweat that dripped down his forehead. Time was running out, and he knew he had to act quickly. With a sense of urgency, he rode the horse as close to the danger zone as it dared go and dismounted to survey the situation. With determined steps, he approached the burning planks, feeling the intense heat radiating through his boots. He reached over his shoulder to grip his blade's hilt and drew his broadsword from his back. Gripping his flaming broadsword tightly, he swung it with all his might, hacking away at the larger burning sections of the structure. Sparks flew as the blade met the wood, and he could hear the satisfying crack of the planks breaking apart. Sweat poured down his brow, creating trails through the soot and ash clinging to his cheeks, as he fought against time, each passing second, crucial in saving the bridge from complete destruction. As the larger flames fell away, hissing and sizzling into the waterway below, he turned his attention to the smaller blazes that still clung to the charred boards. Stomping on them with force, he extinguished the remaining embers. With a sense of relief, he knew he'd successfully fought back the inferno, saving the structure from complete destruction. However, as he worked, night descended, worsened by the lingering plumes of smoke, and he could no longer make out the full extent of the damage. Exhausted, he eventually fell into a deep sleep on the bridge. Now, with the rising sun, he can sort out what's needed for its repair. At his feet, there's a hopscotch of remaining planks, with random slots of various sizes missing. A quick search for his horse finds the creature grazing contently back in wildwoods. His attention turns back to the largest 4-plank-wide gap he needs to cross to enter the jungles. The others, he can hop across, but that final leap would send him tumbling into the sea. Luckily, the support poles and fat railing still hold steady, despite some dark and damaged spots. The distant sound of drums disrupts his budding plan, and he strains his ears, hoping to hear a message of alert regarding the bridge. To his surprise, the rhythmic beats of the drum announce his rescue and return, proclaiming this a day of celebration. He peers at the dense tangle of jungle foliage, now split by a smoldering line of hardening magma rock that leaves a dark, barren scar where the eruption spillage scorched and buried the plants. No movement catches his eye, no sign of any rescuers either.
Couldn't you actually fetch me first, before you send out a message of my grand rescue?
Stepping over to the railing, he pulls free a half-burned post and beats out a message of his own. Fire damage. West Bridge. Repair needed immediately. After a notable pause, he beats out the message again. A reply echoes down the volcanic slope. Repair squad sent. Satisfied, Phoenix drops the post and goes to retrieve the horse while he waits. By the time he leads the stallion to the damaged side, a smile lifts the corners of his mouth. Emerging from the jungle growth is a group of older youths, dressed in plain leather loincloths that mirror the primal essence of their surroundings. Leading them is a familiar face. His hunting companion Stretch spots Phoenix waving from the bridge, covered head to toe in soot and ash, prompting him to call out.
Jaden, is that you? How'd you get here so fast?
Yes, it's me, Stretch. Been here all night putting out the fire.
A taller boy named Rip ogles Phoenix with a bug-eyed expression. His fellow, Razor, elbows him in the ribs.
Told you it wasn't him.
Puzzled, Phoenix plows on.
Down a tree, will you? Then send Rip across with a mallet and some dowels. He and I can work on this end, while you and Razor fell another.
Hey, Jaden, glad to see you back.
Razor greets with a wide grin and a wave.
You wouldn't believe what's been going on.
Rip rubs at his ribs.
Then who's the other one?
He asks Razor, his voice barely carrying to Phoenix.
On it.
Stretch calls back, and the trio head towards the closest towering cypress tree. As they swing their axes at the trunk, Phoenix's sharp eyes spot a sudden movement amongst the fern fronds. Without hesitation, he lets loose a whistle, alerting the others. Stretch locks eyes with him. Instantly, his gaze follows the pointing finger in the indicated direction. A smirk pulls on his friend's mouth.
Polly, get over here before we accidentally drop a tree on you.
A young male elf, about 13, steps out and moves a safer distance from the others. Something about the elf pokes at Phoenix's subconscious, but he can't put his finger on it. The crack of the felled tree buries the thoughts. He steps back as the top branches crash onto the board in front of him. While his friends cut away the lower limbs on the other side, Phoenix makes quick work of the slimmer upper branches with his bare hands. Still, his gaze occasionally darts back to the elf, wondering what it is that puzzles him so. Rip shimmies across the log and smiles as he joins Jaden.
First, we heard you and your parents were dead. Then yesterday we heard you'd been found and brought home late last night. Now here you are, after you snubbed us back in town. Acted like you didn't know your own code name. What's going on, Jaden?
No idea, Rip. I haven't been in town today. Or for many days.
Rip straddles the log and pulls out a wood planer from the satchel he carries. Beginning to strip the bark of the log, he chuckles.
He looked like you, and the adults all say he's Prince Phoenix.
Phoenix's heart drops into his stomach, brain buzzing, with the implications of such a ruse.
Think you can handle this on your own?
He asks.
I'd like to meet this so-called Prince Phoenix for myself.
Sure thing. I'll bring the horse to town when we're finished here.
Thanks, Rip.
Crossing the log with arms spread wide for balance, Phoenix hops off into Fire Heights, just as a second tree falls. The cypress missed its mark, tumbling about 30 feet to the left.
I'll give you a hand.
He offers the others, using the immense strength passed down his bloodline. He hugs the trunk and hauls the tree upright so it stands on its torn roots. Twisting, he calls out a warning to Rip, who quickly jumps out of the way. With a grunt and a mighty heave, Phoenix drags the tree 4 paces, lining it up, before letting it fall again. This time, the branches land on the bridge platform.
Thanks, Jaden, that saved us a lot of time.
Glad to help, Stretch.
With a hint of a smile tugging at his lips, he wipes a streak of soot from his cheek, smearing it further across his ash-stained face. He turns to leave, and nearly crashes into the elven boy.
Aren't you going to stay and help make the bridge?
The boy asks. Phoenix chuckles, looking at the elf.
I did my part, putting out the fire, signaling for the repair, and getting them started. Now, I'm going to town, to challenge Prince Phoenix for the kingdom. Is there more I need do?
The young elf stares, his mouth popping open in astonishment. Stretch chuckles.
2 coppers on your win.
Razor raises a finger.
I've a copper, to add to that bet. Wish we could be there to watch.
Up close, Phoenix finally pinpoints the source of his fascination with the elf. It turns out to be the captivating 2-tone blue sash adorning the elf's attire. He becomes fixated on the tranquil sky blue, which harmoniously complements the deeper aqua shades of the shimmering threads depicting the sea below. To his surprise, this sash wasn't a decorative accessory, but the colors, flown by the missing royals of water. His voice takes on a hardened tone as he inquires.
Name?
Polly swallows, throat bobbing.
They call me Polly, but my real name is Perksitter.
I see why they call you Polly. What brings you to Fire Heights?
I'm the cabin boy on my dad's ship. We're moored in town right now.
Phoenix examines the boy's expression as he poses his next question.
How long will you be in town?
Polly shrugs.
I'm not sure when Dad will set sail again.
Phoenix pauses, choosing his next words with care.
That sash you're wearing.
His gaze dips again to the splashes of blue, stretched across the elf's chest.
Where'd you get it?
Dad gave it to me.
Polly shrugs again.
He said he couldn't stomach seeing it fly on our mast anymore.
You know what it is?
Yeah, it's the colors of the water realm.
The youngster's lack of concern shifts the direction of Phoenix's thoughts. Perhaps the truth is less sinister than he had first feared.
Perksitter, exactly how long has your father's ship been in port?
About a year now. Waiting on instructions from our last passengers.
Phoenix sinks down to sit on a boulder, his head in his hands, to trap the flood of thoughts inside, long enough for them to solidify. His mind races with a whirlwind of emotions. The weight of the situation bears down on him, causing his brow to furrow and his fingers to grip tightly into his hair.
We've all been looking for debris from a shipwreck, yet the ship never sank.
Looking up, he quickly asks.
The passengers?
Oh, they swam on to go look for something. They begged Dad to wait for their return, but they never came back. They paid handsomely, or we'd be gone already.
Phoenix releases a deep sigh, his elbows digging into his knees, as he cups his forehead in his hands, waiting for answers to come, for a decision to form, for a next step to reveal itself. He wonders what compelled the passengers to leave, and what they were searching for. The mention of a handsome payment, which had kept Perksiter and his father afloat, only adds to the enigma. Just as he's on the verge of something, the sudden rumble of wagon wheels shattered the tranquility of the surroundings, indicating the delivery of freshly hewn planks along the winding jungle road. He jumps to his feet, his friends joining him, as they're relieved of their duties by the adult construction crew.
Jaden?
Stretch asks, his voice carrying a worried lilt, noting Phoenix's thunderous expression.
Come on, I'm really itching for a fight now. Let's go confront this false prince.
Guided by Phoenix, the group cut to a parallel path, venturing deeper into the lush tropical jungles. They're surrounded by vibrant flowers in shades of red, orange, and purple, which add bursts of color to the scenery. The fragrance of these blossoms attract butterflies, creating a beautiful display as they flutter from bloom to bloom. As they progress, towering cypress trees reach towards the sky, creating an intertwining canopy of branches, casting a soothing shade over the forest floor. Exotic birds fill the air with their sweet melodies, their vibrant feathers serving as decorations amidst the lush greenery. A lazy, yawn-like roar in the distance alerts them to a lion's pride nearby, basking in the sun's warmth. Turning away from the sound, they stroll further into the jungle and stumble upon a crystal-clear stream. The gentle gurgling of the water provides a calmer soundtrack to their trek. The dense foliage surrounding them creates a sense of adventure, with vines sagging from trees, tempting the youths to grab hold and swing into the inviting water. Each of these encounters strengthens Phoenix's bond with nature, making him feel as though the jungle is embracing him and welcoming him home. Drops of moisture cling to Phoenix's deep bronze skin, accentuated by the humid air, as he remains vigilant, walking alongside his companions. Reaching the bustling main road, they approach a popular local tavern, where Phoenix catches sight of a cluster of fire guards, gathered near the hitching posts. With lowered heads, their conversation takes on a whispered and intimate tone. Phoenix lifts a finger to his lips, signaling the others to remain silent, as he guides them closer, allowing them to listen in.
I've never known him to do this. Have you?
A bearded man laments. The rest of the group shake their heads, and each toss in their own speculations.
Perhaps it's grief over his parents?
The bearded guard considers the question before amending.
Maybe he suffers injuries we don't know about.
The third guard suggests.
More like a plank flew at his head and knocked a few pegs loose.
The fourth guard, who mirrors the third in frame and features, adds.
It's like he doesn't even know us.
The bearded man asks.
Would any of you be the same, after witnessing so many deaths?
Phoenix sidles up to the group, melding in beside the shortest among them. He adds his lowered voice to the conversation.
Does he bear his father's signet ring, Cole?
With a slow, regretful shake of his head, the shortest man answers.
No, he said it's lost with his father.
Too bad.
Phoenix says with a faint sigh, the sound dripping with disappointment, as he pulls out the leather strip hanging around his neck. His father's ring dangles at the end, catching the scorching sun. Cole glances at the ring, blinks, and does a double take. His head snaps up, to drink in Phoenix's features. His lips twitching upwards, failing to contain his delight. Phoenix chuckles, playfully nudging the bearded man beside him, their shoulders colliding softly.
Where's he at now, Soots?
In the tavern, drinking of all things.
Soots replies, the word drinking carrying a hint of disapproval.
He said he needed to dull the pain.
What pain?
Soots redirects his attention towards Phoenix, his eyes brimming with anger. However, as he locks eyes with Phoenix, his expression morphs into one of sheer astonishment.
Jaden.
Phoenix's face lights up with a mischievous grin, as he extends his hand towards Soots, offering stability and support.
The one and only.
Soots grasps Phoenix's arm, emitting a hearty chuckle of warmth and camaraderie. Yet, the young prince detects a subtle hint of relief in the laughter. After the elder guard regains his balance, Phoenix shifts his attention towards the twin guards.
Ingot, Ignis, you wouldn't mind if I challenge him, would you? Maybe I can knock some sense into him.
Both guards are slower on the uptake. The first still frowning at his own feet while the second scans the street for eavesdroppers. Ingot eyes Phoenix's young loitering friend suspiciously and whispers,
It's the duty of a royal to accept any challenge of strength put on them.
Just keep in mind there can be no bloodshed.
adds Ignis.
You'd best know what you're getting into.
I've no plans to spill my blood today. Go call him out.
Finally, both guards appraise the lunatic, who dare challenge the crown, and then exchange startled looks with one another, breaking out into deep laughs.
Who shall we say challenges him, my prince?
Asks Ingot. Razor, Stretch, and Rip punch their fists in the air and cry.
Jaden challenges him.
The call for a fight draws eyes all along the road. Heads pop out of shop windows, searching for the challenger. Groups of whispering onlookers gather as the guards, laughing, enter the tavern to fetch the would-be prince. By the time the guards return, still chuckling, everyone in town has gathered to watch the pending entertainment. All eyes turn to the tavern doors. Jaden faces the building, at the heart of the gathered crowd, some standing on hitching posts, or sitting on roofs for a better view. He makes a show of his warm-up stretching, until a ripple of gasps draws his attention to the red-haired boy stepping through the tavern door. Undoubtedly, there's a resemblance to himself in the square jaw, wide nose, and muscled arms, but the truth is unmistakable when the two stand together. Fear rides deep in the other's brown eyes when they lift to meet his. It's clear in the way his eyes dart about anxiously, and how they quickly drop when they meet the gaze of the true prince. The fear seems to have taken root deep within him, leaving an indelible mark on his countenance. It's a stark reminder of the power imbalance between them, as Jaden's mere presence instills an overwhelming sense of trepidation in the other.
There are two of them?
Cries someone in the throng.
No, look closely.
Says Rip.
Jaden is elemental. That other is human.
Indeed, more watchers began to point out subtle differences that Jaden had already picked out. By using a deep-tinted oil, the impostor achieved a bronze-like complexion, making his dark skin appear elemental. His red hair had dark brown roots. No sparks of amber fire danced around in his plain brown eyes.
What trickery is this?
Another voice demands, as the false prince stands face to face with Jaden, showing an obvious size discrepancy. Jaden stands half a head taller and twice as broad as his adversary. The air crackles with tension, as Jaden and the fake prince face off in the middle of the dusty road. The onlookers hold their breath, sensing the gravity of the moment.
Prince Phoenix,
says Jaden, with an air of formality.
I, Jaden, challenge you for the rule of the Fire Realm. Do you yield, or will you fight to rule this kingdom?
The crowd watches in awe as Jaden stands tall, his voice cutting through the silence like a knife. Every word drips with conviction, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind that he means business. The gathered townsfolk call out wagers, as heads turn to the human, awaiting his reply. Slowly, the human removes his cloak and hands it to Sootz. The guard crosses his arms and averts his gaze, refusing to take the impostor's garment. Seeing no other choice, the human tosses it in anger to the ground.
You dare challenge me?
The fake phoenix snarls at Jaden.
Yield, and spare yourself the humiliation of going home toothless. I have trained tirelessly for this moment. I will not back down.
I will not yield. Fight me, if you dare.
Determination burns in his eyes, fueled by a deep sense of justice.
Win, and none will ever question your claim to this realm again.
The human, a mere imposter, charges forward, fueled by adrenaline. Tackling the elemental around the hips in an attempt to bowl him over. But the fake prince cannot match the strength of Jaden's resolve. This is a battle, not only of physical strength, but also of willpower and integrity. Jaden can't believe what he's seeing.
Is this human seriously fighting me? Does he not realize the damage I could inflict with a single punch? If I raise a hand in defense, I'll snap his bones in half. Blast the fates. I can't fight him.
His thoughts are racing, but his resolve is unwavering. He firmly believes in the value of life, and the responsibility that comes with his extraordinary abilities. He refuses to use his strength for harm, knowing that redemption and understanding are always possible. Despite his disbelief, he doesn't let anger and superiority cloud his judgment. Instead, he seeks a nonviolent solution to this conflict. Jaden doesn't budge. Boots firm in the dusty road, he sneers down his nose at his opponent, heat flickering in his eyes. A stark contrast to the ice in his voice.
I give you this last chance. I suggest you yield. Stop this pretense, and meet your judgment for this impersonation.
He opts for a more diplomatic approach, seeking to reason with his opponent, and diffuse the tension before it escalates further. It's not weakness that guides Jaden's actions, but a firm commitment to maintain his own moral compass, and uphold the principles that make him who he is. Backing away, the imposter pants heavily, his body tense with a final act of defiance.
Who are you?
I am Jaden Phoenix, the true Prince of Fire Heights. Who may you be?
In one stride, he grips the human's shirt in one fist, and hoists him off the ground. The imposter, with a malicious grin, attempts to shake off Jaden's tackle, but Jaden's grip holds firm.
You lie.
The false prince cries, his dangling feet kicking like a toddler.
The Royals of Fire are all dead.
Jaden arches one brow.
Then you admit you're not Prince Phoenix?
Realizing the trap he's constructed with his words, the human concedes with a slow nod. Rumbles of fury pass through the crowd.
On whose authority do you carry out this ploy?
Jaden demands.
Narchis and Kallas ordered I do this.
Why?
A look of defiance crosses the human boy's face as he goes tight-lipped. Jaden heaves a disappointed sigh, his gaze touching on the four guards.
Cole, Ingot, Soots, Ignis. Can you escort this imposter to a holding cell? My parents will wish to question him once they return. He's to remain under lock. Let's give him this time to think about his actions.
Yes, my prince.
Cole says for the group, all of them stepping forward to retrieve the human. The boy goes quietly, cornered by four enormous sentries that block him from the boos and jabs of the angry crowd. Jaden's blood still steams with the urge to fight, until he can practically feel it coming out his ears like a kettle. To scratch the itch, he stomps around the tavern to the water tower and punches one of its supporting legs. The tower crumbles, spewing water on impact that drenches the street in the prince.
Order a squad to rebuild the water tower.
He barks. His friends snicker, flicking water off their arms, and shaking their wet hair like dogs.
Did you say, when your parents return, Jaden?
Asks Razor.
Yes, we all live, along with all the other royals.
Cheers of joy ring out from the townsfolk, as many swarm forward to clear the debris from the road with smiles.
We'll have the tower rebuilt before they return, my prince.
Meanwhile, in the eerie depths of the underground tunnels beneath Wildwoods, Orcus and Deses, renowned dark elven royalty, known for their unwavering commitment to justice, venture into the cold, gloomy cell to interrogate Malos and Solos. Their aim is clear: to extract a confession using their signature tactic, intimidation. With piercing gazes and cutting remarks, they loom over the prisoners, emphasizing that any defiance will only prolong their suffering. Deses exudes an aura of chilling silence and mystery, while Orcus employs a barrage of threats and menacing gestures. His deep, gravelly voice reverberates through the dimly lit chamber, and the flickering torchlight ominously reflects off his sharp, serrated blades. However, Malos possesses an indomitable spirit that refuses to be extinguished. With a surge of adrenaline, he summons all his strength to fight against his captors. His muscles straining against the restraints, as he defiantly strikes out at Orcus. The sound of clashing metal echoes through the chamber, as Malos fiercely resists, refusing to yield to their torment. Minutes turn into hours, and both prisoners gradually realize the futility of their resistance. The combined efforts of Orcus and Deses finally wear down their spirits, leaving them exhausted and broken. Breathing heavily, their bodies bruised and battered, the prisoners ultimately surrender to the relentless pursuit of truth by the Inquisitors. As Orcus towers over them, his crimson eyes gleaming with sadistic determination, he demands,
Who are King Narcis and Queen Collars?
Solos, with his timid disposition, trembles and takes a few hesitant steps back from the formidable presence of the Dark Elves, letting out a pitiful whimper.
They aren't royalty, not those two. Brother and sister, yes, but neither have a drop of royal blood.
Malo spins around, his eyes narrowing, as he emits a chilling hiss.
Solos, silence.
What's the point, Molos?
Solos groans.
We failed. Their plans lay in ruin. If we live through this, Collars will kill us on sight.
The royals of Death's elongated ears prick up, their expressions intensifying. With the slightest movement forward, Orcus positions himself closer to Solos before asking,
Humans from Shadow?
Solos nods in agreement and continues to retreat. The instant his back presses with the cool wall, his movement comes to an abrupt halt. With a resigned sigh, he gives up and slides down the wall, bowing his head and clutching his knees as Orcus keeps a vigilant eye on him. Dices, with slow and deliberate steps, casts her shadow to loom over Malos, sending shivers down his spine. Her eyes, like cremation ash, peer at him from beneath her hood, raking over him, thoroughly examining him. Beads of sweat break out on Malos's face, slowly trickling down to drench the neckline of his black shirt, as he finally surrenders. Meeting the intimidating gaze of the Dark Elf, he declares with a bark,
You can't stop the inevitable.
With the cowering man pinned within her gaze, Dices asks,
What can't we stop?
Malos's lips curl like that of a feral dog, as he responds,
The extinction of the elemental royal bloodlines in Archipelago.
She leans in closer, driven by curiosity, and asks,
What makes you think that?
Malo shrinks back, his darting eyes, unwilling to land on the Elven Queen.
There aren't enough elemental royals to keep the bloodlines pure. When it runs out, humans will infiltrate your family lines and your castles. They're your half-breed children who will then marry more humans. Eventually, we will rule over Archipelago. Narches and Collas are just moving the change along faster to ensure their family can claim the titles of king and queen first.
Orcus, his expression fierce, pivots to lock eyes with his wife, before swinging back to Malos. The room resonates with the sound of his resolute footsteps, their intensity growing, as he closes in on the human.
What plans have they made to achieve this?
Malos sneers at him, steeling his spine.
Kill me, I'm a dead man already, I'll tell you nothing more.
Orcus and Dices exchange a meaningful look before stepping out of the cell, the metallic sound of the lock clicking into place. As they ascend the stone staircase leading to the cellar doors, their minds buzz with the information they've extracted from Malos. The weight of the knowledge they carry is both invaluable and dangerous, as it holds the potential to reshape alliances and topple thrones. The impact of their newfound knowledge on the fate of the realms, and their own roles within it, is uncertain. However, they feel a sense of urgency to share this insight with the other royals. As they climb into their coach, a winged shadow draws their attention to the sky. Avian zips past, high overhead, his eyes trained on something in the lagoon. He circles the still waters, before flying further out to sea toward Edgewater. When he's a speck in the distance, Orcus closes the coach door and the two hurry out of town. Chapter 13. 1 week. 5th day of search. With a week having passed, the somber veil of morning begins to dissipate, and the town of Wildwoods is a hive of activity once again. Young Inanos and his parents, King Orcus and Queen Dices, emerge from their rooms. As they make their way to the communal level of the inn, a passing maid, struggling with a load of laundered towels, stops to ask,
Have you heard? The prisoners died in their cell.
Startled by the news, Inanos inhales sharply. His gaze shifts from the maid to his parents, studying their reaction. His father's robust, sculpted face reveals the surprise, through a swift blink and a transient look of astonishment. An unwavering gaze remains fixed on the maiden, radiating authority and resolve. Meanwhile, his mother's face is etched with lines of sorrow, as she clings to her black onyx necklace. It's a touching symbol, reflecting her immense love for the people, and the heavy burden she bears for their well-being. Mirroring the behavior of his parents, Inanos adopts a similar stance, holding his head high and summoning the courage required to face this latest crisis. They press on through the inn. However, the once vibrant atmosphere now feels heavy and suffocating. Even the usually cheerful innkeeper they pass wears a mask of concern, with worry lines etched into his forehead and a flicker of fear in his eyes. As the floorboards creak in unison with their heavy hearts, Inanos raises the hood of his gray robe, attempting to hide from the townspeople's whispers. Unfortunately, it does little to shield him from their sharp stares and anxious looks. Even the inn's walls seem to call out to the royal family, as if they hold secrets and urge them to uncover the hidden truth. Flickering candlelight casts elongated shadows, echoing the darkness that has once again enveloped the town. Despite the eerie atmosphere, the royal family's resolve remains unshaken. They know their path is fraught with challenges and uncertainties, yet they face them head-on. It's their duty to restore justice and peace to Wildwoods, and they will stop at nothing to achieve it. As they approach the iron-barred door of the cell, the air grows thick with a foul stench. They see Captain Halvor nearby, covering his nose with a handkerchief.
Has anything been touched?
Orcus asks, coming to a stop beside him. With a slight bow, Captain Halvor responds,
No, sire. The lock is still sealed and you hold the only key.
His father, wielding the hefty key, twists back the lock and takes the lead as they enter. Obedient to his father's instructions, Inanos stays behind with the captain, absorbing every detail. His senses are heightened, soaking up the scene like a sponge. Ensuring nothing escapes his attention, he watches as his father examines the door mechanism, looking for indications of interference.
No lock tampering.
No weapons. No open wounds.
His mother lists, crouched low as she inspects the bodies.
Both died of strangulation.
With a gesture, she draws attention to the purple bruises on Solos's neck, leaving no doubt to the brutal way he met his demise. However, it's the lifeless body of Malos, sending shivers down the spine of the younger, dark elf. The noose he used is still tightly encircling his throat, serving as a haunting reminder of the overwhelming desperation that consumed him. A weighty silence descends upon the cavern, as the harsh reality of their deaths seeps into the consciousness of those present, leaving behind a lingering atmosphere of darkness and despair. His father joins his mother, and together, they gently turn Solos's body over onto his back, revealing to her.
Malos killed Solos. Then himself.
Dises lifts her gaze, to meet that of her husband, as Inanos asks,
Why?
Fear of the ones they call Narkis and Collars?
Orcus rises, brushing off his hands.
Solos was talking too much.
Standing, Dises shakes her head in dismay.
I'll go make the arrangements for their burial.
Orcus nods, watching his wife's departure before turning to inquire.
Will you remain in the tunnels, Captain?
Halvor nods.
We agreed to a week, so my crew and I will finish the next 2 days here. No need to expose the royals or ourselves over this.
Much obliged, Captain. I believe my family and I will depart to join the royals at the Good Dame's cottage. I'll be sure to inform the innkeeper to continue with meal and refreshment delivery on our way out.
My thanks, sire.
Bidding farewell to the captain, Inanos trails his father out of the tavern, and into the open air. Comforted by the sight of so many robust figures, after the grimness of the cell, he keenly observes the townspeople engaged in their daily tasks. The lively hues of the bustling town appear even more striking, as though the world has awakened. His gaze settles on the elven sailor Jones, who stands erect and assured, peering over the sea. Inanos leaves his father's side and dashes toward Jones. A wave of excitement floods his veins, accelerating his heartbeat and quickening his breath. The burden of recent events gradually lifts from his shoulders, and his rigid muscles relax. A sincere smile lights up his face, illuminating his expression. As Inanos approaches the dock, his anticipation grows, fueling his steps with an energetic bounce. The wooden planks echo with each footfall, creating a rhythmic melody that resonates with his excitement. Inanos pauses, his chest rising and falling, in sync with the ebb and flow of the nearby waves, to catch his breath. With a gleam in his eyes, he joins Jones in squinting out over the water, their gazes fixed on the distant horizon, as the wind tugs at their hair and clothes.
"What are you looking at, Mr. Jones?"
Jones points to a craft off in the distance, its prow headed their way.
A ship approaches.
He says flatly.
"Can you make out its colors?"
It doesn't appear to be flying any.
Inanno sucks in a breath, watching as the craft bobs through the rapids, propelled by massive oars embedded in the hull, and a favorable wind filling the sails to power through the resisting current.
"What are you going to do, Mr. Jones?"
Following Captain Halvor's advice, I will assume the role of the ship's awaiting captain, while we see what sort of passengers it's commissioned for. I'd also like to understand its purpose.
The vessel emerges from the turbulent waters, and slips into the calm of the lagoon. Taking his cues from Mr. Jones, Inanos examines the robust wooden hull, masts, and the skeletal crew of humans bustling on its deck. A band of golden yellow adorns its side, lending the solid vessel the more welcoming look of a passenger ship. Still, Jones greets the sight with a scowl.
Crafted by humans. The vessel, robust as it may be, shows the signs of its modest beginnings, devoid of the elaborate engravings and graceful contours of our elven artisanship, yet it claims to come from Life Isles.
Inanos grins.
"Can I pretend to be your cabin boy, Mr. Jones?"
The salty breeze ruffles his hair once more, bringing with it the invigorating aroma of the vast sea. Jones laughs.
Sure, why not? Every captain worth his salt needs a good cabin boy by his side.
The pair waits while the ship pulls into moor against the dock, accompanied by the distant cries of seagulls and the rhythmic slapping of waves against the ship's hull. Jones catches one of the thrown ropes, demonstrating how to wrap it thrice about the dock post and tie it off.
Try the next one.
Motivated by Jones's skillful technique, Inanos approaches another swaying rope and grasps it firmly, attempting to replicate the adept maneuver. However, despite his final hard tug, the knot unravels, prompting a look of disappointment. From the dock's far end, Jones advises.
It takes practice, boy, try again.
With renewed focus, Inanos, so engrossed in his efforts, barely registers the burning sensation of his hands during his next attempt. Faintly, he hears a voice from above inquire.
"You Captain Jones?"
From the corner of his eye, he notices Mr. Jones stand and nod.
Yes.
The voice calls out again.
"Your orders, Captain."
Jones takes a moment to consider before responding.
We'll wait for the passengers to board.
"Yes, Captain."
The voice responds, while the sound of Jones's heavy boots resonates along the dock, making his way back towards Inanos.
Much better. I might make a sailor out of you yet, boy.
Jones commends, drawing the dark elf's full attention.
Come with me.
Inanos beams with a bright smile, as Jones places a hand on his shoulder, guiding him away from the docks toward the tavern, where Orcus is being joined by his wife.
Sir, madam, I require your son's services. May he accompany me for the coming days?
Inanos glances up at Jones in giddy awe, before turning noiselessly to beg his parents, with his best puppy dog eyes and clasped hands.
"What services, Mr. Jones?"
Deses inquires.
"It's Captain Jones, mother, and I'm his new cabin boy."
Inanos interjects with pride. Orcus erupts into laughter, his gaze settling on the pair.
"I see, in that case, Captain Jones, I'm sure we'll somehow manage without him, just don't sail off without our knowledge, huh?"
Jones nods in agreement, his expression softened by a smile, as Inanos bids his parents farewell. They stand together, watching until the coach disappears into the dense forest. With a hand on the lad's shoulder, the pair head inside. The air still carries the faint whispers of dismay, blending with the aroma of warm hearth fires and freshly brewed tea. The boy's bones thrum with a sense of anticipation. An hour later, the youths of Wildwoods reconvene, in the dusty town square. Jack leans against a post on the mercantile porch, flanked by his usual friends. The Inquisitor's son catches his attention, now dressed in a loose-fitting sailor's uniform. A departure from his usual gray robes, as the boy makes his way towards the docks, alongside a fellow tall sailor.
Odd.
Beside him, Sully's head snaps to the side, drawn by the sound of an approaching carriage.
Now what? I don't know, Sully.
Jack replies as he, too, glances up the road. As the carriage swings into position before the inn's hitching posts, the boys get a glimpse of the green Earth emblem on its side. Sully rushes over to the window of the coach, and a wry smile twists Jack's mouth, figuring Sully has a soft spot for Princess Jade's pretty green eyes. Sully peeks inside, a hand shading his eyes, and says with a lopsided smile,
Welcome back, Venny. Couldn't last a whole week without seeing me?
He jerks back, parted lips obliterating his smile. A frightened girl sits huddled, her knees drawn up, and sobbing into a handkerchief. As she lifts her gaze to him, startled, the usual luster is missing from her tear-filled eyes. Even the contours of her face seem somehow altered.
The horse is up front, boy.
The driver growls as he steps down. Sully gives a quick nod and steps back.
Yes, sir.
He realizes the driver is human, wearing subdued brown attire with Earth symbols trailing down his sleeves.
I mistook the carriage for another, sir. My apologies.
Stepping to the horses, he quiets them with his whispers. Lingering as he strokes each neck and grasps the reins to tie them to the hitch post, he listens closely. The footman joins the driver and cracks open the door.
We'll wait here, Princess Jade, as we await word from the ship.
A few minutes pass, before Inanos hurries over from the docks and bows. The footman slams the door shut with startled haste.
Captain Jones sends us greetings,
says the elven boy, making Sully's brow scrunch.
I'm to escort you to your staterooms aboard ship, unless you'd care to take rooms at the inn? We'll remain in port until the second group arrives. What shall I tell my captain, sirs?
Who are you to be speaking for the captain?
The driver demands, narrowing his eyes at the boy's dark skin and pointed ears.
I'm Nano, sir. I'm Captain Jones's cabin boy.
Inanos' large gray eyes seem to vibrate, running over both humans' features again and again.
We'll board now,
says the driver. The footman opens the carriage door, but before he extends his hand to the girl inside, he says,
Princess, raise your hood. Would be a shame for the winter mess of hair on your head.
Inanno scurries off with a dutiful stride.
Your trunks will arrive at your rooms shortly,
he says over his shoulder. Sully keeps his gaze on the girl, until she and her entourage board the ship. Clenching and unclenching his hands, to dispel some of his apprehension, he returns to the twins. Jack, having observed with keen interest, yet grasping only fragments of the conversation, awaits Sully's account with bated breath, piqued by his expressive reactions.
That's not Venny,
rasps Sully, shaking his head.
What do you mean?
Jack asks.
That's a human pretending to be Princess Jade. She's scared, Jack. I think she may be under force to do this.
Jack thinks quietly before locking eyes with his twin.
I heard lies.
I saw no glamours of magic, not even from the princess,
adds Joe.
I think we need the help of a good witch. What say you, Joe?
I'm with you, Jack. Sully, can we borrow a horse?
Sure thing,
says Sully, before sprinting off. As the twins wait, they observe a group of sailors, disembarking from the ship to collect the trunks from the carriage. After scanning the square, one sailor's frustration boils over as he snaps at the twins.
Where's the stable boy?
Gone to fetch a horse, sir.
Jack replies.
He'll be right back, sir.
Joe assures. The sailor unties a coin pouch, dangling on his belt, and tosses it to Jack, who amply catches it.
Tell him to board the horses and carriage. That should cover the cost.
Yes, sir.
The twins' answer is one. They heave a joint sigh of relief when the sailor hurries to catch up with his mates. The sound of hooves announces Sully's return. As he hands Jack the reins of the horse, Joe passes on the message.
Here's the purse they gave, Sully.
All right, I'll handle that and make sure to include it in the stable logs. Are both of you absolutely certain about going to the witch's house?
What choice do we have? She's the only one who will listen to us.
Okay, I'm just glad it's not me.
Stay away from that ship, Sully.
Jack warns.
Have I your word?
Yes, Jack, I swear.
The twins climb onto the horse, Jack taking the reins with confidence, and steering them northward out of town. Sully, looking on with concern, shakes his head and watches them go, before turning to attend to the carriage and horses. Within Dame Forrester's cottage, a gentle knock on the door interrupts the tranquil ambience of the afternoon, filled with tea, shared stories, and laughter. Rising from her seat, Dame Forrester softly murmurs,
"I'll see who it is."
A hush befalls the royals as she smooths her soft grey dress and shuffles over the hardwood. Orcus and Deses trace her steps, and split to flank the doorway.
"Just in case, madam,"
whispers Orcus, drawing up his hood. Dame Forrester cracks the door.
"Yes,"
she warbles in a sweet voice cracked with age.
"Who's come to call?"
The twins swallow hard.
"Miss Witch, ma'am,"
ventures Jack.
"May we speak with you?"
Deses stifles a chuckle with her fist, but Dame Forrester's eyes widen as she swings the door open. Orcus, clutching his belly with mirth, clears his throat before asking,
"What do you want with the witch boys?"
He steps out behind the dame, letting his presence be known. Jack's throat constricts at the sight of the interrogator, while Joe, with quivering lips and beseeching eyes, begs Dame Forrester to listen to them. Met with silence, the boys shrink back, moving towards their unhitched horse. In a last-ditch effort, they come to a sudden halt, turning their attention back to the cottage door. With urgency in their voices, they relay the frantic news from town, each picking up where the other hesitates.
"A carriage came to town,
and it's bearing the emblem of the royals from Earth.
And it carried a girl claiming to be Fenny.
And we know it's not.
It's a human girl.
And Sully says she's being forced.
And she is really scared.
And they took her to the ship."
They pause, long enough to point a shaky finger towards the dark elves, then continue.
"And their son is on the ship too."
"June said you're a good witch."
The twins exchange a quick glance, summoning their courage. Then, in flawless unison, they lock eyes with her, and make their plea as one.
"Can you help her?"
Dame Forrester shares a bewildered glance with the dark elves. Behind them, the other elementals murmur, "What could it mean?"
"An imposter? Is that what they said?"
A gust of wind ruffles the twins' hair, and Gale wings down behind them, boots striking the dirt. She strides toward the door, forcing the gaping boys to step aside.
"Reporting in, ma'am. Word just arrived that there was an incident at Fire Heights, regarding a human trying to pass himself off as Prince Phoenix. He would have gotten away with it too, had not the true prince challenged him and won."
Kindle and Lavis leap off the couch, but Gale stays their wave of questions with a raised hand.
"The true prince is unharmed and already prepares for his return to Wild Woods. They hold the impostor to be questioned."
Kindle puts a hand to the ruby brooch at her heart.
"What of Jade?"
Marvel asks, pale and fidgeting with her fine satin dress.
"She's well, my queen, and still in the company of the Water's Guard captain and her daughter. All three plan to sail back to Wild Woods, on the ship being prepared for Captain Halvor."
"Our thanks, Gale."
Dame Forrester sidesteps, to make room in the doorway.
"Would you like to come in and take some refreshments?"
"I must fly, ma'am. I've other duties to tend to."
Gale pivots, acknowledging the twins with a nod as she walks back to the garden path, unfurling her wings. The twins crane their necks to follow her ascent when she launches into the sky. It's not until the dame speaks, do they cease blinking and recall their surroundings.
"Our thanks once again, young squires, for bringing this to our attention. We'll discuss this matter tonight and work out how best to help the lass. You two best get on home now, lest your parents begin to worry."
Both nod in stunned silence. They turn and sprint towards the horse, scrambling into the saddle. With a swift kick, the steed surges forward, galloping back to town, its riders not daring to look back. Later, as the evening meal approaches its peak, the door flies open with such force that it shatters the serene atmosphere of the dame's cottage once more. Avian, his knuckles white with tension, stumbles into the room, his body collapsing against the back of a chair for much-needed support. His disheveled hair, tousled by the wind, matches the wrinkles and sweat-soaked state of his shirt. The dark circles under his eyes tell a tale of a sleepless night, while the worn expression on his face reveals a deeper worry that has extinguished the light in his eyes and etched lines of stress across his once fair visage. On the brink of tears, he gasps for breath, the silence of his struggle palpable, as his gaze remains fixed on the floor, avoiding the prying looks of those around him.
I've flown back and forth across the Black Sea.
He rasps as the adults rise to meet him in the living area.
I've even doubled back, to search the southern route to Edgewater from Blacksands twice.
He chokes back a sob.
There's no sign of her anywhere.
Kindle and Marble fret over him, hovering hands checking his body for injury, and his forehead for fever or chills.
How long has she been missing?
Kindle asks, a hand on his shoulder.
2 days. I asked her not to go alone, so she took a pair of dolphins with her. But there's no sign of them either, just a vast blackness.
Dame Forrester steps over, to take his hands and coax him into a chair. She ducks her head, peering at him, forcing him to meet her gaze.
Cedric, are you quite sure about this?
Yes, I must have flown from shore to shore 4 times yesterday, tracing her chosen course. Double that today, but I can't see anything through those murky Black Sea depths.
Orcus and Deses look at each other, each whispering, so as not to interrupt him. Finally, Deses murmurs.
First by water and now by air.
Orcus turns to Vidi and Elin.
That was your theory, was it not?
Everyone in the room nods in agreement, their brows furrowed in a perplexed expression. The Royals of Death go on to explain.
There has never been a Black Sea in Archipelago.
Hearing this, Avian springs to his feet and heads for the door. Lavis rushes forward to stop him, gripping the young man's arm.
Avian, you're exhausted. You're not in any state to fly right now. You can be of no aid to her tonight.
He's right, Avian.
Chimes Basalt.
You need to eat something and sleep. Go to her, fresh in the morning.
Their words fall on deaf ears as Avian struggles to break free. Despite his vigorous efforts, Lavis's grip remains unyielding. As Avian launches a kick towards Lavis's shins, Elin gasps, her gift manifesting, as she releases a fluting note that evolves into a lullaby melody. Her soft voice, filling the cottage with a wave of instant calm. As the tune fades, Vidi commands.
Lavis, catch him.
Avian's knees buckle, and he crumples into Lavis's solid embrace. A soft sigh slips from him, as exhaustion takes hold. With tender firmness, Lavis hoists up the boy's slackened legs, creating a secure cradle in his arms. His gaze filling with compassion, as he whispers.
Looks like he needed sleep more than food. I'll carry him to his room.
Vidi advances, sharing a glance of concern with the Fire Royal, before opening the door for them. Chapter 14. The Anomaly. 6th day of search. A sliver of dawn creeps through the slats of the barn's wooden walls, as Avian awakens in his familiar down-filled bed. Consumed by rage, he utters a curse against the fates and casts the covers away. He's surprised to find, he's still clad in his travel-worn flying leathers, cape and boots. He takes a moment, to piece together his fragmented memories from the previous night. A slow blush creeps up his neck, as he recalls being halted, and acting like a spoiled child, trying to kick the Fire King of all people. Suppressing a groan of shame, he runs his hand across his mouth, recalling what followed. His aunt, with her extraordinary gift, had once again wielded her powers. The realization sends a shiver down his spine, understanding the magnitude of what this means. His aunt's abilities are not to be taken lightly, as they possess the power to enchant someone into a profound, soothing slumber, a method she employs to facilitate her healing arts. Avian quells his frustration with a shake of his head, trying to dispel the lingering memory. With steps matching the rapid thumping of his heart, he hurries outside. The air, laden with a sticky warmth, adheres his flight leathers to his skin as he emerges into the morning sunlight. The sudden grumbling of his stomach, a stark reminder of his hunger, turns his attention to a rustic basket overflowing with an assortment of succulent fruits. Unable to resist the temptation, he reaches in and selects a juicy red apple and a plump succulent peach. With a mischievous grin, he tucks them into his pocket, their sweet fragrance teasing his senses. To avoid further conversation with the elder royals, back in the cottage, fearing they'll stop him again, Avian extends his feathery wings and embraces the warm updrafts, lifting into the sky. His wings flap in a steady rhythm, rising higher as he surveys the terrain below with his sharp hawk eyes, heading towards the boundless sea without further hesitation. An hour later, the vast black spot in the sea looms below him. As he crosses the point where the inky waters bleed into blue, he glides lower, struggling to peer into the abyssal depths. Circling the expanse of the blight in narrowing loops, he notices a swirl of thin mist drifting above the sea's surface, like a tornado.
Strange that it only appears here.
Curiosity and suspicion fuel his actions, as he tightens his circle, dipping lower, allowing his hand to brush through the mist. Cool, damp, normal? Everything seems normal, but a gut feeling tells him there's nothing ordinary about this situation. The mist wraps around his fingers, tendrils of moisture caressing his skin. Avian can feel a subtle tingling sensation, a faint energy coursing through the mist. It's unlike anything he's ever encountered before. His curiosity intensifies, pushing him to delve deeper into the mysterious phenomenon. His senses heighten, every nerve on edge, as he becomes acutely aware of the eerie silence that envelops him. It's as if the mist holds its breath, waiting for him to make a move. The blackened sea, akin to a slow spreading bruise, rests within an eerie calmness. This perfectly placed mist at its heart? Equally so. Then it hits him.
Kaylee. Her powers. It's you, isn't it?
His heart cries out to her.
You're signaling me.
Every second counts as he weighs the risks and uncertainties, hoping to make the right choice.
Go back and tell the others? Better to know I'm correct before drawing them out of hiding under false pretenses.
Decision made, and with a steady beat of wings, he climbs high overhead. When a cloud dampens his scalp, he tips forward into a dive. Cleaving through the water's surface, he shoots down a few leagues, then kicks himself even deeper. All around him is murky charcoal nothingness, and yet, the darkness is different here. It moves as if in tendrils, and he catches glimpses of clearer water as the current shifts around him. Just as his lungs strain for his next breath, he spots an emerald tail tangled in the clutches of a black, writhing tentacle. With a stroke of his wings, he closes the distance, grabbing hold of Kaylee's shoulders and pulling her close. Her eyes widen, as she cups his face in her hands and offers him air. They synchronize their breathing, exchanging oxygen, until his lungs ease, and his body relaxes. Taking a final deep breath, he separates to scan his surroundings. Amid the swirling chaos, long dark tentacles sway in the sea, riding and undulating with an eerie grace. The murky water, as thick as a fog, conceals whatever monstrous creature might lie beneath. The tentacles, thick and sinewy, like ancient tree roots, emerge from the dark depths below. Glistening with a slimy black sheen, they coil and twist, their movements resembling a macabre dance. Each of the tentacles seems to possess a mind of its own, as if imbued with sinister intelligence. Rows of menacing suckers adorn their tips, ensnaring a group of merfolk, wrapping their bodies from tail fin to shoulders, binding them into the abyss. Among these, at the heart of the throng, he catches sight of Kaylee's parents, the revered king and queen of the aquatic realm. Both entwined in several tentacles each. Their once majestic forms no longer struggle, with heads tipped back and lids shut, looking limp and sallow. The movement of the tentacles is hypnotic, as the tips pulsate, inching closer to their necks and heads, instilling Avian with a sense of dread and urgency. His focus shifts back to Kaylee as she speaks.
You discovered my signal,
she says, her eyes gleaming with worship and admiration.
I just knew you wouldn't stop searching, Cedric. Please, aid Mother. This entity, it's siphoning her strength, her breath, her very essence. It preys on all of us, yet she's endured the worst.
Avian's lungs ache, yearning for another breath, as beads of sweat trickle down his forehead. He reaches for her hand, only to squeeze the tentacle binding her instead. A swift, worried glance towards Kaylee confirms she grasps his panic and his dire need for air. With a quick flick of her bejeweled green tail fin, a wave of hope washes over him, as she sends a stream of bubbles in his direction. The bubbles swirl and merge all around him. They caress his skin, leaving behind a tingling sensation, serving as a gentle reminder of her magical powers in this enchanting underwater realm. Mesmerized, he listens to the sound of the bubbles as they unite, expanding until they form a small air pocket around him. Grateful for the precious gulps of oxygen it provides, he asks,
"How do I help her?"
A deep raspy voice, softened by heavy panting, urges.
Listen carefully.
Avian's eyes widen in surprise, as he notices the murking awake and fixated on him. Trying to remain motionless, to avoid bursting the air bubble, Avian offers a tiny nod. The king's bare-muscled chest heaves with each labored breath as he implores,
I need you to liberate my wife's gills. She's suffocating.
The tentacles binding the Water King squirm and tighten in response to his strained cries, attracted to his voice and the air he must expel to speak.
Be quick to elude the entity's clutches. Once the tentacle is detached and my wife can breathe freely, swim towards the air pocket I shall create. It will serve as a temporary sanctuary with a stable air supply for your safe escape.
The Water King's words echo in the aquatic depths, resonating with a powerful combination of urgency and hope. Within the fragile cocoon of Kaylee's protective air bubble, Avian crouches. His heart races, its frantic beats pounding against his ribcage, as if yearning for escape. Adrenaline surges through his veins, causing his hands to tremble. Avian's left speechless as he gazes upon the Water King, struggling against the binds ensnaring him. King Tsunis's flowing white hair and beard, both cascading down his bare muscular chest, float around him. His sapphire blue tail fin hangs limp, adding a speckle of color amid the bracken water. Awestruck, Avian watches the ruler of the depths, as the mighty monarch spends the last reserves of his energy. His colossal tail fin slices through the water with a resounding whoosh, casting a mesmerizing display of shimmering blue ripples through the surrounding darkness. The forceful propulsion creates a turbulent current, causing the murky waters to churn and twirl in a frenetic ballet. Amidst this aquatic spectacle, a melodic gurgling sound resonates, marking the extraction of air from the water's depths. The briny sea splinters into tiny bubbles, each carrying precious molecules of pure oxygen. Amid this bubbling symphony, a small air pocket emerges, pristine and flawless, a treasure rarely found in this treacherous underwater realm. Avian grasps the need to steady himself. Through intentional blinking and a few deep breaths, a practice rooted from long hours of military training, he stabilizes his demeanor. Once composed, his voice breaks the silence, carrying both resolve and reverence.
Yes, sire.
The urgency in the king's eyes becomes more pronounced, his look one of sheer desperation. Meanwhile, the queen, trapped and struggling for air, flails her gills against the constricting embrace of the tentacles. She appears lifeless, like a piece of seaweed floating in the water. The shedding scales on her body tremble with distress, creating a faint rustling sound. Fearing it's already too late, Avian takes a deep breath and breaks through Kaylee's smaller bubble, spearing his body forward. Swimming to the Water Queen's side, Avian shudders as his hand encounters the cool, gelatinous texture strangling her. A shiver races down his spine as he redoubles his effort, determined to create a small air passage to the queen's gills. The anxious king can only watch as Avian extends his hand, fingers grasping the dense black mass at the queen's neck. A visible sigh of relief washes over him as the queen's pale blue eyes flutter open, their ethereal glow kindling a spark of hope within them. Seeing her mother awake, Kaylee exclaims,
"Mother!"
as she tries in vain to swim closer. Her arms outstretched in hopes of a single touch. Suddenly, a tentacle lashes out from the murky depths, and clings tightly to Avian's foot, anchoring him in place without access to air. Excruciating pain shoots up his leg, causing his muscles to tense and his heartbeat to race. Avian reacts instinctively. Releasing his grip, his fingers curl around the hilt of his long sword. Drawing out the lava-infused blade, a burst of fiery energy lights up the area with a fierce glow. The water around him heats, forming a veil of steam that stings his eyes with burnt particles. Sensing the danger, the tentacles quickly retract, repelled by the intense heat and energy. Avian seizes the brief pause and acts with swift precision, slashing his blade down to cut off the base of the tentacle ensnaring his leg. As the warmth of water expands, several captive merfolk begin to stir. Among them, a mermaid slowly opens her eyes, revealing glowing irises. Breaking the stillness, she lifts her head, and soon others follow. Their long flowing hair and shades of pink, blue, green, and purple intermingle, transforming the dark depths into a tapestry, as it dances and sways with the currents. Each of the imprisoned merfolk gasps as they catch sight of Avian's blazing sword, its flame-defying logic as it dispels the surrounding darkness. The sword's radiant glow also casts a healthy light over the queen's pallid visage. Electrified with excitement, one cries out, "It's a fire blade, sire!" The excitement infects the king, smoothing out his worry lines.
Son, touch the blade to the queen's neck.
But father,
cries Kaylee.
It will burn her.
Do it, son. You won't harm her.
Avian's cheeks puff with trapped air, his chest tight and throbbing with urgency. Panic claws at his mind, but he forces it down, focusing on the task at hand. With no time left for debate, he lifts the blade and directs its flaming tip to the queen's neck. The tightening tentacle begins to wither as it burns and retreats, exposing the queen's delicate gills. They open like fresh flowers as the merqueen draws in a much-needed breath. The sound is barely audible, but it carries a profound sense of gratitude. Avian can almost feel the weight of her words, a whispered "thank you" that echoes through the water, before she drifts back into unconsciousness. Motivated by his desperate need for air, Avian propels himself towards the expanding air pocket. As soon as he enters, he takes several deep breaths, savoring the oxygen-rich air filling his lungs. Unlike Kaylee's bubble, the air pocket feels more substantial beneath Avian's knees, allowing him to stand and move about, with a newfound sense of buoyancy. King Sunas, having witnessed Avian's transformation, speaks in a tone imbued with wisdom and compassion.
Rest, young hero.
King Sunas urges.
And let us talk.
Sinking back to his knees, Avian's pained gaze lifts to meet with the Water King's.
I'm but one man, sire. What am I to do?
The king observes him, as if measuring the young elemental's value. When he speaks, Avian detects the bone-deep exhaustion beneath his steady tone.
Son, first remove that vile remnant from your leg. Already, it weakens you, growing by feeding on your strength.
Avian whirls, falling onto his backside and raising his calf, where the scrap of amputated tentacle has become a fat, pulsating thing the size of an eel. Its tip has grown and extends upward to his thigh.
By the fates, what is this monstrosity?
Drawing his sword, he presses the flaming blade to the thick mass. It withers like a charred corn stalk and crumbles away like chaff. He looks up to find many ensnared merfolk, all watching his exchange with the king, with rapt attention. A smile touches his lips as soon as he spots Kaylee, letting out bubbles in a muted sigh of relief for his safety.
Notice the flames do not burn you.
King Sunas questions.
The lava blades of Fire Heights never burns anyone or anything that means no harm to its owner. That is how I knew it would not harm my wife. But any who threaten you should beware, for those same flames will burn them deeply, as it has done the foul entity who imprisons us. On the day of its selection, it bonded with you alone. No other can use it.
Avian studies the red-hot blade with new admiration. Curious, he waves his hands through the flames, feeling nothing. Extending a finger, he pokes the blade itself, smiling when the fire licks him like a harmless puppy. Slipping the sword into its sheath, he asks,
How can I free you all?
You cannot, son, not alone. Sit and heed well my counsel, while I am able to offer it.
Taking a seat, Avian glances about, using his gift to search for signs of magic. Outlines of the weapons on Kaylee's arm, and the king's back shimmer for him, but not much else.
The tentacles are just the outer threat.
The king explains.
Look below, see how the earth ripples where the core of this entity burrows deep. It has grown over the time of our entrapment.
Complying, Avian squints at the dark sea floor, catching glimpses of undulations within the sand. The barren, lifeless sand makes a wide ring, unoccupied by plants, fish, or even shells.
It's killed everything it touches.
Yes, as it steals life from us, too. Each time we attacked and severed a tentacle to free ourselves, 3 more quickly appeared to take its place. It's the core that must be destroyed while avoiding the tentacles.
An impossible task.
Avian murmurs. Wiping a hand down his face, he asks,
How large is it, and how am I to expose it? Would it not be wise, sire, for me to slice the base of each arm holding the mirror, and let you all swim to safety?
King Sunus's head bobs with exhaustion on his weakened neck.
No, son.
He says in a breathy voice.
You have already seen how swiftly the creature attacks. To free so many, you would need to remain in harm's way far too long. It would drown you, and I fear we are too weak to swim away fast enough. All would be in vain.
With a sharp intake of breath, the king's chin touches his chest, his lids fluttering closed.
Father!
Kaylee screams in alarm.
He sleeps, princess, as do the others. Let them preserve their energy.
Kaylee hesitantly turns her mournful eyes from her family and friends, to meet his gaze. Blinking back tears, her voice cracking with remorse as she whispers.
Cedric?
Despite his mounting fear, Avian attempts a smile, hoping to provide some comfort to ease her concerns.
My sweet changeling, if ever one of your plans were needed, now is the time. Think, princess, what would you suggest?
Is the air pocket stable?
She asks, appearing grateful for the diversion.
Yes, princess, it is.
She scrunches her brow, thinking hard.
I can generate a water current to transport it up to the surface. By the time the air pocket rises, your wings ought to be dry enough for flight. Once airborne, you'll be able to inform the other royals of our fate.
Your fate, mistress?
Yes, Cedric. I'll not leave them. Not now, after just finding them. My fate is now bound to theirs, but yours needn't be.
Unacceptable, princess.
Avian growls.
Give this more thought.
Kayleen lets out a groan, as the tentacle constricts her abdomen, leaving her breaths shallow and labored. As Avian surveys Kaylee's trapped form, he notices the tentacle not only immobilizes her tail, but her hands as well, rendering her helpless. The pain on Kaylee's face is clear as she clenches her teeth, struggling to suppress her agony. His frustration grows, along with a wave of sorrow as he observes her plight.
Would you be willing to try and free my arms?
Kaylee pleads, her voice tensing with distress. Taking a deep breath, Avian nods, preparing to dedicate all his energy to her freedom. Locking eyes with her resolute stare, he agrees.
At any cost.
However,
Kaylee continues.
You must promise to withdraw to the safety of the air pocket, no matter what happens.
He nods again, sealing his oath. Fortitude carves itself into his expression, while the rapid beating of his heart breaks the silence of the underwater domain. He suppresses his fear, filling his lungs with deliberate breaths before a last deep inhalation. He pushes off, his muscles coiling like a spring as he breaks free from the bubble of air. The king's superior bubble stretches around him, then reseals itself once his body pops free. Drawing his sword, he holds the flames close to the blackened mass, binding Kaylee's arms to her scaled hips. She remains vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on his back, ready to shout a warning should the other tentacles strike. However, they don't. Instead, they constrict around the other merfolk, causing a few to grunt out in pain.
Cedric, stop!
She shouts in desperation, just as her left hand slips free from the wounded tentacle. He jerks back the blade, locking eyes with her, his expression reflecting her fear. With gentle guidance, he directs her freed wrist towards the dirk strapped on her opposite forearm. Her cheek brushes against his outstretched arm, as she retrieves the dirk and whispers.
To the air pocket, Cedric. You promised.
He lingers, fixated on her oceanic eyes.
By the fates, don't let this be the last I see of her.
With a single hand, he cradles the back of her head, gently drawing their lips together in a delicate caress, akin to the flutter of butterfly wings. Kaylee's lips part, offering him a breath of air before his touch warms, arms looping around her, and their mouths meld into love's first kiss. He feels her heart skipping a beat, his own heart breaking, as he fights back the thought that this may be the last time he holds her. Once he's back in the air pocket, he knows what she'll do. His safety is her only concern now. His thumb caresses her cheek, conveying with this simple gesture all he's unable to express in words, hoping she can feel his devotion, and his determination to return for her. Lingering still, he draws back just enough to gaze into her eyes. His hand rises to gently push her hair back. Only when his lungs protest does he pull away and swim towards the air pocket. As he enters, he senses its shift, just as he expected. With a smile, he looks down at her diminishing figure.
I'll return, my sweet changeling. I've an idea, too.
Exhausted and hungry, he reaches into his pocket, retrieving the fruits he'd tucked away. He takes a bite of the crisp apple, its sweetness a welcomed relief to his parched throat, while the lingering taste of salt from the ocean still lingers on his lips. As he savors the refreshing flavor, his gaze remains fixed on Kaylee, his mysterious and alluring mermaid, who's captured his heart. A flicker of concern crosses her face as she lifts her dirk, a small but powerful flaming weapon, in a protective gesture, shielding her delicate gills from any potential harm. Despite the increasing distance between them, he can't tear his eyes away from her captivating presence, her silhouette becoming smaller and smaller as the air pocket rises. With a heavy sigh, he finally lies down. His tired body finds solace as he continues to watch, his eyes straining to glimpse her, until her silhouette disappears entirely into the vastness of the bracken water. With his muscles sore from the strenuous effort of swimming, and his heart heavy with longing, he finally succumbs to exhaustion, drifting off into a deep slumber. As he dreams, vivid images of his mermaid changeling flood his mind, their shared kiss replaying over and over, a bittersweet reminder of the connection they formed in this underwater realm. Meanwhile, back in Wildwoods, the sun crests high, as Ananos descends into the ship's belly, carrying a tray laden with savory dishes, each one prepared in the ship's private galley to the girl's suite. The delicate aromas of grilled fish, fresh baked bread, and a salad garnished with herbs wafts through the air. A creamy chocolate mousse, and a tangy lemon tart adorns the tray, with fresh fruits and edible flowers, adding an elegant touch to the presentation. The night before, he observed her guards had left her unattended, when they joined Captain Jones at his table, and to his knowledge, they brought her nothing back. When this pattern repeated at breakfast, Inanos informed Jones, and together, they fashioned an idea for the lunch hour.
I'll regale them with tales of past voyages,
the captain said.
Have a tray prepared, and waiting to take to the last nano. Try to gain her confidence, and learn what you can about her.
Aye aye, Captain Jones.
Jones laughed.
You're really getting into the spirit of this boy. Now, off you get.
Without bothering to knock, Inanos opens the door and steps into the room.
I took the liberty of preparing a lunch, mistress.
He greets with a disarming smile.
I figured you'd be hungry by now.
Receiving no reply, he sets the tray down on a nearby table, and joins her at the bedside where she lay, her face buried in a pillow. He listens to her muffled weeping, and lays a hand on her shoulder, feeling the deep tremors of her sobs.
Mistress?
He murmurs, waiting patiently in the dimly lit cabin. Inanno surveys the room as he waits, his keen eyes scanning the worn maps and delicate navigational instruments scattered across a small desk. The cabin walls, adorned with faded drawings, offer little resistance to the golden dust motes dancing in the sun's gentle rays, slipping through the heavy curtains. The girl, with dark hair, lies sprawled in the wooden alcove. Her tousled locks, cascading around her with the subtle scent of lavender, that fills the air. It lends an aura of tranquility. And finally, after what feels like an eternity, she speaks, her voice breaking the silence.
I'll have no more food laced with sleeping powder,
she declares, her voice muffled by the pillow.
I would rather starve than let someone force me to marry a dried-up old goat.
Inanos ponders his response, aiming to diffuse the tension and calm the lass. With a mischievous grin, he quips.
So would I, mistress, though I suppose I could always try to cook the old goat and eat it instead.
The unexpected remark from Inanos causes the girl to stiffen, contemplating whether his words are meant in earnest or jest. Sensing her building hesitation, Inanos quickly assures her.
I'm just kidding, mistress. I would never harm a goat, no matter how hungry I am.
He chuckles softly, hoping to lighten the mood.
But on a serious note, I understand your frustration. Dealing with troublesome people can be quite challenging. Perhaps we can find some common ground, and make this situation more bearable for both of us?
The girl lifts her head and blinks. Her red puffy eyes, evidence of the recent tears she's shed. Despite her obvious distress, there's a flicker of curiosity shining in her eyes, as she pushes the plate of untouched food aside and sits upright.
Who are you?
She asks.
I'm Nano, mistress. Rest assured, there's no sleeping powder in this food.
Inanno says, offering a reassuring smile.
As the Elven Dark Prince from Blacksand's death, I'm here with my parents, investigating the destruction of the Life Isle ship, which led to the demise of the remaining royals on board, including the princess they're claiming you to be. In the process of this investigation, allow me to be at your service as well?
Her expression shifts from despair to intrigue.
No sleeping powder?
She repeats, with a blend of skepticism and hope. Nano shakes his head, leaning against the wooden table as he observes every intricate detail of the girl.
Nope.
Why would you go against the orders of those oafs who've taken me captive?
Because, mistress, I strongly oppose the idea of marrying someone against their will, especially if it involves a goat.
A subtle smile plays at the corners of her lips as she appraises him.
So, what should I call you, mistress?
I'm Twilight.
Stepping over to the tray, he pushes it back to her and smiles as she wipes tears off her pretty face.
Where'd they take you from, Twilight?
She pops a piece of fruit into her mouth and chews, before replying.
Earth Gorge. Nano, can you help me get back to my parents? They must be awfully worried about me by now.
I can certainly try.
Glad he's earned her trust, he takes a seat at the foot of the cot.
Would help, if I knew what this was all about though.
She props herself up, using her damp pillow as a backrest, and faces him while picking another small piece of fruit.
Back home, as I was working in the fields, 2 men, clad in black, began trailing behind me. They remarked on how much I looked like Princess Jade. When they inquired if I was thirsty from my labor, I admitted I was. Thus, I accepted the drink they presented, and then a sandwich.
Her eyes glazed over as she recalled the events. Inanno studies her as she speaks, his thoughts mingling with her words.
Once overwhelmed by confusion and disorientation, she no other choice but to follow their directives.
Blinking once more, she tells him.
The next thing I remember, I was waking up in a carriage, with orders to don the garments they'd placed on the seat.
Her garments, elegant and regal, are befitting a princess. The men in black must have devised this scheme, exploiting her similarity to the princess.
A cocktail of fear, anger, and curiosity stirs within him, as he ponders their real motives. For the moment, he needs Twilight to assume the role of captive, while he and Mr. Jones sought a way to secure her freedom. Reflecting on the lengthy carriage journey, she recalls.
I begged them to let me return home.
Had you ever encountered the men in black before?
Inannos asks.
No. They said I would find a new home once I married a man named Narcus.
She recounts, her lip trembling.
They prattled on extensively, discussing how I was apparently the ideal substitute, since they accidentally killed the original bride.
Do you know who Narcisse is?
I've never heard of him before.
Pushing the tray away, she pleads.
Please, Nano, I just want to go home. Can you help me?
Where are the men in black now?
I thought they were guarding this door. You must have walked right past them when you entered.
Nano's eyes widen in surprise at the unexpected comment.
Wait, are you saying that the driver and the footman were the ones who initially took you hostage?
With the slightest movement of her head, she nods. Sucking in a breath, Inannos ponders.
I can help Twilight, but it will take some time. Don't eat or drink anything they give you. I'll bring meals and refreshments myself. Okay.
Upon receiving her second nod, he rises, brushing his nerve-dampened hands on his trousers.
Twilight?
Yes, Nano?
Where in Earth Gorge are your parents? I've a way to get word to them.
We've a strawberry farm close to the palace.
Twilight scoots closer on the mattress, her hands clasped as if in prayer.
Can you really get word to them?
Yes. A message will reach them by tonight.
Lunging forward, she wraps him in a tight hug.
Oh, Nano. My thanks.
He smiles, cheeks hot, as she releases him, and tucks back into her food with more gusto. Taking his leave, Inanos retrieves the crystal decanter of ruby red wine, heat placed on a marble pedestal in the dimly lit passageway. The soft glow of candlelight dances upon its curved surface, casting a warm and inviting ambience. With a gentle grip, he cradles the decanter, feeling its coolness against his fingertips. As he enters the bustling mess hall, the clinking of cutlery and lively chatter fills the air, creating a symphony of sound. Inanos walks towards the head of the long oak table, where Mr. Jones sits, his piercing eyes flickering towards the decanter. It serves as a silent cue, a prearranged signal, to indicate he talked to the girl. Jones stands the moment Inanos sets down the decanter, giving each human a curt nod.
Gentlemen, enjoy the wine. I've duties to attend to. Until this evening.
He says. The guards, eyeing the wine with greed, call out.
Our thanks, Captain.
As they reach with eager hands to grab the bottle of wine. Jones snaps his fingers, the sharp sound reverberating through the crowded mess hall, blending with the low hum of conversations.
With me, boy.
He commands, his voice filled with authority, cutting through the noise. Inanos nods and follows Jones, their footsteps falling in sync as they navigate the ship's dimly lit corridors. They find refuge in a secluded storage room, its wooden crates stacked haphazardly against the walls. The heavy smell of old crates and stagnant air surrounds them. Inanos scans the room, his eyes darting from one corner to another, searching for any signs of hidden sailors. Aside from his heart pounding in his chest, the silence is deafening, broken only by the occasional creaking of the old wooden floorboards beneath his weight. Satisfied they're shielded from prying eyes and eavesdroppers, the elven dark prince leans closer, his voice barely audible. A solitary candle flickers on a nearby shelf, its ethereal glow casting a mysterious allure on his face, as he recounts his conversation with the girl.
Good work, Nano. I need you to take this information to Captain Halvor. Wait for his counsel, then continue to the dame's cottage and share it with the royals. I'll have one of the winged messengers deliver the news of the girl to her parents. If no parents can be located, we'll know she's deceiving us.
She's not lying, Captain. Her grief is sincere. Those tears were falling long before I entered, and her appetite only returned at the thought of reuniting with her kinfolk.
We'll find out soon enough, Nano. Here.
Jones says, tossing a small pouch for him to catch.
Use these coins to rent a horse. Just make sure you return for the evening meal.
Yes, Captain.
Jones watches the lad, pocketing the coin pouch, as the boy hurries to descend the gangplank. He turns to survey the human crew, not for the first time that day. The sight brings him a measure of comfort. Each sailor operates with the expertise of an experienced voyager, and none have resisted his commands.
More importantly, they don't seem to harbor any loyalty towards the passengers.
None so much as nodded at the false princess's guards, and he overheard many, making curious guesses about the identities of the other passengers they were expecting. A blessed relief to his nerves. This eases his anxiety. Jones leans back against the rail, settling into await Captain Halvor's guidance.
It seems the fates have smiled on us, at last.
He muses. Chapter 15. To grandmother's house we go. 7th day of search. From the moment the hazy dusk solidified into a blanket of night, a silent procession of elves and elementals emerged from the tunnels in groups. Their movements shrouded in darkness. A dozen citizens from each family of fire, life, and earth march in silence, out of town and into the trees of wildwoods. Thankful for the fragrant night air, heralding freedom at last from the stifled underground caverns that had confined them, since the royals first left for the ship. Onwards, they marched, their footsteps muffled by the soft earth, toward their rulers and the humble abode of Dame Forrester. They continued to march, until the first rays of dawn overpowered the glow of the moon and stars. Captain Halvor sees them off, but he and his crew choose to remain behind, awaiting the mysterious promised ship. Only once they've sniffed out its secrets, will their own time of hiding end. Avian awakens to the first blush of dawn spreading across the sea, cradled within a diaphanous veil of water, suspending him between the heavens and the deep. Groggy, and mistaking the surreal panorama for a dream, he rises to his feet, almost colliding with the air bubble's boundary. As recollection floods in, he stands in awe of the Water King's formidable magic.
I must hurry.
Avian reminds himself with a jolt,
lest he and the other merfolk succumb to the evil that would consume them.
Spreading his wings wide, he uses the pliant floor of the bubble to spring up and out, becoming one with the sky. Casting a quick glance down, he notices the bubble casing has sealed the hole he made for the second time. A masterpiece of magic. Turning, he flies with all he's worth back to Wildwoods, mulling out a plan he hopes to share with the royals. But first, he'll have to report the misfortune of Kaylee and her family. Alone with his thoughts among the clouds, his heart aches for her, his sweet changeling who would sacrifice herself to remain with her loved ones. His princess, who would see him safe, away from the danger that's befallen her.
She's a rare jewel, a treasure worth waiting for. If only she'll have me, too, when she comes of age.
To have a chance at such a shining, blissful future, he must first save them all. But to do that, he'll need help. He strokes his wings harder, shooting toward Dame Forrester's cottage like a fired arrow. While back in the town of Wildwoods, the sun, climbing into the sky, enlivens the golden emblem of life, waving on a ship's mast in the lagoon. Jane stands at the prow, watching the human sailors congregate on the dock of a moored ship. As the elven vessel pulls into the neighboring dock, many whistles of admiration for the craftsmanship reach her ears. Jane draws her cloak tighter around herself, and the two girls on her flank follow her lead, covering their hair with wide hoods.
"Stay close to me," Jane murmurs. "That is a human ship. Let us take care to avoid it. We know not its purpose here."
"Yes, ma'am."
"Yes, mother."
Both girls stick close, as Jane traverses the deck, making her way to the mare. One of the elven sailors brings out from the pens inside the hull. She takes the offered reins as the sailor says,
"The gangway is lowered and secured, ma'am. You and your party may now disembark safely."
"Thank you." Leading the girls, along with the horse, Jane makes for the slanted gangplank, keeping her steps calm and unhurried as they stride across the dock to land. The mare does a skittish dance, unsettled by the old, unsteady planks. Her whinnies draw Sully's eye, and he recognizes the creature. He hurries over to calm the mount, patting her neck and clucking. One of the hooded figures glides in close, and Sully glances over to see his reflection inside twin pools of vibrant green.
"Fenny?"
Warmth spreads through Sully's chest, but he doesn't quite let himself believe it's her, until she says,
"Hi, Sully. Think you could get another horse for my friends?"
He bobs his head in an eager nod.
"I can do you one better. I'll ready Earth Gorge's exclusive royal carriage for the horses to draw. Follow me."
Taking the mare's lead, the quartet makes their way to the stables, where Sully springs into action. 10 minutes later, Sully rides at the horse-drawn coach's head, reins in hand, trundling his passengers out of town. Meanwhile, at the ship's railing, Inanos and Jones exchange anxious looks, their hearts pounding in their chests, as they observe the chaotic scene unfolding before them. A carriage, ornate with gold filigree, veers out of the way, just as two riders seated atop a powerful bay horse, its muscular form glistening under the sun, charges into town, narrowly missing it. The horse skids to a halt, flaring its nostrils, and the riders leap off. Ignoring the need to tether their mount, the duo rush to the dock's edge, eyes scanning the two moored ships in distress.
"I'd wager a month's salary, those are the lass's parents,"
says Jones.
"Come with me, Nano."
Should I not get Twilight, Captain?
"Not yet, Nano. The engagement with her guards could put her at greater risk. But, I've a plan. Come."
Inanos follows Jones off the ship, drawing the worried eyes of the human couple. He nods, his heart still pounding, as he follows Jones towards the dock's edge. The two riders, a middle-aged man and a woman, seem frantic, as they scan the ships, desperately searching for their daughter. Enanos can see the worry etched on their faces, lines of anxiety creasing their foreheads. As they approach, Enanos notices the woman's hands trembling, clutching onto a worn handkerchief. Her eyes are red and swollen, evidence of tears shed during their journey. The man wears a stern expression, his jaw clenched tight. It's clear, they've been through a long and arduous journey to find their missing daughter.
Captain Jones?
The woman asks. Jones inclines his head and indicates with a raised finger to keep their tones low.
Our daughter, Captain.
The male croaks.
The missive didn't say.
He chokes out his next words.
Is she harmed?
She's well. Though, at present, we face the difficulty of removing her from her captors, without causing unnecessary harm.
Twilight's mother buries her face into her husband's chest, weeping. The man strokes her hair, comforting her as best he can, just as Captain Halvor tramps onto the dock behind the pair, along with a few trusted crewmen.
Any word on the other group of passengers, Jones?
Nothing yet, Captain. But here are the captive lass's parents.
Captain Halvor takes one look at the mother's tear-streaked face, and his jaw hardens, eyes narrowing on the human ship.
It's high time we ask for answers,
he declares, stirring the emotions of a handful of sailors, who've begun gathering around the scene. Grumbles of agreement spread from shore to sails.
I've a plan to do just that, Captain,
says Jones,
along with reuniting the lass to her parents. Though I'll need aid.
Stepping closer, Jones lays out his plan to the others. Captain Halvor's most trusted men gather in close. Twilight's mother swaps her lament for a furrowed brow and bright, hopeful eyes. With the details laid, Jones points to 4 of the skeletal crew.
You 4 will accompany the parents. Once in the room with the lass, close and guard the door. Keep weapons at the ready. I'll knock twice when it's clear for them to transfer ships.
He turns to the rest, commanding.
You 4, with Captain Halvor.
Yes, Captain.
His attention turns to the deck, where his own men have gathered at the rails, awaiting instruction.
Half of you, to the elven ship. Half to the other.
Halvor adds.
Keep watch over the human sailors. Should any move to interfere, detain them.
Halvor looks at Jones, a proud smile lifting the corners of his mouth.
At your command, Captain Jones.
Yes, Capt. Yes.
He stammers, clasping hands behind his back as he rakes his gaze over the assembled men.
You have your orders. Proceed.
The assembly splits into their appointed groups, infiltrating both ships with eyes peeled. Jones turns to Enanos.
Lead her parents to her room, Nano. You know what to do.
With pleasure, Captain.
Nano jogs up the gangplank and turns to offer a helping hand to Twilight's mother. He sequesters his group beside the staircase leading below deck and waits with a hand on the bell rope dangling down the doorframe. Jones nods as he passes into the dim of the hall, and Enanos rings the lunch bell. By the time it makes its final peal, Jones has reached the driver and footman, standing guard at their mistress's door.
Lunch is being served, gentlemen. Care to join me?
I'll fetch the wine, Captain.
Nano chirps down from the top of the steps. The 2 men perk up, accepting the invitation without a second glance at the girl's door. They fall into step behind Captain Jones, who leads them to the mess cabin. Once they're out of sight, Nano leads the couple, and the elven escort Jones assigned them below. He cracks open the door to Twilight's suite and whispers through a smile.
I brought you some visitors, mistress.
He steps aside, just as her parents burst through the entry with gasps and sobs of relief.
Mother. Father.
Twilight squeals with delight, springing into their embrace. Her father picks her up and spins her about, as everyone squeezes toward the back of the room, so the 4 elven sailors can enter and close the door behind them. With low whooshes, they draw their ignited fire blades, standing at the ready. Nano, pressing an ear to the door, hears Captain Halvor and his trusted 4 walk past the room on a mission of their own. In the dim corridor, Captain Halvor stops, his back pressed to the wall, as he listens to the conversation emanating from the mess cabin.
Any word on the remaining passengers?
Jones asks his guests.
I fear we dare not dally in port much longer.
The footman, eyeing the food being laid on the table with greed, shakes his head.
The Prince of Fire and his travel party should have been here already. I know not. What detains them?
The driver rubs his hands together as a decanter of wine is added to the table.
Can you believe that whelp Robert trained to impersonate the prince?
He chuckles, nudging his friend and seeming to forget his surroundings.
Just to wed Callus? I dare say the marriage may make her the new queen, but I doubt the boy king makes it to breakfast the next morning.
That's all Halvor needs to hear. He and his crew barge into the room with fire blades drawn.
I hereby arrest you, under authority of the crowns and kingdoms, who shall judge the cost of your crimes.
Both men freeze with hands hovering over the delicacies they so coveted. Jones stands, slamming his hands hard on the table.
I suggest they be escorted to the cell, their comrades occupied before their death.
The kidnappers' faces drain to a pasty white, both looking like wraiths in their black ensembles, as they're put in shackles and dragged to their feet. Jones follows behind the procession, pausing at the suite door and knocking 3 times, before opening it.
All clear. It's safe now.
As the others file out with a reunited family, Jones hurries to catch up with Captain Halvor. The 2 captains stand on deck, watching the hubbub of the sailors carrying out their orders. The men from Shadow are wrangled toward the tavern, where they'll be taken into the tunnels through the cellar. Twilight, accompanied by her parents, strides arm in arm towards the elven vessel. The captains have only one task remaining, to venture into the woods, and inform the royals about the recent events. In the hushed depths of wild woods, Phoenix, about to lead his horse down the lane to Dame Forrester's cottage, stops, noticing an approaching carriage, about to make the same turn. Recognizing Sully at the reins, he can't help but smile. The guards trailing Phoenix from Fire Heights lean out from their wagon, their crimson heads emerging to glimpse the source of the holdup.
Hi, Jaden.
Sully chirps, waving.
Sure, I'm glad to see you here.
Now perhaps he won't have to knock on the witch's door himself, though he wouldn't dare admit that fear to Fenny and her companions.
I'll follow you and your party's wagon in. What are you all carting?
Phoenix laughs.
Hi, Sully. Enough weaponry to arm an army. Who's in the carriage?
A blonde-haired girl leans out from the carriage window and exclaims,
Jaden.
He chuckles again, delighting in seeing her.
Lee, by the fates, you've grown.
Finny and Mother are with me too.
The women in question fix Phoenix with pearly smiles, ready in greetings of their own, when a winged shadow makes everyone look up.
Get to the dames, quickly.
Avian shouts down.
We all need to talk. June and the lives of all merfolk depend on it.
The tension is tangible, as a distressed gasp echoes from the earthen carriage. Discarding all formalities, the crowd rushes towards the cottage, forging a path through the narrow lane. The wagon and carriage vie for space, coming to a tumultuous halt. The sound of additional hoofbeats heralds the arrival of Captains Halvor and Jones, coinciding with Dame Forrester's emergence from her home, bewildered by the commotion. Avian's boots thud down next to her, startling her. Leaning wearily against the cottage wall, he listens as the captains first share their harrowing rescue story. They reveal the alarming plot of the imposter Phoenix to marry the mysterious Callus, in a bid to seize the throne. Avian, having regained his composure, steps forward to address the group in a frantic rush. As he speaks, his hands tremble, the nervous energy vibrating through his fingertips.
There's a more pressing matter at hand. Kaylee and the trapped mare people are running out of time.
His voice cracks, betraying the lingering traces of fear still lingering within him. He accepts the chair Dame Forrester offers, settling with a slight wince, feeling the ache in his shoulders from his rapid flight and swim. To calm his anxiety and clear his thoughts, he massages his weary face before recounting the perilous plight of the water royals. He presses a finger onto the table for emphasis and declares,
The main issue is that we'll be working at great depths underwater.
We've 2 ships at the docks, ready to set sail,
says Halvor.
They can carry us to the location, certainly,
says Baselt, his voice rattling the used silverware still at the place settings.
But how to get to the merfolk below?
The Water King's air pocket could prove of use, if we could concoct a way to sink it again, with us inside,
says Avian. Jade looks to Lee.
Can all mer make the air bubbles like June does?
Juniper shakes her head slowly.
Only the royal family
have the skills to separate water from air.
Disappointment settles like a dark cloud, forcing the strategists to shelter in their own minds, thinking in silence. Lavis puts forward a thoughtful suggestion.
Do you remember when we went deep-sea diving, with the Mer's help, during our vacation with them? Could we not do it again now?
Marble reminds.
From what Avian tells us, they aren't strong enough. Their focus should be on their own safety.
Lavis counters.
That's true, but we don't have to rely solely on the Water Royals' escorts. Wouldn't the citizens of Edgewater be willing to help us with such a cause?
Without hesitation, says Jane. We just need to get word to them. Her warm gaze touches on her daughter. What say you, Lee? Care for a swim? Juniper bounces in her chair, taking her mother's hand.
Yes. I'll rally everyone, able to make the journey. Together, we'll even be able to sink the air pocket.
Many eyes turn to her as Avian asks.
Truly?
Juniper nods, explaining.
The king often made air pockets, for us to play with. If we swim around it fast enough, we can create a new current to move it between team goals for points.
Blushing, she adds.
Or sink it in this case.
Lavis shakes his head with a light chuckle.
Once again, we're to rely on children's games. So now, we have a way to reach them.
Some snickers pass throughout the room, while Dame Forrester pats Juniper's shoulder, her expression filled with pride. Avian nods in agreement and adds.
The second issue is how to free the merfolk without getting trapped ourselves.
We use the fire blades,
says Phoenix.
Yes.
Avian says, leaning forward to relieve the strain on his back as his voice fills with conviction.
We must keep in mind, however, that when we attack one tentacle, the rest of the tentacles will crush the other merfolk, so I suggest we threaten it with the flames instead of attacking it directly. The tentacles fear its touch, so they'll each try to defend themselves. In order to free all the mer simultaneously and keep this entity at bay, we must act as one.
What's to prevent other tentacles from attacking, as this is done?
Asks Orcus.
They didn't attack me so long as I didn't slice any limbs.
Phoenix's royal guards, Cole and Soots, put their heads together, nodding and muttering.
Care to share?
Phoenix chides. They stand up and press their backs together as they draw their blades. Cole looks over his shoulder, catching Soot's eye.
Good work.
Soots addresses the table.
What about teams of 3? A mare, providing air for 2 elementals, with fire blades positioned like this. One will use the blade to free an entrapped mare, while the second guards their back.
A stir ripples through the group, with many occupants leaning over the table, exchanging silent, hopeful questions with their gazes. Deces remains leaned back in her seat, fingertips pressed together within the shadow of her hood, but when she speaks, her low, melodic voice snaps every head her way.
Teams of 3, to rescue one mare, all working simultaneously, so as not to hurt them further. All this, while holding their breath. It would take months of training.
The group deflates, Avian among them, feeling as though his heart took a nosedive from a mountain peak.
Gentlemen,
says Dame Forrester, head cocked toward Halvor and Jones, who were sharing a look.
All thoughts and ideas are welcomed. Have you something to share?
Halvor nods slowly.
An idea, though how serviceable, I'll let you decide. On windless days, we sail by rowing with oars. Each stroke is marked by a drum. Even our newest crewmates catch the beat in moments and fall into the rhythm. Could such a rhythm be applied here? Allowing, let us say, a pause for breath every 30 beats, followed by a command to return to action.
Another hush befalls the gathering while this is considered. Many put their heads together with their closest friends or family. Murmurs travel between the huddles and snippets.
Still risky, but the beats could.
And what if they get separated? It's dark down there.
Worth it, even if the chance is small.
Finally, King Lavis stands, drawing every eye, as his chair scrapes the floor.
You've all heard what we're up against. No one is under order to participate. Only volunteer if you know you'd be of assistance in this attempt.
He pauses to look at those assembled, letting his words touch each of them as they will.
It poses high risk in a realm unfamiliar to us, against a creature none of us have encountered even in books. If you lack the ability to swim, or have other reasons to bow out of such a treacherous feat, I ask you not to join. None of us will take this as a rebuff, nor level judgment on your choice. Having said all this, I ask, is there any who will join me in this task to free the merfolk?
Jane, Juniper, and Phoenix shove back their chairs instantly, rising tall. Others who've swam with the mare before rise or step forward, Cole and Soot's among them.
I have little trust in my swimming abilities,
Says Basalt, pushing up from the table.
but I'm with you, my friend.
Marble clutches the sleeve of his blue robes as she stands beside him.
Basalt, I can think of none better suited to mark out the beats.
She says through a smile, rubbing his forearm.
You need not even step foot in the water, to be heard by all.
Our ships are at your disposal, sires.
Says Halvor, speaking for Jones as well.
As are we,
Declares Vidi, his hand resting on his wife's back, the other gesturing towards their troops rising to the challenge.
Should this succeed, our healing will soon follow.
Orcus and Deses rise, throwing back their hoods.
As will our own.
Kindle stands last, observing the remaining few with all the regality of a benevolent queen.
Would you volunteer to guard our new prisoners in our absence?
Relieved smiles and eager nods answer.
Yes, Queen Kindle. We'd be honored too.
Says one.
Any without a fire blade come claim one now.
Proclaims Lavis. As people move to obey, he continues.
And remember, if for any reason this plan goes adversely, return to the ships immediately. We'll regroup and strategize another course of action together in safety.
How soon can we set sail?
Basalt asks Halvor.
The next high tide comes an hour before dawn, sire. Then I suggest we not dally any longer.
Chapter 16. The Rescue. The town's main street lies deserted, serving as a hushed path for the party, as they tread towards their destination under the shroud of darkness. Sails on Captain Halvor's larger ship snap in the muggy air, carried by a chipper wind that seems eager to propel them forward. It feels as if the elements themselves lend their support to the mission. With purposeful strides, the elves of life, and the royals of death, step onto the ship, preparing to provide solace and healing to the rescued mare. The elves swiftly gather blankets and sheets, ensuring the modesty of the merfolk, when the air's dryness forces their scales to transform. Inanos invites Twilight and her parents respite at the cozy inn, instead of venturing forth on a treacherous expedition. Gratefulness fills their hearts as they bid farewell to the ship, expressing sincere appreciation, by shaking hands with the boy. Their gratitude palpable in the gentle touch. Meanwhile, those who've chosen to remain behind and guard the prisoners, divert from the road, disappearing into the tunnels as they make their way to their assigned posts. Amidst the bustling sounds of the harbor, the sailors listen to the plan outlined by their superiors. The salty breeze carries their voices, mingling with the distant cries of seagulls. Some sailors, panicked by the plan, decide to stay as well. Their hands tremble with anticipation, as they accept payment for their trouble, the weight and gleam of coveted fire blades. With the rhythmic lapping of the high tide against the hulls, buoying them above the jagged rocks below, the two ships gracefully depart from the bustling docks. Amidst a few jarring bounces through the exhilarating rapids, the skilled helmsmen swiftly adjust their course to the east, propelling the vessels into an enchanting panorama of vibrant reds, dazzling golds, and majestic purples that crest the horizon. The mesmerizing colors cast its reflection over the glistening water, creating a sensory symphony of awe-inspiring beauty. Hours later, as the sun casts a golden glow on the pearlescent peaks of Edgewater's majestic underwater towers, Juniper, now wearing a short-sleeved aquamarine tee and cut-off breeches, ascends the ship's railing and dives into the cool, azure water. As she resurfaces, droplets glisten on her glistening skin, and she waves goodbye to the crew, her webbed hands sparkling in the sunlight. She swims through the crystal-clear depths, her senses heightened by the vibrant marine life surrounding her. The salty tang of the sea flows through her gills, mingling with the taste of seaweed and brine. Diving deeper, away from the sight of the ships, her eyes feast upon the underwater castle, adorned with shimmering coral reefs of reds and yellows, creating a vibrant and colorful exterior. Guarding the entrance, swim a pair of majestic dolphins, their sleek bodies glimmering in the luminous light filtering through the water's surface. Juniper raises her voice, calling out with urgency and determination.
Our king and queen have been located, and both live. Your presence is vital. Our mission? To help save our esteemed royals and companions. Come. Join us.
Merfolk peek out of windows and archways, their scales glistening with soft iridescence. They appear in an array of colors, from dazzling blues and greens to vibrant purples and pinks. Their long hair flows in the currents, adorned with delicate seashells and colorful coral, enhancing their appearance. Swimming towards her, their tails create a kaleidoscope of shimmering light. Soon the air is alive, with a symphony of splashing water and the distant cries of dolphins. The rhythmic sound of the waves crashing against the ship's hull provides a soothing backdrop to the scene. After rounding the outer point of Fire Heights, and shifting their course north by northeast, heads break the surface of the sea. The merfolk each wave before disappearing back beneath the waves, their sleek bodies keeping pace with the vessels. Avian, standing between his aunt and uncle, on the private captain's deck of Halvor's ship, is one of the few to glance upward, and spy the small group of Airedalians charting the same course, through the clouds. Shielding his eyes from the sun, he recognizes Hurricane in the lead, along with Gale's streaming white blonde hair. By their sleek builds and unique flight patterns, he guesses the other two are Eros and Ear. But most of the rescue team keep their sights on the looming Black Sea. As the ships glide into the circle of inky, shifting water, sailors on Jones's ship run to the rails and send up cries of alarm. The dark waves seem to stick to the hull, lingering longer than their ordinary counterparts.
Steady, men.
Bellows Captain Jones.
It's just a color. Prepare to weigh anchor.
Both ships drop anchor, when Avian gives the signal, spotting the translucent, iridescent air pocket, still bobbing at the dark sea's heart. Depending on the angle he tilts his head, it seems to disappear, only becoming visible when the prismatic colors of the bubble catch the light. He takes flight to get closer and pinpoint its location for the others.
Trim the sails.
Comes the commands from both ships. Thundering feet and skillful hands carry out the task in record time. The merfolk swim to encircle the air pocket, making its shape and placement clear to all who plan to enter. Baselt and Jade watch from the elven ship, as troops dive into the sea, swimming toward where Avian stands, looking as if he walks on water. Marvel watches from Jones's ship, as many others join Lavis, Kindle, and Phoenix, who jump from the rails first, executing fluid dives. Treading water beside the bubble, the troops look to the Royals of Fire for guidance on how to enter.
Follow us.
Lavis sucks in a deep breath, beckons the others, and then dives deep. He darts beneath the pocket and resurfaces inside, where he pulls himself up, before turning to assist his wife and son. The troops begin their dive, coaxed by waiting merfolk hands, to stay the course and rise at the right time. Soon they all arrive in the pocket and marvel at the sensation of standing on a bouncing, invisible platform in the middle of the sea. The merfolk swim in a slow, lazy circle around them. But the sight is deceptive. Each powerful pump of their tail raises the sea level. Their synchronous movements create a whirlpool vortex that draws the troops ever downwards. A few air breathers cough nervously, as the inky depths envelop the bubble. Cole glances across to King Lavis, whispering,
"Sire?"
Beads of sweat form on his forehead, as a wave of nervous energy floods his body. His palms grow clammy, the sensation extending through his limbs, driven by the intense emotions welling up inside him.
Steady, Cole. We're safe.
The troops crowd together, shoulder to shoulder, as their eyes adjust to the darkness. Finally, the pocket comes to a stop. The sight that greets them is appalling. Massive black tentacles burst from the seafloor, swaying in the currents like thick vines. In their clutches, captured merfolk bob like gray buds, flowering out of the tip of each stalk. It looks like a graveyard. Mere hair, the only colorful beacons in this dark place, fan out from motionless heads, bodies floating limp, their once bright tails now ashen, coated in the creature's ichor. The elementals and elves stare in silence. Phoenix thinks he can hear his companions' heartbeats through their chests. Or perhaps that's just his own thumping double time. With a boom, stronger than any drum, Baselt's voice carves through the water like a shark's fin.
1, 2.
Tension crackles through the bubble. Bodies shift, knees bend, and muscles tense in anticipation of the imminent action. Minds are alert, calculating, and ready to react at a moment's notice. Eyes scan the surroundings, taking in every detail, as they strategize, as targets are chosen and teams adapt their formations. As the teams shift closer together, a sense of camaraderie and unity emerges. The physical proximity fosters a bond, a shared purpose, and a feeling of safety in numbers. Shoulders brush against one another, offering a reassuring touch that silently communicates, "We're in this together."
Breathe.
Baselt commands. In unison, the troops practice 10 breaths in response to the count. With every inhalation, a wave of calm washes over them, easing their nerves, and diminishing any sense of restlessness or discomfort. With their final breath, a distinct transformation becomes apparent. The soldiers stand more erect, their expressions etched with a fresh sense of confidence and resilience. They're now both mentally and physically equipped to confront the forthcoming challenges, poised to execute their responsibilities with steadfast concentration and resolve.
Begin.
Baselt restarts the count. The teams slip from the pocket in clusters of 3, with the mare in the center, holding the belts of their 2 companions. Every team aims for one of the trapped mare.
Breathe.
As Baselt counts down from 20, the 2 flanking teammates of each group turn to their mare. Turning their heads left, then right, the mares give their 2 companions 10 breaths each, synchronized with Baselt's count.
Begin.
Fire swords slide free of scabbards and illuminate the water. With half the sword wielders acting as guards, the other half threaten the tentacles with hovering flame blades. In every direction, tentacles wither and recoil, and the entrapped mare floats free, their gills and streaming hair the only things moving.
Breathe.
Younger mares zip through the throng, beginning to collect the unconscious mare, and swim them toward the surface, passing on the cheerful message.
Begin.
Belts Baselt. At the heart of the formation, Lavis and Cole switch places. Their muscles tensed, for the impending battle against the second tentacle, grasping King Sunas. Beside them, Kindle and Soots do the same for the Queen. Phoenix and Avian float beside the now motionless Kaylee, their presence radiating determination, as they drive off a tentacle coiling around her tail. Juniper holds the 2 boys in place, ready to supply them with a vital breath of life.
27, 28, 20, marble.
Mother!
The combined shouts from above reverberate through the troops' eardrums. The water churns, as the tremendous power of the combined Earth Royals' voices plow through the oceanic crust, exposing the writhing core of the anomaly. With the final coil breaking loose from Kaylee, Avian retrieves her fallen dirk, lying on the seafloor. He slides it back into her arm sheath and nods to Phoenix, who caught the princess. Handing her to Juniper, both watch as the girl swims her towards the safety of the awaiting ships. Queen Gisis is next to be freed from her bindings. The mare escort catches the queen under her arms and with a single pump of her tail, propels them towards the surface. In a desperate race against time, Soots and Kindle kick frantically, their only goal to reach the air pocket. With every ounce of strength they possess, they finally reach their destination. Kindle, overwhelmed with relief, shouts, "Breathe!" marveling over this simple command holding immense significance in this crucial moment. Soots gasps for air, his weak body collapsing to his hands and knees. With each inhalation, His lungs expand to their full capacity. Kindle turns to look at the troops, noting their discomfort over the delay. As many grateful nods are sent her direction, her determination returns. She steadies herself to complete the countdown.
2, 1. Begin.
Meanwhile, on the surface, bodies thrash in a churning sea, having leapt into the waves, and the waiting hands of mere children to escape death. An undulating tentacle, the width of 2 oak trunks, coil around Captain Jones's ship, squeezing until the hull splits with a resounding crack. Marble feels bounce around in her skull. She yells to her husband and daughter as she treads water, buoyed by the small hands of a mere girl.
I'm all right. Jade, form an islet for everyone to swim to. I'll help.
The mere children rally around the Queen of Earth, supporting her from below, speeding her swim toward the remaining ship, as the attacking tentacle sinks back into the sea depths. Pushing her legs, they lift Marble to the sailors, who haul her onto the deck. Waving off her worried husband's outstretched hands, Queen Marble hurries to Jade's side. Already an islet peeks out of the water, spreading into a flat plateau of earth that Marble helps stretch into an island, with a beach shaded by a hill and a rock outcropping for lookouts. Worried sailors gather at the rails with swords drawn to fend off the tentacles seeking to sink the elven ship. A commotion in the water alerts the crew. Peering over the railing, they discover the unconscious Water Queen being pulled towards the ship's hull. A wave of relief wash over their expressions, as Viti and Orca swoop in to supervise her treatment. The moment she's lifted on board, her drying scales are promptly covered in a warm blanket. Silently, the kings of life and death combine their powers, working together to eliminate any traces of decay, and mend her ailments using the power of light. Deses and Elin work in a similar pair, moving between all the mare brought aboard. All are unconscious, but some have broken bones to mend, and festering wounds to clean on their tails. When the royal's magic has drawn out infection and knitted injuries, the other elves from life swoop in behind them, to set the rejoined bones and bind the wounds to prevent reinfection. Jane, feeling the rough waves crash against her body, as she slips overboard and struggles to climb onto the rocky outcropping of the island. Reaching the top, she wipes hair and the salty mist spray from her face. With haste and determination, she weaves together an ethereal barrier of shimmering light, encircling the entire island. The gentle resonance of her mystical powers reverberates in her ears like a melodic whisper. As she channels her magic, the air becomes charged with a faint, sweet fragrance, a mix of ancient incense and blooming wildflowers. With the shield in place, she calls out to Captain Halvor, her voice carrying through the wind.
Bring the ship in close so I can extend my shield, and protect it as well.
Hurricane and Gale wing into land beside Jane, while the 2 scouts, Eros and Ear, circle the new island, keeping watch over the water.
We'll fly to Life Isles and order another ship, ma'am, as soon as we rest our wings. It should reach you in a day's time.
Hurricane says. Hearing this, Ear lands beside her superiors, wearing an eager smile as she salutes.
Actually, another vessel waits close by in Fire Heights. It can be here within the hour.
Are you sure about this air?
Gale asks, a hand on the other woman's shoulder.
Yes, it's the Royals of Water's ship, ported there this past year.
Get it,
says Gale.
Quickly,
cries Jane. Back in the abyssal water, the troops gather in the air pocket, studying the exposed entity, its blob-like core, resembling a massive sphere with entangled worms around a gaping mouth. Not a single mare remains in its clutches, and the tentacles thrash in fury and desperation, unable to feed.
Avian,
asks Lavis.
Is that what must be eradicated?
The sound of his words hangs heavy in the air pocket.
According to the Water King, yes.
Avian says, his voice tinged with exhaustion, as he raises his free hand to rub his throbbing temple. One elf, unable to swallow back his fear, asks,
Can we not return to kill it later, when we have a better arsenal?
We may not get another chance. Look.
Kindle urgently whispers, her eyes wide with fear. She points to the swirling silk cloud, kicked up by the wriggling entity, its monstrous tentacles slowly retracting into the shifting sand. The deafening sound of the creature's relentless burrowing hits them like a wave, sending shivers down their spines.
It already burrows deeper.
How do we destroy it?
Cole asks, with fear-enlarged eyes and trembling hands.
Shouldn't the core fear our flames, as the tentacles do?
Soots asks, hoping to be the voice of reason. Avian scans the seafloor, parting his compressed lips to release a soft exhale. The sound of his voice fills the air pocket, carrying with it the weight of an idea he's crafted from the depths of his knowledge about the perplexing anomaly.
We charge it, a direct assault, in 2 groups. The second group protects the backs of the first, keeping a wall of flames to deter the tentacles from protecting the core.
Lavis nods.
I was just thinking the same, with a slight variation. 3 groups. Every other member of the guard row should raise their blades higher, keeping a fiery dome of protection over our heads. I'll not risk the tentacles harming any more merfolk, who we'll need in the middle to offer air. Was everyone comfortable with the 30 count?
Yes, sire.
Very comfortable, sire.
Satisfied by the affirmative chimes, Lavis tilts his gaze toward the returning merfolk. As they circle the pocket, he informs them of their plan. When they agree, he turns to Kindle and smiles, noting a few who appear more hesitant, huddling behind her.
Kindle, will you do the count?
Kindle inclines her head. Lavis eyes the reluctant.
Gentlemen, might I ask you to stay here and seal my darling wife?
Smiling inwardly at their eager nods, Lavis thunders.
Then let us end this now. Count us down from 20, darling. And do, please, switch the commands to charge and breathe.
Kindle obliges, her velvety voice rising as she draws nearer to the end of her countdown.
3, 2, 1, charge.
They advance as one, the first row lancing their weapons toward the threat, as they swim at a downward slant. The merfolk swim right behind them, closely followed by the guard, with their swords in alternating defensive positions. A wall of flame, like the teeth of a terrible beast, wards off the waving, aggravated tentacles. The entity, seeming to understand their intent, lashes out a series of tentacles like whips, from all directions, seeking an opening, but every tendril rears back, and pulls up short when the withering heat grazes their gelatinous sides. The seafloor buckles below as the gaping maw retreats further into the sand, but the front row kick after it, plunging their blades deep. A screaming hiss assaults everyone's ears. Kindle calls out,
Breathe.
The front row twist around to take their breaths, yanking their swords free as they turn. The back row takes in their air next, and Kindle calls for the second charge. Again and again, the leading troops stab at the black mass in the ground, half blinded by the sand clouds it churns up. The advancement continues until many are able to crouch on the seafloor, arms plunging deep into the earth.
29, 30. Breathe.
Bodies turn in the water, eager mouths seeking air. In the bubble, a deeper shadow than the inky water around them draws Kindle's eye upward, and her voice wavers as she calls out,
Charge.
The mare grasps the belts of the attacking troops, so they can dip their torsos deeper into the hole and strike again. Kindle continues the count, while watching a massive tentacle drift down from the surface, bringing the rubble of the smashed ship with it. Curious mare children follow the vast tendril's progress, eyes growing wide, as it lands atop the air bubble, then coils around it, squeezing. With a sound like a strained eardrum, the pocket pops, tossing those within into the treacherous depths. Mare children pump their tails hard, snatching up everyone within reach and powering toward the surface, while simultaneously blowing air bubbles into their charges' lungs. Not hearing the next call for breath, the middle row of merfolk call as one.
Breathe.
The pattern is repeated, with the mare in the second row taking up the counts, as the troops dive into the tunnel left by the fleeing entity. They venture into an utter blackness that even the torches of their blades struggle to banish.
Charge!
Commands the chorus of voices. Now deep within the ground fissure, a back wall of defense is no longer needed. As the black blob retreated, it drew its tentacles into the sand, trapping them in sediment, leaving only the core's mouth to defend itself. The third row shifts forward to join the attack, driving their flaming swords into the anomaly as well. The hissing peaks into a squeal that makes the fighters wince. The entity core heaves, bubbling and wriggling as it writhes and shrinks. Slowly, it dissolves into a harmless dust that floats around in a dense cloud, beginning to mingle with the sand and silt.
Breathe.
The pause for air is followed by
Rise.
Flummoxed looks pass through the troops, many almost disbelieving in their victory, until the smiling merfolk tug at their belts and nudge everyone back out of the hole. They keep up the count and swim their charges towards the surface, pausing only twice more for air exchange, before they all break through the water seal of the sea. The moment Lavis surfaces, he calls out a frantic,
Kindle.
Over here.
She waves to him from the beach of the island, sodden red hair falling from her pins and sticking to her bronze skin. Wet sailors surround her, many lying on their backs in the sun, thankful to be on solid ground. The merfolk deposit the troops onto the island, then circle the ship, their worried eyes cast up to the deck where their royals, loved ones, and friends lay, being tended to by the elves of life and death. Elin and Dises step over to grip the railing, each smiling.
They live!
Elin cries.
They suffer from malnourishment and injury, but they all live,
proclaims Dises. Cheers ring out from the mare, who leap out of the water like dolphins in celebration, sending up a cool spray that sloshes over the deck rail, as they crash back into the waves. Avian climbs the ropes, hurried steps, taking him to Kaylee's side. Lavis follows a step behind, joining Basalt at the side of King Tsunis. He kneels on deck, studying his dear friend, as the Water King flutters his eyes.
Rocky, Sparks?
The king murmurs, head tossing from side to side.
Destroy it before it kills everything within the sea.
Lavis rests a large, warm hand on the merman's shoulder.
Hosterald, it's vanquished. Rest now, my friend, and worry no more.
His blue eyes fly open, a hand clutching at Lavis's wrist. When his gaze focuses, he asks,
Vera. Kaylee.
Basalt chuckles.
Both safe, and here, with you, as are all your people. None are lost this day.
Thank you, dear friends. My brothers.
His eyes close as he drifts back into a deep sleep. Chapter 17. Kaylee's birthday. 3 weeks later. As the Water Realm's vessel nears the shores of Edgewater, a gentle breeze whispers through the clear morning sky, caressing the skin of Princess Kaylee's birthday guests. The air buzzes with excitement as elementals and elves, adorned in vibrant robes and intricate jewelry, engage in lively conversation, their arms laden with gifts. Upon disembarking, they're ushered into a lively courtyard, greeted by tables laden with delicious fare and chilled beverages. Merfolk hasten, spreading out blankets in shaded spots under the grand bell-shaped trees, which sway in the gentle wind. A cheerful horn sounds, announcing the arrival of King Tsunis and Queen Gisis, carried on palanquins, through the grand entrance of their modest land-based estate. Despite the bindings still shielding their mending bones, they radiate robust energy. Following them, Princess Kaylee's protests can be heard, from a second palanquin behind her parents.
But Avian, I'm perfectly able to walk. Set me down.
She insists. Chuckling, Avian sets Kaylee down next to her parents, and leans in to whisper in her ear.
Humor me, sweet June.
Afterwards, he steps back and watches, as partygoers rush over to greet the royals of water. Amidst the growing mass of individuals, the children of Wildwoods practically tackle Jaden and Fenny, happily calling out as they're reunited. Meanwhile, Dame Forrester extends her arms to her granddaughter as she navigates through the growing throng towards the royals, beckoning,
Come and greet me, child.
Both Juniper and Kaylee excitedly leap up, exclaiming,
Coming, grandmother.
However, their race to reach the dame falters, as they lock eyes and burst into laughter.
Lee, you always told us your grandmother was a witch, but we thought you to be joking.
Why would I fib about something like that, June?
They both hug the dame, who pats Kaylee's head and chides.
No need to pretend you're my grandchild anymore, dear, unless of course you're intending to use my name to win favors.
Yes, grandmother.
Happy birthday, child.
Thank you.
The girls' continued laughter leads us skipping Ash to Kaylee's side.
Happy birthday, June,
She squeals, thrusting out a small package.
Thank you, Ash. I wonder what it is. Should I open it now?
Ash nods as she explains.
It's from all of us in Wildwood's chapter. Sully came up with the idea. He wanted to come too, but couldn't get time away from the stables.
In the blink of an eye, a tight ring of friends soon surrounds Kaylee, as she unwraps the gift and, with a joyful exclamation, shows off a bracelet made from intertwined strands of black horsehair, for everyone to see.
Oh, it's so wonderful. Thank you, everyone.
Slipping the bracelet on, she asks.
Who's ready for swimming lessons?
Ash leaps up, her arms soaring into the air.
Me?
She cries out, eliciting laughter from Jack and Joe. As the group of children follow Kaylee to a shallow swimming pond, the adults catch up on recent happenings, watching from the refreshment tables. Avian, torn between which group to join, hovers by Kaylee's abandoned palanquin, a hand resting on one of the golden posts. Vidi and Elin exchange a sigh when they spy their nephew alone, looking wistfully after his friends, and chewing at his bottom lip.
What troubles you?
Gisus asks curiously.
He's had to grow up so quickly,
Says Vidi.
he's forgotten how to enjoy his youth.
When does he come of age?
Sunis asks.
3 months from now.
Answers Elin. Sunis raises a drink to his friend, saying,
Let the boy remain with us until the end of summer, free of any duties. 3 months of carefree days with his younger friends can't make up for his loss, but it's a start.
I'd give anything for 3 months' return to childhood.
Lavis chimes in.
As would I.
The Celt booms, clapping Lavis on the back and putting his other hand on Sunis's shoulder.
The memories of our youth still fill me with delightful retrospect.
It's agreed then.
Sunis asks.
Agreed,
Says Vidi.
And our thanks, sires.
Elin adds. Unaware of the exchange, Avian bides his time, until the chaotic splashing from the swimming lesson begins to wind down, and laughing children wade out of the water. Many take off toward the promise of cake and mare delicacies. When Kaylee passes him, Avian reaches for her.
A moment, mistress. I too have a gift for you. May I?
He points to one of the shaded blankets in a quiet nook of the courtyard. Smiling up in surprise, Kaylee nods, taking his offered elbow as they stroll together.
Is everything okay, Cedric?
She asks, leaning forward to try and catch his gaze, which he's fixed to his shoes.
Yes, princess.
He says with a nervous smile tugging strangely at his lips.
Lay back, princess.
He instructs, aiding her descent onto the blanket.
And watch the skies.
She complies, and as he steps away, her friends gather around, bearing plates laden with delicacies. They place them on the grass, joining her in repose to see what she's gazing at. Soaring above the trees, Avian sweeps through the sky on pristine white wings, converging with Gale, Eros, and Ear amidst the lowest clouds, to form a delicate diamond pattern. Guiding the quartet, Avian orchestrates an aerial ballet for the onlookers' delight. Kaylee's sharp intake of breath and the children's exuberant cheers soon draw all eyes skyward, and for the next 30 minutes, every guest looks upwards, basking in the Airedalians' artistic display. The winged warriors slice the breeze, in a breathtaking exhibition of their aerobatic prowess. Each stunt and maneuver elicit rounds of delighted cheers and clapping from the spectators. As the display draws to an end, long lengths of brightly strung ribbons unfurl from the Airedalians' outstretched hands, as they climb higher in a tight formation. Abruptly, the four fan out, creating a multicolored blooming flower of ribbon, as they soar apart. With an unseen tug on the threads, used to string the bits of ribbon together, the flower bursts into silken petals, raining down on the delighted crowd. Many guests snatch the tumbling ribbon strips, fashioning them into bracelets, or weaving them into their hair, all while cheering for the air elementals, now swooping toward the ground. Kaylee is waiting for Avian when he returns, her blue irises sparkling like sapphires.
Did you like it?
He asks.
Oh, Cedric, it was breathtaking.
She clutches the ribbon she's gathered to her heart.
That was quite the show, Cedric.
says Phoenix, with a light-hearted punch to the other boy's arm.
Nicely done.
That was amazing, Cedric.
Jade adds with a fetching smile.
Wow.
Gushes Joe.
Makes us wish we could fly,
says Jack. Brim steps over, his polished shoes tapping softly on the marble stone path, and bows deeply to Kaylee.
May I fetch you a plate, milady?
His voice carries a hint of anticipation.
No thank you, Benny.
Kaylee responds with a gentle smile, her voice a melodic harmony.
Brim,
Avian inquires, his voice filled with curiosity.
How is it you came by the codename Benny?
A mischievous twinkle dances in Brim's eyes as he answers.
The wee lass couldn't pronounce my chosen name, Behemoth, so alas, I've been Benny ever since.
Laughter erupts from the children, their joy filling the air like a chorus of tinkling bells. As the laughter subsides, the children rise from their seats, their movements accompanied by the soft rustle of their clothing.
Happy birthday, milady!
Brim whispers, his voice tinged with a longing for the days when he could partake in the youthful exuberance.
Come on, let's play.
The twins exclaim in perfect harmony, their voices blending like a harmonious duet. Phoenix, with a playful glint in his eye, turns to Avian and asks,
Are you two coming?
Avian smiles, his expression tender.
Give us a minute.
He replies, his voice filled with warmth. With a light shake of his head, Phoenix teases, his voice tinged with amusement.
Just kiss her already and come on. Time's a wastin'.
The grounds fill with the vibrant energy of laughter and anticipation, the air buzzing with the sweet scent of freshly baked cake and the soft touch of excitement. Kaylee's mouth drops open, a rosy blush spreading across her ivory cheeks. Avian clears his throat and rubs the back of his neck, watching the others dash away, their chuckles fading. When they're out of earshot, Avian straightens his spine for courage and reaches into his pocket, pulling free a small package tied in lace. Handing it to her, he watches her unwrap it, captivated in the moment, momentarily forgetting his ability to breathe. Kaylee gasps, as she peels the inner swatch of cloth away from a heart-shaped ruby, sitting cradled in a pair of spun gold wings. Lifting it by the serpentine chain, she observes him through her lashes.
Your mother's?
He nods.
Yes, it was my idea to add the gold wings.
He falls silent, anticipating her reaction. Without a word, she returns it to him, then presents her back. His heart plummets, and he almost walks away, the rejected necklace gripped tightly in his hand, until she lifts her hair from her neck and whispers,
Avian, will you not fasten it for me?
His hands tremble at the sound of his real name on her lips, but he secures the clasp. She twirls back to face him, her fingertips grazing the charm nestling in the hollow of her neck.
I'll treasure this always, and never remove it, honoring its meaning and all it represents.
His gaze drops to meet hers, a warmth of love radiating through his chest.
As will I, my sweet changeling.
He says in a husky whisper.
As will I. Happy birthday, my love.
He grins, weaving his fingers through hers, and together, they quicken their pace, to reunite with their companions. However, as they draw closer to Phoenix, Avian releases her hand and spreads his wings, to lift the fire prince off the ground, securing his arms underneath him. Suspended in midair, Phoenix flails, kicking his feet in protest.
Hey, not fair.
Avian's laughter joins with the others, while behind them, the adults cup their hands to their mouths, to amplify their voices in a parting cheer of Happy birthday, Kaylee. The enthusiastic cheers, brimming with warmth and affection, gradually fade into the distance, as Kaylee's face beams with a radiant smile, thankful for the heartfelt celebration. It's a moment, she feels, that will be forever etched in her memory and those of her friends. In closing, they go on to have many more adventures in those magical carefree days of summer. But none would ever compare to the lessons they all learned, discovering the uniqueness of each other, and how the children of the elemental lands, standing united, saved the world. When they all went searching for the truth.
Traveling through the realms, elements combine.
Together we are strong, destinies align. Mountains to the deep, forests to the skies. Unite with our hearts, truth in our eyes. Searching for the truth in the archipelago. Monarchy and queen, where do we go? Phoenix boy of fire, blazing through the night. Jade girl of earth, strength in her sight. The Venus in the sky, feathers pure and white. Kelly in the sea, mystery in her light. Searching for the truth in the archipelago. Monarchy and queen, where do we go? Traveling through the realms, elements combine. Together we are strong, destinies align. Mountains to the deep, forests to the skies. Unite with our hearts, truth in our eyes. Searching for the truth in the archipelago. Monarchy and queen, where do we go? Where do